That's us going.
Lovely, thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 7 of the inquiry into the Section 36 application for the Sanquhar 2 wind farm. This is the second of 3 days scheduled for inquiry session 2, focused on landscape and visual effects. The applicant's witness, Mr. Denny, is currently giving evidence. So today we'll also hear the evidence of Dumfries and Galloway Council's witness, Mr. Steele. It's possible that we may also move on to the first of the Stop Sanquhar 2 objection group's witnesses today, depending on progress, although I'm not concerned about getting that far today, as we should have ample time available tomorrow. I can't see any new names or faces, so there's no need for introductions again. As always, this session is being live streamed on the DPA webcast site, and a recording of it will be available to be viewed there. So before I hand over to Mr. Campbell, first of all, can I check that you can all hear me clearly so far this morning? Mr. Mundell, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It was another point I wanted to just raise briefly.
That's fine. Before you do, can I just check, can everybody else hear me clearly okay? Yes, no problems there.
Yes,
okay. Well, that was my next question. Mr. Mundell, does anybody have any questions or matters they would wish to raise before we start? So, Mr. Mundell, you can go first.
I'm just worried that I've slightly misled you yesterday in saying that I would just be 15 minutes, because when I've had a little bit more time last night to think about it, I've got a few more questions going back through my notes. So I would think that I might be closer to half an hour. If that was
that's fine. No, thank you. Thanks for telling me. That's no problem, though. Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, please.
Yes, sir. It's just Mr. Steele is not managed to get into the site yet. He's indicated that he's waiting, but he's waiting for somebody to let him in.
So right. Thank you for drawing that to my attention. There were no new names, but there was a name missing. So there we go. Graham, is Mr. Steele in the?
He's not in the waiting room, so he may be trying to join a different meeting. He may be in a different meeting somewhere.
Maybe he's used the wrong day's link, because we've got separate links for each day.
I'll get him to sort of cancel and try again.
Lovely, yeah. We'll just pause for a few moments to let Mr. Steele join, because obviously it's important that he can hear Mr. Denny's evidence. Whilst we're waiting for Mr. Steele, does anybody else have any questions or any matters arising? No. Okay. Well, whilst we're waiting, I'll just a reminder. Thank you. I've had a couple more emails about the site inspection plan for next week. There's still a few outstanding, so I'll chase them up more firmly tomorrow, but if I could get responses before then, that would be much appreciated.
Can you just indicate, sir, whether you've had all the responses you want from Stop Sanquhar 2?
I haven't, actually. I think I've only seen a response from Sharon Mooney from Stop Sanquhar 2, actually.
Okay, well, I'll activate that today and see what happens.
I can leave that with you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. That with me till after I've finished with my discussion with Mr. Denny.
No problem. Good morning, Mr. Steele. I can see you've joined us.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. So, Mr. Campbell, thank you for circulating the documents earlier on. So we've hopefully everybody's had sight of that. I can hand over to you, Mr. Campbell, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Denny.
Good morning, Mr. Campbell.
I'll try and, as far as I can, Mr. Denny, to confine myself to your inquiry report. I'm concerned in this discussion largely about matters of judgment. Although in one or two places I will see if we can reconcile our competing views. Can you tell me, first of all, this project is described in the environmental statement as 42 200-meter turbines and 2 at 149.9, generating up to 308 megawatts. Now, are all the turbines expected to carry the same? Are all the towers expected to carry the same turbine?
I'm not sure what the candidate turbine is for the 2149s, but because the flexibility is there in terms of the blade tip assessment to allow potential candidate turbines to come forward depending on what the market's doing. But that's really outside my expertise, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's just that 44 times 7 is 308 megawatts, and the way it reads, it's as if the 149.9 meter turbines will carry the same nacelle or the same turbine as the 200 meter turbines. And if that's right, then why can't they all be 149.9?
Well, I can't answer you that question because I don't know about the power generation of individual turbines in relation to their blade length. I don't know about the wind speeds specifically in relation to the location of each turbine, etc. So I'm afraid that goes beyond my technical expertise. And I understand about some of these matters, but I couldn't give you definitive technical evidence on it.
Well, thank you. I'm asking you because you're the only representative of community wind power appearing at this inquiry. And so if occasionally I stray away from landscape and visual, that's the reason.
Well, if I can help you, Mr. Campbell, I will, but I also won't stray outside my expertise because it wouldn't help the reporter.
Yeah. Looking at your inquiry report, if we may, and I will try not to stop at every paragraph, but there is a certain amount of detail I have to cover. At 1.3 on the first page, please, first of all. It's rather tedious, but I'm just going to try and follow your order as much as I can. You say there in the last line, my opinions are correct, or the opinions are correct. I'm assuming that you are sufficiently generous to allow for other opinions.
Oh, absolutely. What I'm saying, they're correct. They're as correct as far as I understand, but others may take a different view on some of the judgments I've reached.
Right. And you're not claiming any sort of infallibility on these matters?
No, far from it. I mean, I've done the best to report to the reporter the information the reporter needs, but I know others will take a different view. And I did say yesterday there are certain matters which are matters of professional judgment, and the reporter will take that into consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Now, paragraph 212, which is on page 8. You're dealing there with Dumfries and Galloway Council's response. You say at the end, these turbines were within the edge of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area. As such, no turbines in the proposed development are now located within the RSA, and the prominence of turbines within the Scar Water Valley are significantly reduced. Those are separate considerations, aren't they? They don't go together.
No, but when I was advising the client and when I was undertaking assessment work, I could see two issues, and you quite rightly say two separate but related issues. One is that two of the turbines were within the RSA, and it was possible for us to have a scheme in which there were no turbines in the RSA. Secondly, that if the two turbines that were in the RSA were removed because of their visual prominence in relation to the Scar Valley, then it would reduce to some degree those impacts. So they're interrelated but separate considerations, both which I considered beneficial.
Thank you. So we're in agreement that there are no turbines within the RSA.
That's correct.
Are we? Can you tell us how close the turbines are to the boundary of the RSA?
Yes, I think the nearest is somewhere in the region of around 200 meters. I haven't got a definitive measurement, but it's of that order.
So right on the boundary.
Close-ish to the boundary, but set back from it.
And
i.e. the turbines don't oversail the boundary.
No, I understand that, but you don't argue that there's no consequential effect on the RSA, do you?
No, I do actually say there will be some limited significant effects within those parts of the RSA which are set out in my inquiry report.
Thank you. Moving on the same page, this is just your introductory material. You say at 213, I want to ask you to explain the last sentence of 213. It was considered by the design team, which I think includes yourself, that the proposals achieved a balance where the benefits were able to outweigh the harms, and that this form and layout of turbines was therefore appropriate for this site and its location when balanced with wider considerations of relevance and material consideration. I'm not going to accuse you of jargon, Mr. Denny, but that's a long sentence with one or two considerations in it.
Yes.
I wonder if you can tell me, please, isn't the balancing of benefits with so-called harms really a planning judgment?
It is absolutely a planning judgment.
Yes.
When we're designing a wind farm, there's a team that has input into that design, and so this is why I say, as a landscape architect, you know, for me to make the landscape effects minimal to minimize the environmental effects doesn't mean to make minimal, because as I said yesterday, I can just keep taking away turbines or reducing their height until there's no scheme left. So I'm part of providing input, but the rest of the team provides that other balance, including considerations from the planning consultant.
Right. So we can look at this sentence, can we, as being a concluded view of a team, not a landscape and visual architect, not a landscape architect's view. Exclusively.
Yes, I'm providing input on what the effects are, and that's considered by the team in relation. So, for example, I might say, I think it would be beneficial in landscape terms if we moved turbine X.
No, I understand your position.
South, and someone else in the team will say, well, we can't do that because of peat, or we can't do that because of a water course, or that would require us to have an additional crossing. I don't think that gives us any benefit, Mr. Denny, that sort of thing.
Yeah, she explained that yesterday, and I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you. What do you mean by then with balanced with wider considerations of relevance and material consideration?
Well, that's partly obviously part of the planning balance, where those wider considerations have to be considered by the team, including, I suppose, the you know, what they consider to be the targets that need to be met for renewable energy, and how the scheme might contribute to that, and then whether keeping the scheme's power generation up as opposed to reducing the landscape impact slightly might be a better part of the balance. All of those things are considered. I only play my part in that by providing the landscape and visual guidance.
Okay, it slightly reads to me as if you're endorsing it, and I'm sure you are as member of the team. We can take it. I think that it's, sorry, there's a bit of pattering going on in the background somewhere. Right.
No, I'm not endorsing it in the sense of me saying I think this scheme is acceptable, because I was at pains to say yesterday that's not my role. But I'm endorsing it in the sense that I know that all of those various considerations were taken into account to come to a scheme which the team thought was the most appropriate to take forward.
But you're not using this opportunity as the only representative of community wind power at this inquiry necessarily to tell us what the other wider considerations are. Perhaps we can get.
Well, I know what some of those considerations are, but I don't know all of them, because that again goes outside of my technical expertise, and others provide that information and balance into the exercise. Right. And that includes technical experts who know about wind speeds, and what changes you get in power generation if you either change the swept path or reduce the wind speed because of a relocation. All of those matters are matters beyond my expertise, but I know they're all taken into consideration.
Thank you. Would you move on to page 10, paragraph 3.5? You talk there about a minor adverse level effect on existing landscape features during construction. Now, during construction, we have roads and tracks, we have turbine bases, hard standings, perhaps removal of timber. We have borrow pits, which will not be refilled. What do you mean by a feature?
Landscape features are the physical features of the landscape. That would be grass, bushes, trees, soil, rock, the things that make up the physical fabric of the landscape, as opposed to aspects of its character or visual amenity. Well,
just so we understand that that's everything in the landscape, not simply significant peaks or significant shoulders or significant.
No, landscape features include grass and bushes and trees. Yes.
Right. And you say that the construction impacts are, you describe them as minor adverse.
Yes, I do.
What about borrow pits, Mr. Denny?
Well, again, in terms of the impact they have in that, and of course, I'm not looking at that borrow pit in terms of whether it has impact on species-rich grassland or something. That would be for somebody else. So I'm only looking at it, what would be the impact it has on character or visual amenity. and that judgment is couched in those terms.
How can it be minor? There are significant bore pit excavations.
Well, it depends on where the receptors are and where you can see it from, or whether you can see it at all.
But surely, judged objectively, a bore pit is a bore pit is a bore pit. It doesn't matter whether you can see it or not. It's an effect on the landscape features.
Well, yes, and the removal of some upland grassland, some poor upland grassland to facilitate a bore pit, in terms of landscape features, is only going to have a very minor impact on landscape features. It's not as though we're actually having to remove half a hillside, or that we're taking down an oak forest. It would just be the removal of some poor upland grassland.
Well, that's right. On the surface, it would be the removal of grassland, but it's disingenuous to say that that's all with a bore pit. A bore pit excavation may be very substantial.
Yes, and indeed, if the bore pit was just outside Sanquhar village and significantly visible from properties and roads and footpaths within Sanquhar, then the LVIA would have come to a different conclusion, because it would have said there was a significant visual effect brought about by the bore pit on those receptors. The assessment's been made on the basis of where those bore pits are, where they can or can't be seen, and what level of impact the assessor thought that they would have.
Forgive me, but it's not clear here. You talk about a minor adverse level effect on existing landscape features during construction. I have read that as a minor effect on landscape features, not something that is gauged by its visual impact.
Yes, and I answered that earlier. I said, if the bore pit required the removal of species-rich grassland, or it removed important vegetation, if it removed part of a deciduous woodland or something, then you would have found the judgment would have been different.
Mm-hmm. But I don't find the judgment different if it's simply a significant excavation, judged objectively as being a large or significant excavation. I don't find that to be greater. Don't see that being greater than minor in your judgment.
Well, that's because that comes back then to both a character and a visual amenity point, as opposed to the removal of any landscape features, or the change to any landscape features.
So do features stop once you've dug up the grass, Mr. Denny, or do features include the excavation material?
Well, I think if they changed, I said to you earlier, I think if a bore pit took off the significant side of a hillside, or in fact, somebody's just done that near my house in relation to a farm project. They've actually excavated half a hilltop and changed things very significantly. But no, I think in terms of these bore pits in the locations that they are, then it's been reported accurately in terms of the impact on landscape features.
Well, we can differ about that, and I can perhaps deal with it in closing submissions. Moving on to 3.7, you're talking here about effects of landscape character as distinct from features. And here you find a direct significant effect on landscape character across the three types. And I understand the evidence you gave yesterday. But we have to try and reconcile in our minds the apparent inconsistency between a minor effect on landscape features and a direct significant effect on landscape character. You don't say here at 3.7 whether this effect is adverse or major, minor, negligible, whatever. You simply say a direct significant effect. So I just wonder what judgment you're making here.
Well, that's because the direct effect on landscape character is because where the turbines are placed on the landscape, and then they become a dominant characteristic within their footprint, as we discussed yesterday. This is in the discussion, for example, about wind farm landscape. Then they do have a direct significant effect. That's something you can't avoid when you place a wind farm on the landscape, because of the scale and size of turbines. They will have a direct significant effect on the place on which they are located, in the same way as a housing development does. If you allocate a site for housing and then you build housing on it, it automatically, of course, has a direct significant effect on the landscape on which you place it, because you change it from being, say, green fields to a housing development. It's the same thing with a wind farm.
Why in 3.5 have you allowed yourself to use the word adverse? whereas in 3.7 you stay away from any adjectival description of the significant
Well,
effect.
If it helps you, Mr. Campbell, it will be adverse. The assessment assumes that all effects assessed are adverse unless expressly stated otherwise. It's a sort of convention within EIA and LVIA to acknowledge that. So you can take it that all the assessed effects are adverse unless the text expressly says that they're not.
Okay, I'm a simple person. I just know what I read. Thank you. At 312, which is over the page, you conclude with 312 that there will be significant effects on visual effects on 8 viewpoints, which you number. I just want to check with you after yesterday's evidence that you adhere to that judgment, do you?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. And we get finally in 315 no, I'm sorry. Take that out, please. We'll come back to significance in a minute. 316, you're talking about residential effect, which of course concerns my clients principally. What I would like to know, Mr. Denny, is why it makes any difference whether a residence is financially involved with the wind farm development or not. Where do you find any rule which allows that?
I don't think there is any rule. My experience over many years of attending and giving evidence at wind farm inquiries is that both reporters in Scotland and inspectors in England tend to give, it varies between inspectors and reporters, but tend to give a greater degree of latitude in terms of the effects that are deemed acceptable on a receptor, if that receptor is financially involved with the property, ranging from some reporters and inspectors not really significantly considering involved properties to some considering them to a degree, but nonetheless not giving the same weight as they would to somebody who A, is not involved, and B, particularly who objects. Now, I don't think there's any rule about that. I agree with you, but that seems to be the convention that has emerged over many years and through many inspectors and reporters' decisions.
Well, no doubt we'll hear about that from Mr. Hardy perhaps later. At 316, the hazard that Paul Skiach is under or is financially involved with surrounding wind farms, if that turns out not to be the case, will that change your view of the impact on Paul Skiach?
No, because the impact on Paul Skiach is made independently on a worst case analysis on the visual effect it would have on the residential community of Paul Skiach. Okay. That's just an additional piece of information for the reporter.
Well, that's helpful, thank you, and no doubt we'll hear about that later. At 316, you talk about 3 residential properties, Dalgona, Polgown, and Shiel. I think you probably know from my client's evidence that those are 3 properties that have been acquired by the developer.
Yes.
Why did they acquire them?
I don't know the definitive reason for that. I do know that there was a degree of visual effect on those turbines, on those properties, because of their location in terms of the visibility of turbines. But I must admit, I wasn't involved in that decision for the developer to purchase those properties.
You probably know from your vast experience that the acquisition of properties which are visually affected is a rare thing in the wind farm industry.
I've come across it on a number of occasions, not only in the wind farm industry, but across development generally. I mean, I'm particularly familiar with clients buying properties in order to provide access to development sites, for example. So it's not uncommon in development as a whole, and it's not particularly uncommon in wind farm development. Well,
with respect, Mr. Denny, you and I have done about the same number of public inquiries, and I think this is the second time I've come across it in nearly 20 years of doing public inquiries. Can I put it to you again? This is a rare thing.
It might be, Mr. Campbell, more because I both do public inquiries in Scotland, but also in England and Wales. Scotland is more sparsely populated than England, hence the Scotland being a place where a lot more wind energy has and can come forward. it's been relatively commonplace in England when wind farms are coming forward in England for that to occur, and that's probably why I said what I said to you.
The acquisition of not one, not two, but three properties in the Sanquhar Glen would suggest, would it not, that without those acquisitions, it might not have been possible to proceed with Sanquhar 2 in the form in which it's now presented.
I'm not certain whether that would be the case or not. Again, as I've said earlier, I don't ever give advice to clients directly on acceptability or unacceptability for the reasons I've explained, but I will advise clients on things that I think give rise to greater or lesser consenting risk in relation to their developments, and it may well have been a decision along those sorts of lines to do with improving the consenting potential for the site. But I don't know. I'm speculating. Really, I shouldn't speculate. So the answer really is I don't know.
Well, perhaps you shouldn't speculate. Let's just be clear, though. Are you telling the inquiry you don't know why these three properties were acquired?
I don't know the definitive reason. No, I advised the client, and the landscape architect who wrote the LVIA advised the client on where turbines were giving rise to which levels of effect and where the greater levels of effect were. And the client obviously was taking some of that advice on board, which obviously included also the dropping of the turbines in Ayrshire and the two within the RSA. Okay.
Let's not move on from the point, Mr. Denny, if we can just stay with it for a second. The acquisition of three properties, whether it's rare or unusual or indeed commonplace, would suggest, wouldn't it, that without those acquisitions, the client, as you call them, could not have proceeded. That would be the advice that you and the LVIA author would give him, I think.
No, I wouldn't give advice saying, if you don't do this, you can't proceed. I might say, here are the levels of effect that we are starting to see in relation to these landscape features, these visual effects, these residential properties, and the effects are greater or lesser in certain areas. And we might highlight where the greater burden of environmental effect is being felt. And we might say, well, you know, it's quite high here. It's getting towards some sort of threshold, maybe. Somebody might decide that this is not acceptable. You may need to consider whether we can reduce the impact on these properties. One thing might be to take turbines out of the scheme. Another thing might be to purchase the properties. Again, I'm speculating, but I'm just telling you the reasons why it may have happened. But my input can only be and was only on where the levels of environmental effects were occurring, and whether any of those I thought were substantial and maybe could be addressed by the client through some mechanism.
Yeah, you're the only landscape architect giving advice to the client at this stage of decision making. You seem to want all the power, but none of the responsibility.
No, well, I don't tell clients to buy properties. I don't get involved in decisions to do that. My expertise is in advising clients on where the landscape and visual effects are. The client decides whether they feel that they need to respond to that, or whether they feel actually that they don't need to, because again, their other advice is saying, well, no, we think this scheme in the round, considering the planning balance, is still the right scheme to take forward. And Mr. Denny might be concerned about X and Y, but we'll take his advice on this point, but we don't think we need to proceed on that other point. And so I merely provide my advice, but others take that advice into the mix and decide what decisions to make with it.
With respect, Mr. Denny, that isn't quite the way it works, is it? You are the person who has the authority and the experience to make a defined professional judgment about the level of impact on a particular residence. It must be highly unlikely, I would suggest, for your clients not to take the advice. So my question is, I don't want to make a speech, my question is, did you give them advice that Sanquhar 2, with these houses in private occupation, would be unlikely to succeed?
No, I don't think it went as far as that. I think the advice that I gave, both in relation to these properties, to the turbines in the RSA, and to the turbines in relation to East Ayrshire, was that they gave rise to a greater part of consenting risk in relation to this project than others, and that the client might want to take into account trying to do something about that level of consenting risk. If as I have done, and you're quite right, Mr. Campbell, I have on certain occasions said to a client, look, I absolutely and categorically think that the impact on this property would be overwhelming, overbearing. And if you take the scheme forward in the state that it is, when I sit in the witness box, I'm asked the question, I'll say yes, it is overwhelming, overbearing. I'll have to say that because that is my professional judgment. But sometimes something is moving up towards a significant effect, and maybe at the higher end of significant effect. I don't think it has reached that threshold of overwhelming, overbearing, and I'd be prepared professionally to say that I don't, even though there is a significant visual effect, it hasn't reached it. But I might say to the client, others may be, and in fact comes back to the point you made to me right at the beginning, Miss, others may be quite capable of taking a different view and a different judgment. And I think because of the level of effect, there may be some significant consenting risk associated with this that you may want to consider. And the advice at this case didn't go any higher than that.
And consenting risk arises from a level of impact, which is, on a professional view, greater than a decision maker might find tolerable.
I'd be advising that it might be getting towards that level.
Yeah.
Again,
answer's yes, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not definitive, Mr. Campbell, because as I've seen through my career, and you have, is that one reporter or inspector may find a particular effect unacceptable. A different reporter on a different day may not, because there's also matters of professional judgment with inspectors and reporters. So we can't second guess the decision maker.
Well, we have a set of rules. With respect, Mr. Denny, we have a set of rules which your profession has embodied in a set of guidelines. I'm holding them up now. A set of guidelines which you apply. Consenting risk means a risk of not getting consent, and that can arise from an excessive landscape or visual impact. I use the word excessive as a neutral word, and that's what's happened here, hasn't it?
Well, no, what's happened here is that certain turbines and certain effects in certain locations were significant and moving towards a high level of effect, where I would advise we may want to consider whether we can improve the scheme and do something about this, because it does take the burden of consenting risk in relation to this development. And those decisions were made. One of those decisions, obviously, by the client was to buy those 3 properties. Another decision was to remove the turbines in Ayrshire, and another decision was to remove the turbines from the RSA. But I only gave a certain level of advice. I wasn't the decision maker in relation to those things.
Well, I'm surprised at your shyness, Mr. Denny, with your authority that you have and you purport to have in presenting evidence for this scheme. We'll leave the matter just now and we come back to it. The effect of buying these houses is that they do not have occupants who might object to the scheme. In your professional opinion, does it make any difference to an objective evaluation of the impact of the scheme if houses are occupied, A, occupied by somebody else, B, owned by the developer, or C, left empty, eventually to deteriorate and rot? Sorry, let me just finish. What I would like to put to you is that this is a matter that should be judged objectively, and it shouldn't matter who the owner is.
In general, you're absolutely right, and I would always take that view. But if a property has ceased to be in residential use, then we wouldn't include it in the residential amenity study, because if we're told it is no longer in residential use, well, then there can't be an impact on the residential amenity. But all those other matters, I mean, if a property is rented, then we wouldn't make a difference between somebody renting a house and somebody owning a house in terms of their residential amenity.
Thank you. The house at Paul Gown has been renovated, apparently, according to my clients and on my instructions, by tradesmen instructed by your clients. And my clients will say in evidence that their information is that this house and possibly others are to be used as holiday lets. If that's right, and it's for the reporter to judge that at the end of the day, if that's right, then these 3 houses should form part of the assessment, should they not?
They would do if they were going to be used as holiday lets should the development proceed and during the lifetime of the development. But my understanding is that that if this scheme receives an approval, then at that point, these properties would cease to be in residential use.
Thank you.
That's again the landscape architect telling you something a bit outside of his expertise, but that's just my understanding.
Well, I don't think you need to be an expert to pass
No.
that on to me. You're part of the client's team, whether you like it or not, and no doubt you've got information that you can give us.
I pay attention to certain parts of the project more than I do to other parts.
Mr. Denny, I mean no offence, but do I believe you? Perhaps I might be entitled to be sceptical because I know you and I've seen you before. I know how attentive you are. 317, Mr. Denny, we're on page 13 now of your inquiry report. And I want to explore with you this question of overbearing and unattractive, which is a mantra which is repeated throughout your inquiry report in several places. I think the reporter probably knows about the Ennifer Downs case and Inspector Lavender's formulation, which of course was in the circumstances of that case and not as a test. I think the reporter also probably knows that that language doesn't find a place yet, at least in Scottish landscape assessment guidance. What I'd like to know from you is, please, how you get to a judgment that something is or is not overbearing and unattractive.
Overwhelming and overbearing, yes. It's
using adjectives which all come to the same thing, whether it's overwhelming and overbearing or overbearing and leading to unattractive.
Other inspectors and reporters have done the same analysis, but they've used things like unacceptably oppressive or some other language. But the language which has found favour has still come from, as you said, from Inspector Lavender, which is the overwhelming or overbearing, and that was taken up then by Inspector Jackson and so on, and has finally found its way through into decisions in Scotland and become the language of Scottish reporters and decisions quite frequently. Yes, I'd say quite frequently, yes. But basically, as I said earlier, it really started with deciding that, okay, so there's no right to a view in planning, but and we've got an identification of a significant change in a view in relation to turbines. There might be a point at which the nature of that significant effect, which goes beyond landscape and visual impact assessment and the requirements of EIA in that regard, but there might be some level of effect which it would not be in the public interest to allow to come about on people's residential amenity. And Inspector Lavender expressed that in these terms of when the turbines would become overwhelming and overbearing or oppressive on residential amenity.
May I, with respect, stop you? I know what the test says, and I know what Mr. Lavender said. David Lavender is a very experienced inspector, and I know exactly what he said in that case. What I asked you, I think, was how we get to this judgment.
It's a matter of professional judgment.
Okay. Could you pick up the GLVIA, please, which is sorry, would somebody remind me of the number of it?
It's CD 12007.
Thank you. I think it's lodged more than once.
Yeah,
Sir, do you have that to hand, sir? Yes.
Yes, thank you. I do.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested, Mr. Denny, in the passages which begin at page 38. And in this chapter, the authors are discussing the significance, the description of effects, and assessing the significance of those effects. At 326, they discuss agreed criteria, talking about sensitivity and magnitude, which we touched on yesterday. And at 39, we begin to look at the question of overall significance. On page 40, which is where I really want to be, the authors are talking about combining judgments. Now, you can't get away, I'm afraid, Mr. Denny, with simply saying it's a matter of professional judgment without explaining what indicators or criteria or features you put into the formation of judgment. If a judge has to decide a case or a jury has to decide a case,
Well, first of all, let's just disaggregate the two things. The LVIA in the EIA does express how considerations have led to a determination of whether an impact is significant or not. In fact,
I'm interested in you. I'm actually interested in you,
Yep.
not the LVIA.
Well, the LVIA is the author of whether or not the effects, A, first of all, are significant, and B, whether they're overwhelming, overbearing. But first of all, I read out 4 of them yesterday in regard to the 4 viewpoints, for example, where there's a disagreement between the council ourselves as to whether they're significant or not. And I read out the bits which were part of the judgment of the assessor, which led them to conclude that those moderate effects weren't significant. That's a different matter. The assessor has assessed that for 7 of the residential properties, there would be a significant effect. They've assessed what that level of the effect is, and in some cases major and significant. They then go on to say, they then go on to make a professional judgment as to whether they think that effect which they understand, the nature of that major effect, as to whether they think it's overwhelming, overbearing or not.
Can we get to that point, please? Can we get to that point? It's the judgment that something is overbearing and overwhelming, which I'm interested in.
Well,
not the judgment about significance.
I know. You started by taking me to text in GFL3 about significance. That was all. Unless that is a professional judgment, and that is what I need to say to the inquiries. That is done by the assessor standing and looking, having done all the assessments, having judged whether an effect is. They know the property, they've looked at it. In this case, they've been into most of those properties. They're standing there and they're thinking to themselves, do I think, in my experience and my judgment, this has reached a threshold where I would consider it overwhelming, overbearing or not, or don't I? And they make that judgment.
All right, I'll try one more time. There must be criteria which inform a professional judgment.
No,
that is axiomatic.
No, well, we don't set out that criteria because basically each judgment needs to be a standalone on the specifics of the thing that you've just assessed. If you start, when you're trying to set out criteria for this, they just become so generalized, they don't apply to each of the situations in which you find yourself. It's actually much better just to apply yourself on a property by property basis to what you've seen and what you've assessed and what you've understood, and bring your professional experience to bear. And that's how it's done.
Let me try and see if I can identify any criteria that you might include in the basket of considerations which would lead you to a view. And I suggest that proximity might be an obvious one.
Yes, and whether a turbine is significantly raised above a property and it appears to be looming above it, whether the position of the turbines and so that the movement of the blades might be considered to be particularly there will be things that assessor stands there and takes into consideration, but we don't draw up a specific list. We allow the assessor to bring their professional expertise to bear. But yes, some of those things would definitely be things that would be in the mind of the person making the judgment.
Well, I only mentioned proximity, but proximity and size both matter, don't they?
Well, of course, size would have fed into all of those things will have fed into the judgment of the significance in any event.
Movement will matter.
Yes, they're all come into the significance judgment in the first place.
Yeah. Color, perhaps.
That would all be part of the assessment in the first place. Yes.
Relationship to the house itself.
All part of the original RAS assessment.
Yes. So professional judgment in this instance is nothing more than a collection of obvious features from a particular, it doesn't have to be a wind farm, from a particular development, which bear on the receptor. And amongst those will be proximity, size, movement, color, positioning, all of those things that, as you rightly point out, which will inform your judgment.
Yes, and the judgment is I've taken all those things. If you're the assessor, you say, well, I've taken all those things into account and others, and I've come up with an assessment of a major or a major moderate and significant effect on visual amenity. And now I turn my mind to, do I think any of those things that I've looked at might give rise to that effect being overwhelming or overbearing or oppressively dominant on this house, or don't I? Do I think it's just a significant visual effect, a significant change in their view or views, or do I think it's gone somewhere beyond that? Do I think it's reached that level of argument that was expressed by Inspector Lavender and many more since? And indeed, you may be aware, I did an appeal at Burnt House in England in which I set out this test for the English Secretary of State, in which he agreed that that was the appropriate test to use. And so part of this residential amenity studies that we use kind of flowed from the synthesis of that. And it really is, it does boil down to taking the factors you've assessed in the residential amenity study that lead to your judgment of significance, and then taking that next mental step to decide, do you think that has gone beyond a threshold which one would reasonably describe as being overwhelming or overbearing on their residential amenity, or is it not? Does it just remain a significant change in their view?
Was a judgment about whether or not the development was overbearing and overwhelming made in this case before or after the design freeze?
It would have factored in to before the design freeze, because when we're undertaking, well,
if you don't know, just say so.
Yeah, well, I think the answer to that is probably the answer was no in terms of the original design freeze, and then possibly factors came about as we saw changes to the scheme, particularly after the objections. But no, I think to be in all honesty, I think I'm from memory, I don't think that occurred before the design freeze.
Thank you.
But I don't remember. I'm doing that from memory.
It would obviously factor into the concluded opinion, wouldn't it, if design freeze had been reached, because there are economic considerations associated with the design freeze.
Yes, I mean, normally we would undertake initial provisional LVIA work before design freeze. In most cases, all I'm saying to you is I can't remember exactly at which point those things happened, because it was quite a long time ago. It's about 4 years ago, I think, when we first.
Well, that's fair. That's fair enough, and I absolutely respect that. Sir, I wonder if you would just grant me 2 minutes. I'm in my office on my own today, and I have an important delivery of papers which has just arrived, and I need to go and sign for it. Otherwise, it'll be taken away again.
Please do, Mr. Campbell. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt my discussion in that way. Would you mind if I did that?
Yeah. Well, shall we stay on the call? Is that okay?
Yes. No, I mean 2 minutes. I really mean 2 minutes.
Brilliant. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No problem. Please do, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that I don't return to this point again, can we conclude that your answer to the question of how you reach a view about overbearing and overwhelming is one of professional judgment, and that you're not willing, I'm sure you're able, but you're not willing to tell me what the criteria are that go into professional judgment in each case beyond your experience?
Well, I am telling you, particularly whether the turbines are appearing so large in the view, their relationship to the property, particularly elevated above a property, how they appear in the landscape. Do they appear in the landscape, say, beyond the skyline, or do they appear to be marching down towards the property? Which parts of the property are affected? I mean, it may not be overwhelming on somebody's residential amenity if the primary views which were deemed to be significant were from by the compost heap and at the back of the garage, but it may be overwhelming or bearing on their residential amenity if it's from their sitting room, their conservatory, their terrace, the place where they sit out in the evenings. So all of these things in the round will be taken into account in that judgment. So I am prepared to tell you the things that an assessor would take into account. And they're having in their mind that they're looking to decide, would they think that these effects that they have assessed might reasonably be judged to be overwhelming or overbearing, or are they merely a significant change in the view? And they'll do that in the full knowledge that they have of the property, having just assessed it.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. In the inquiry report, in one or two places, you tell us that you either visited with Mr. David Bell or discussed a matter with him. What I'd like to know is whether his perception of this project, which will be different from yours, has influenced the decision about overbearing or
No,
overwhelming.
the decisions on overwhelming or overbearing were made before I visited the properties, Mr. Bell. I've worked with Mr. Bell on a number of occasions, and I know what he likes to do. What I like to do is, because he's got to take forward the effects that I have assessed into the planning balance, I always think it's fair on him, and he thinks it's better for him to have the knowledge to come out with me on a site visit. We go to all the places where I've identified the significant effects, or whether I've looked at the residential properties, and I show him what we've assessed and what conclusions we've come to, and he and I will talk about it as we walk around. And it's really an informative for him to make sure that he fully understands and knows what he's taking forward into the planning balance. And then he can ask me about that. I mean, and if I'd said something that wasn't overwhelming and he looked at it and thought, oh, are you sure, Brian? And then I'd explain to him why we'd come to our judgment, and he'd say, okay, yep, okay, I can see that. So he and I have done that on a number of occasions on inquiries, and we did so on this occasion, 2 occasions actually.
Thank you. Could we move on then to look at 327? This is a brief question about aviation lighting, just to be sure that I understand your position. You say there'd be no significant effects during low light levels in relation to visual receptors other than the 7 properties where a significant effect was identified in relation to daytime. So can we understand from that both at night and in the daytime there are judged to be significant effects on these 7 properties?
Yes, there are 7 daytime significant effects, and the lighting effects would also be significant.
Thank you.
Where those lights are visible, and they're different, obviously, between properties. So now, there's no, in effect, there's no new significant effects.
Okay. Let's look at 333 and 34, in which you enter the realms, if I may say so, somewhat of speculation, putting Yukon Head wind farm into the baseline. Now, Yukon Head is not in the baseline, is it?
No, but it's not in the baseline as a scheme which is already constructed. But of course, in the cumulative impact assessment, we had to take it into account as it came into planning, as a scheme that's in planning. So the way that, and I'm not 100% happy with it, but it's the way that SNH have set up cumulative impact assessment. What you then do is you put those schemes that are in planning into the baseline
I
as
know
if
how it
they
works. It's
as
all
if
right.
they've
I know
been
how it works.
constructed. And then we measure the additional effect of Sanquhar 2 against that baseline. And basically what that is saying is that if Yukonhead was actually there, because it would be sometimes in the foreground or lying between properties and Sanquhar, it would change your assessment of the impact of Sanquhar, bringing Sanquhar into that baseline. So, for example, from Striding Arches, you would actually be looking through the extremely close Yukonhead turbines to see the Sanquhar turbines beyond them, which would actually reduce the impact of the Sanquhar turbines on that view, because it would already be very substantially characterized by turbines of Yukonhead, for example.
And the reverse would be true, looking from another direction, wouldn't it? If Sanquhar 2 were built and Yukonhead came along.
Yes, there could be a viewpoint in which
Yeah.
it's just hypothetically, in which you saw Yukonhead behind Sanquhar. If the assessment of Sanquhar had not been significant, say it was moderate, not significant, and then Yukonhead comes along, Yukonhead then provides additional effect, and then the effect on that one could, for example, be now it is a combined cumulative significant effect. Yes, you're right, that could occur.
I'm just wondering what you want Mr. Warren to take from this. You say at 336, the top of page 17, there would therefore be no potential for visual effects to arise from Sanquhar 2 in relation to that property, that's Polskirch, should the Yukonhead scheme be consented and form part of the baseline.
Well, that's only because I'd been informed as an involved property of Yukonhead that the same thing would happen, that it would no longer be a residential property if Yukonhead was constructed.
All right, well, you don't say that here, but
No.
that's fine.
Mm.
Okay.
It's the same point as we
Now-
discussed in the other relation to the other
All right,
properties.
that's fine, that's fine. I want to go to 4.4, just to ask you a question, please, about the southern uplands. Middle of 4.4, the southern uplands landscape already successfully accommodates other wind energy development, and this scheme would be in keeping with that same approach. I'm not sure what that same approach is, except that there are wind farms in the southern uplands.
Well, it's the fact that the character and characteristics of the southern uplands is one which is capable of receiving wind farm development, has all the right characteristics, both in terms of topographically and geographically, but also, of course, in terms of wind speeds and so forth. It's also this area of the southern uplands has attracted those wind farms because its characteristics are right for the development of a wind farm. And also a wind farm pattern has started to develop in this area. So there is already in effect a precedent for the acceptability of wind farms in this landscape. So that would draw other developers to look for sites potentially in this area for which that precedent has been set.
The southern uplands is not a homogeneous landscape, is it? It's
No, it's
widely
not.
varying.
It's widely varying.
Yeah, okay. And where wind farms have been accommodated, they've very often been controversial.
In some cases, they have been controversial, but still approved, which means that this is back to this, it's not all about landscape and visual effect, it's about the planning balance. Some of those schemes may have had controversial landscape and visual effects, but nonetheless, they were still considered to be acceptable when the balance was looked at.
Well, I'm not going to take the day up with discussing the southern uplands with you. You'll be glad to hear. As long as we can agree that it's not a homogeneous landscape, which is intrinsically, sorry, let me finish, intrinsically suitable for wind farm development.
No, and indeed, the character and characteristics of it and its subtypes are set out in the capacity study as to where the greater or lesser degree of opportunity for wind energy development lies, and we discussed that yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Do you say that because there are wind farms developed, constructed, and operating within the southern uplands as a whole, that gives some support to Sanquhar 2? Or is it simply let me finish, sorry. Or is it simply an observation which you make about the larger scale surrounding landscape?
It's an observation about the suitability of that landscape to receive wind farms, because the decision to approve the many wind farms that have been approved in the southern uplands is a validation of its characteristics being suitable for wind energy development.
Okay, I get that. How do you react then to the suggestion made by my clients, or some of them, that what we have here is in effect sui generis because it is so much bigger and so much more extensive than anything else in the southern uplands?
That is correct. I think it will be the largest wind farm in this particular area of the southern uplands. But of course, I talked yesterday about how the wind farm pattern had come about organically over time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we've got everything from the relatively smaller turbines, the older turbines at Hare Hill, moving through the different ways in which wind energy development has changed, and turbine sizes and scales have changed, efficiencies have changed. And you see that pattern emerging as new wind farms come forward. This is just the next step. And if you look across Scotland now, almost all of the applications that are coming forward for wind energy development are turbines between 175 and 200 meters, because that's where the technology has got to. So this is just part of that process over time of that organic development of wind farms coming forward.
But it's not part of a process, is it? It's the first. And there are no others in the southern upland area which correspond to this. This is can we agree this is a project which is 60% taller and 5 times greater in number than 20 Shilling?
Yes, that's correct. But I mean, it will be the largest wind farm in terms of height and numbers of turbines in either 19 or 19A. But of course, just not very far away from Sanquhar, of course, is the Lethans wind farm, which you know is of a similar scale and has been approved by the Scottish ministers. And that literally is not very far away at all from this development.
Okay, Whiteside Hill, which is referred to by you, 66% taller, 4 times greater in numbers than Whiteside Hill. I'm looking for some kind of congruity between this proposed wind farm and its nearest neighbours, and I'm not finding it.
No, I don't think it's been designed. It's not been designed to use the efficiency and technology of turbines from the past. It's a scheme which is looking to deploy the scale and type of turbines which developers are now seeking to deploy in Scotland because of factors, again, I'm afraid beyond my expertise, but you would understand, and I see from the schemes I'm working on. I don't have a scheme at the moment where the turbines that the developer wants to bring forward are less than 175, and I have a number elsewhere in Scotland where they're 200. That is now where the technology and developments have got to, and clients and developers are bringing forward schemes of that nature. Lethans, as I say, being one example of that.
Yes, I'm not sure how that helps you here, though, because if you're looking to say that Sanquhar 2 can fit comfortably in its receiving landscape, and you point to its neighbours as assisting that proposition, then in fact it doesn't. It is very much bigger and very much more distinctive. I mean, it's rather like putting a tower block in the middle of a housing estate. There just is no congruity at all, apart from the fact that they're all wind farms.
Well, to use your analogy, I don't think it's that. If you were to use your analogy, you might say we have a landscape with some tower blocks in it, but somebody's decided to come forward and seek permission for a tower block which is taller than the ones that have previously been permitted. But nonetheless, it's still a part of the town where people have decided that developing tower blocks is part of how the development pattern is developing.
But
So yes, I agree with you, and I don't make any bones about it. This is a big scheme with a large number of turbines, and they're 200 meters tall. That's why I've been at pains to say, well, I've reported as accurately, or the LVIA assessor, and I agree with it, has reported as accurate as possible what the level of effect this big scheme brings about, both cumulatively and on a solar basis. And therefore, it's for the planning balance to decide is that level of effects acceptable when you take into account the benefits of the scheme, and part of the benefits is it's a large generator.
Well, no doubt we'll hear elsewhere how large, but with respect, it's not like one tower block being matched by bigger ones down the road. 60% increase is huge.
Yes, and
if you're only talking about 5 or 10 meters, I wouldn't be arguing with you, but 60%, 66% bigger than neighbours is, with respect, disproportionate for this landscape.
Well, only if the effects that gives rise to are deemed to give rise to a range of significant effects which can't be met in the planning balance. If that gives rise to a range of effects which can be met in the planning balance, then it's a suitable scheme.
The difficulty for receptors is this, Mr. Denny. You have a project of these very significantly larger proportions and presumably significantly larger generation capacity, and you want to put them in a landscape where there are either no turbines or there are turbines of a much smaller dimension. And you're still able to say it's not overwhelming, it's not overbearing. You still say it fits with its neighbors. You still say, for example, 4.9, the scheme would not be contrary to local distinctiveness, particularly considering the existing wind energy which is already located in this part of the landscape, including Sanquhar, the existing Sanquhar, and Whiteside Hill. So you are equiparating this project with existing wind farms and existing capacity in this landscape. And what I'm trying to get to is, with respect, it's not, you're not able to do that. It is disproportionately larger with disproportionately greater effect.
And much greater energy generation. And what I'm saying is that where you'd be seeing Sanquhar, albeit a bigger scheme with taller turbines, you're still seeing it in a landscape in which you already see wind farm development. So you're not putting it into a landscape where it's the first wind farm and it's changing the character of that landscape very significantly. What I'm saying is you're placing this wind farm into a landscape in association with other wind farms where it's seen in conjunction with those wind farms, and that has a bearing on how one assesses the effects.
I'm very sorry, but that isn't how I read 4.9. The scheme would not be contrary to local distinctiveness, particularly considering the existing wind energy, which is, I think, probably
Yes, because
there's a word missing there, perhaps, wind energy projects,
yes.
which are already located, including existing neighbours. Anyway, I see your point. I mean,
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, and we can probably agree to differ about it. I don't want
Yeah,
to
well,
take up the inquiry's time
I've
more.
had this discussion many times, both with SNH and also even with members of the consenting unit, because the situation is that there's a lot of wind energy deployed in Scotland. Most of the sites which you might say were the most obvious and the best sites to accommodate wind energy development have already got wind farms on them. And it's recognised that as Scotland brings forward the new technologies and the new typographies of turbines, they're going to have to be accommodated in those landscapes very largely where earlier schemes were consented with lower tip heights. And the fact that earlier schemes were consented in these suitable receiving landscapes can't be a reason for Scotland not to be able to deploy larger topography turbines. So it has to come back to an assessment of the levels of effect, whether they're acceptable or not in the planning balance. But it can't merely be a matter of judgment that says this scheme doesn't match the tip heights of something that we approved 15 years ago, so therefore you can't have your wind energy development, because Scotland would suddenly fail to meet all its targets for renewables if that became what your criteria was.
So it's down to planning, not down to landscape acceptability, is it?
Well, there's no such thing as landscape acceptability. The landscape impact assessment assesses the effects, and the effects of a big scheme will be some fairly substantial, significant effects as identified within the LVIA. They're taken forward into the planning balance, and that's when the decision as to whether it actually is an acceptable scheme or not an acceptable scheme in its landscape is made.
Right. The project which you're promoting, Mr. Denny, is, how shall I put this? For the objective to be achieved, which you have outlined in your last answer, there is a price to be paid by the receiving landscape and the receptors, particularly those in the immediate proximity.
Yes,
Do you agree with that?
that is always, I do agree with it. It's always the case in all development that there will be adverse effects. And if the decision is made that the benefits still outweigh those adverse effects, there will be those adverse effects in the landscape.
And the judgment about those adverse effects is one which is certainly capable of being made by you acting for the developer, but it's also one that is capable of being made by the receiving local authority and also by those who live and are members or inhabitants rather of the host landscape.
Yes, everyone will make their own conclusions about what they think the effects are and the level of effects. I try to do it as a professional landscape architect within the bounds of best practice guidance. Others may take a more a different view, maybe what we might call a gut reaction, or just how they feel about it. But everyone has a right to report to the reporter their feeling about the effects. My job really is to try and to give the reporter advice and guidance in relation to the level, the basket of effects to take forward into that planning balance, using best practice guidance to keep it as a structured approach to doing that. So I have a non-emotional approach to it, and try to keep it to that.
Well, I see that, but you know, you've presumably read my clients' recognitions, and I think you'll agree that by and large their approach is pretty non-emotional as well, in the sense that they're able to evaluate the landscape where they live in quite a dispassionate and thorough way.
Yes, I think so. I think the arguments have been well articulated.
Thank you. Let's talk about lighting. Could we move to 453? Now, in this part of the document, you're talking about reason for objection number 6. That's the council's reason for objection number 6. And I'm sorry, before I get to 453, could I ask you to look at 443, just to stay in order? Have you got that?
Yes, Polskioch.
Thank you. Reading from the last line on page 30, these illustrate that the Sanquhar 2 turbines would be theoretically visible in views to the west, north, and east. Why theoretically, Mr. Denny? Surely we know, or do we not know?
No, when you first produce wire lines, there's no vegetation on the wire lines. So the first assessment is, well, on a bare ground analysis,
Yes.
which turbines are in play, which can be seen. Basically, it's telling you what can't be seen. Then obviously you take that wire line out with you on site and see what the actual on-site situation is when you bring factors such as woodland and forestry and other things into play. So it's a bare ground analysis.
Yes, okay, I understand that. So theoretically visible means bare ground analysis.
Yes.
Now, we have a photo montage, I think, for Polskirch, and there is vegetation screening. Vegetation, of course, can be removed. The photographs taken at Polskirch were taken behind bushes and behind trees. We'll hear Ms. Coulthart about that later on.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, they were taken to represent as close as possible views from the property. If you go beyond the property and beyond its curtilage to a point where you could best see the turbines, then you've moved away from assessing views on the property back to assessing some other form of residential amenity, say somebody walking on a path or some other such thing. So that they're done to try to give useful guidance to help the assessor in relation to assessing views on the property.
There's no point in taking a picture of the likely position of the turbines from behind a tree, is there?
Well, there is if those trees lie between the property and the turbines.
Isn't that deceptive?
I don't know what you mean by isn't that
Well,
deceptive.
I mean, people move about their properties. They don't sit in one place.
No,
They
of
don't
course.
stand in one place. They move about.
You'll see that the assessment takes into account the whole of the curtilage of the property.
Well, we'll just wait and see what Ms. Coulthart has to say about that. I directed you earlier to 453, and I was talking about I was going to ask you to talk about visible aviation lighting. Let me just understand. Are you saying here that Polskirch will only see 7 lights, but that the view of those lights would be occluded by intervening vegetation?
Yes.
Now, of course, you don't know where Ms. Coulthart's study is, do you? Or you don't know what her eye line is from where she works or lives or what she does in her house because you haven't been in it?
I haven't been in it, no. The assessor, again, because we didn't have, we had access to certain properties, but not all. The assessor then has to make the best judgments they can from publicly accessible vantage points in order to provide the information and inform the inquiry. But they can't go beyond what they can do from publicly accessible vantage points if access is not provided.
Right, I understand that. 455, again, we're back to overbearing. If the vegetation was not there, would it be overbearing and make the place an unattractive place in which to live?
I don't know. It would certainly increase the level of effect. Yeah. I'd have to actually be there and taking into account factors that I can't do by sitting here in front of my laptop. But clearly, if the vegetation wasn't there, then more turbines would be more clearly visible. Then but the assessment anyway, as you'll see, says in the LVIA, it's a worst case assessment, assuming no screening from some of the vegetation in any event.
Well, it doesn't say that here. It says
No.
Taking into account its setting in terms of the presence of mature vegetation.
Yeah, but no, clearly you're correct. If the vegetation wasn't there, then some of the mitigating screening of those turbines would be removed and the level of effect would increase.
Yeah. And so the conclusion depends on the presence of vegetation.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's a bit like saying if you've got a barn in the way and somebody said, well, actually, we're going to demolish the barn, then it would open up a view that you otherwise wouldn't have. I mean, it's only about what can you see and what can't you see.
Moving on, can we look at now chapter 5 of your inquiry report? Sir, I'm conscious that I've been a little bit over my hour. I think I might be half an hour longer, but not much longer than that.
Okay, well, I think, Mr. Campbell, if you're going to be a further half an hour, would now be a good opportunity for a short break?
Anything that suits you, sir. Yes, anything that suits you.
I think, yeah, no, let's have a break. Let's have a break now until 11 o'clock, and we'll resume then. And then what I would then suggest is if you have a further half an hour or thereabouts, Mr. Campbell, we wouldn't then have a further break before Mr. Mundell asks his questions. We would just continue straight through. So, okay, can we all return at 11 a.m., please? And again, Mr. Armstrong, please.
Sorry, I've been informed that in the building that a number of us are in, there will be a fire alarm at 11 o'clock for about 20 seconds. So perhaps if we made it 1 minute past 11 that we return.
We can wait till we hear the bell and stop ringing. That can be our sign to start. That's fine, Mr. Armstrong.
I'm obliged, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'll see you all at 11 or 11:01. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm obliged.
Oh, Mr. Armstrong, has the bell sounded?
After all of that, they decided not to have the alarm because of the inquiry, and instead they were doing a site inspection instead. So the alarm is off.
We are privileged. Okay, many thanks, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Campbell, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Hello again, Mr. Denny.
Hello.
Still good morning, I think. Yeah, 5.4, please. We're on page 41 now. However, beyond the residents of these properties, the number of receptors likely to be present in the Shingle and Scar valleys during the period where the aviation lighting was visible is likely to be highly limited. Leaving aside the residents who we know about, why does that matter?
Just an informative as to is this affecting a large number of receptors or a small number of receptors? Doesn't change the assessment, because the assessment will be the same whether there's one receptor or 212 receptors, but it is a matter for consideration by the reporter as to know, well, how many receptors are being affected by effects that are reported.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know what you meant. In 5.5, in the last sentence, you say, notwithstanding this, the effects of the nighttime lighting was fully considered as part of the assessment of the impacts on residential properties. And I've written here in my margin, where was it fully considered? What kind of lighting did you fully consider?
2,000 candela lights on the turbines, and then the mitigation.
And is that in your inquiry report or somewhere else?
Well, it's in the lighting, aviation lighting study in the landscape visual impact assessment.
Okay, thank you. Good. We don't need to go there today, I don't think. Come back to Ms. Coulthard's. Yeah. You move on to page 47 to 526. Sorry, 527. This reduction in effects during the period when the aviation lights were visible would be of note, with all but one of the properties now having no more than 3 lit turbines. So that's a simple numerical deduction, is it?
Yes, both in terms of the number of turbines and the level of effect.
Yeah. And Polskirch has 7 lit turbines visible, doesn't it?
Yes.
Leaving aside the...
Yes, it's the all but one, yes.
It's the all but one, and leaving aside the presence of the trees or vegetation or other vegetation. I'd like to turn now to the 3 components of my client's case: Afton Glen, the Scar Valley, and the Shingle Valley, Shingle Glen. Could we look first of all at the Afton Valley? And I'm afraid you might need to get out a couple of documents here. Can we first of all look at CD 004.005, Volume 2, Figure 4?
Which document is that?
That is the CZTV.
Oh, ZTV.
Yeah. And I can't find what I'm looking for, which is
No,
really
I can't lay my hand on it at the moment either.
CD 004-005, Volume 2, Figure 4.
Well, I have a ZTV in front of me, if that's sufficient for your question.
Well, we'll see if it is or not.
Yeah.
Can we agree, looking at this CZTV, that the whole of Afton Glen will see some turbines from the project? Afton Glen, of course, lying to the west and slightly to the west of the project, with visibility of
Well,
5 turbines, I think, from the head of the glen.
yes, but this is a ZTV at a fairly broad scale. You could move down through the levels of ZTV. What you could see, for example, in the photo montage of the view from Afton Reservoir, there are no turbines visible. So clearly, with a more refined ZTV, as you move down through the levels, there are clearly places within the Afton Glen for which turbines are not visible, particularly with the removal of the turbines that were removed from the Ayrshire area.
That answer must mean that this ZTV is not accurate.
No, it's at a relatively large scale. It goes out to beyond 35 kilometers.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't actually put in the pixels for the places where you can and can't see. So
well, I've got it magnified on my screen at 800%.
Yeah.
And I can see that the yellow area, which donates visibility of 1 to 11 turbines, covers the entire Afton Glen and reservoir, not quite the entire reservoir, but certainly the residences of my clients, Mr. Liggett and Mr. and Mrs. Liggett and Mr. and Mrs. Many.
just give me one moment, because I've got a cable trailing behind my headphones. But for example, if you look at viewpoint 14 from Glen Afton Reservoir.
Thank you. I'm coming to that, if I may.
Well, that's just an example, therefore, of where now, with removal of turbines within East Ayrshire, there is a location clearly there where no turbines are visible.
There's quite a problem, isn't there, with viewpoint 14? It's taken from 1.6 miles north of the nearest residence.
Yes, well, that was not done as a residential amenity visualization, but one of the visualizations reflecting people traveling up the glen in the vicinity of the reservoir.
Well, let's cut to the chase. There are 7 dwellings up that road, including Craig Cottage, Craig Steading. I think the farm is called Craigarach, and there are 4 former waterboard houses. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it correct that there is no photomontage or wireframe from any of those residences?
No, because we got to a point of removing turbines in relation to the ongoing iterative process, and I had lengthy meetings and discussions both with the consenting unit and with East Ayrshire Council, and we got to a position where it was considered that with the removal of the turbines that we removed, both East Ayrshire Council and Ironside Farrar, their landscape consultants, and I had meetings with their landscape architect about this, were able to conclude that if those turbines were removed, they could take it back to committee on the basis there would no longer be an issue that they would have with regard to residential amenity, and that remains the position.
That wasn't my. Forgive me.
Well,
that wasn't my question.
Well, that was the reason for us not going on then to provide further wireframes or visualizations.
I know what the reason was, and you make it clear in your report what the reason was. What I asked you was, is it the case that there is no photomontage or wireframe available for any of those 7 houses?
No, not the ones you just read out to me.
Can you explain why that should be?
Because it was a part of a design, an ongoing iterative process, and once we got to the position of our agreement, my agreement with East Ayrshire Council, it was not felt necessary to do so, because we felt that we had adequately addressed the issue.
Well, it's pretty sloppy practice, isn't it, not to have any assessment at all of 7 houses when there are only 10 or 12 houses in all within 2 kilometres?
Well, we were carrying out assessment work, which is why we were having the ongoing discussions with East Ayrshire Council.
But you weren't, Mr. Denny, you weren't carrying out any assessment work at all from any of these houses. And these people are the receptors of turbines. I think it's 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, which are the westmost turbines on the revised scheme.
Well, I have to disagree. We were undertaking assessment work within the Afton Valley, and it's because we were undertaking that work, we needed to have those discussions with East Ayrshire and come to a solution as to how East Ayrshire were going to have an objection.
Yeah, I'm
and
not really interested. Tell you the truth, I'm not really interested in East Ayrshire.
Yeah.
I'm interested in my clients' homes.
Yes.
And there are 7 of them in this location, up and down the Afton Valley, some higher level than others, all with a view round is it called Black Craig, which will allow them to see certain turbines.
Well,
And yet we have no representation of that at all.
Well, there is assessment on the properties at the head of the valley. I've been there myself. I've been myself on several occasions and seen it for myself, for example. And I've been there with the assessor who wrote the assessment.
And how many turbines will they see?
Oh, it's set. It's not a memory test. It's set out in detail in the residential visual amenity study.
Right. The only relevant photomontage for the Afton Valley is viewpoint 14. Sorry, not photomontage. Photograph.
Yes.
Is viewpoint 14.
I think in the revised RAS, there is another one. Yes, that's the photograph that was used for a representative viewpoint of the Afton Valley.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Mm-hmm. And it's not representative of the location of any house, is it?
No, it's not.
No, it's 1.6 miles northwards from any house.
Yes, it was one that was chosen to be best representative of views within the Afton Valley.
Well,
but it can't be all views within the Afton Valley, but it's representative of views in the Afton Valley, and it's taken from a particular location chosen in close proximity to the reservoir.
Well, you've spent a lot of time and trouble on Paulskirch. You've spent a lot of time and trouble on the houses in the Scar Glen. You've spent a lot of time and trouble on Shinnell Head. The houses in Afton Valley have all been ignored because there is no assessment.
Well, they haven't been ignored. In fact, they haven't been ignored. And the reason they haven't been ignored is because of the ongoing assessment work that was taking place, both with the landscape architect who was writing the LVIA and starting that assessment process, and with myself going to the Afton Valley on several occasions and having lots of meetings with East Ayrshire Council. We were taking into account the impact the turbines would have on the Afton Valley and the properties in the Afton Valley, and we were seeking to do something about it. It was on my advice that we dropped the turbines that we dropped out of the scheme. That's what I can categorically tell you.
Could we look at viewpoint 14, please, and get it on our screens? It has 3 pages. We got it?
Yes, I had it a moment ago.
You had it a moment ago.
Yes.
Does that mean you don't have it now, or you do have it now?
No, I do have it now because I brought it to your attention a moment ago, so I already had it in my possession.
Right. Okay, so we're looking at the top letterbox photograph. We see the shoulder of Black Craig Hill coming down from upper left down into the center of the photograph, don't we?
Yes, we do.
And if we're on the road, Mr. Denny, and we proceed southwards towards the summit, you can see we come to a little belt of trees, don't we?
Yes, we do.
And past that belt of trees, if we look to the left, we will see turbines along the ridge.
There is the possibility of seeing turbines along the ridge as you move down and around the corner of that valley, yes.
It's not a possibility, is it? It's a racing certainty that you will see turbines on that ridge.
Yes, depending on your location, yes.
Well, I put you on the road, theoretically.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Put you on the road. It
Yes.
doesn't matter whether you're cycling or walking or in a car.
Yes.
If you look round the corner of Black Craig Hill, you will see turbines, will you not?
You will.
Yeah. And in this photograph, there are no houses. So we can say, can't we, that the houses are beyond the belt of trees we see in the center of the photograph.
They are, yes.
Yeah.
The reason for
and,
this photograph being in this location is this is where the previous turbines, before turbines were removed, were most prominent.
yes, I know that, and they've been removed from the scheme, but it hasn't removed the effect of those and the remaining turbines from the houses.
No, it hasn't. It reduced it significantly.
Well, I wouldn't have said it's reduced it from 9 turbines to 5. Would you say
Not
that was
all.
significant?
Yes.
Right, let me ask you another question. In relation to any of these 7 houses, is there any written assessment of sensitivity or magnitude or significance?
No, because we had reached a position with East Ayrshire Council where they considered that they didn't have an issue with residential amenity in relation to these properties, then we didn't need to proceed further on that basis.
Yeah. Why is East Ayrshire Council, which is after all only a local authority, why is it more concerned or of more concern to you than the people who live there?
Well, it's not, but we're basically trying to get a scheme which we think is appropriate and which would be consentable. And if East Ayrshire Council say to us, do you know what, if you make those changes to the scheme, we no longer have a problem with it, we think it's okay, then that's, as far as we're concerned, a good position for us and our client to be in, because we've done the amelioration, the mitigation necessary to get to that position to reduce the effects on those properties and on Afton Glen to a level which was deemed acceptable by the council.
Or putting it another way, you've done a deal to persuade East Ayrshire not to object and avoid a public inquiry.
No, it's not a deal. It's looking at the significant effects that might arise and trying to mitigate them appropriately. And
this was a carefully designed wind farm, according to you. East Ayrshire objected. As you know, if local authorities object, then there must be a public inquiry. Withdraw the objection, good chance there's no public inquiry. That was the deal. Wasn't it?
No, there's no the word deal doesn't crop up. We would like to have done exactly the same thing with Dumfries and Galloway Council as well, because we wanted to have a proper and appropriate negotiation with both councils to say, well, look, you've seen the scheme, you find certain aspects of it troublesome and troublesome to a degree that you feel that you would need to object. Can we talk about how we might be able to modify the scheme in such a way as you might feel able to get to a position where you consider the scheme to be acceptable? Because that's where we'd like to be as well. We want this to be an acceptable scheme. And I was able to have much more fruitful discussions in that regard with East Ayrshire than I was with Dumfries and Galloway. And I did have very helpful, and East Ayrshire Council worked with me very well. They allowed their landscape consultants to come and discuss with me what their concerns were, and that enabled me to seek a solution, a mitigation proposal, which would improve the situation. And we did that. I think that's good practice.
There were no such discussions with the people who live here, were there?
I haven't had individual discussions with individual people about the application, no.
In any part of the scheme?
No, it's not my my way of dealing with a landscape scheme to go and individually talk to residential properties and say, how would you like me to change this scheme? I do assess the effects on those people, and I do try to take any of their concerns that I see into account.
Yes, but these people are not just inanimate objects. They've all got a view. They live in a rural area. They've got a view about the rural area in which they live. And so far as I can see, they're all intelligent people. What would be wrong with asking them what their view is?
Well, I think their view is made plain, that they make representations just like East Ayrshire Council and Dumfries and Galloway Council, and those can be seen and taken into consideration by us.
Yes, but ordinary people are not worth talking to. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. In fact, it's normally our practice, and we've done this in relation to other properties, is to ask the residents whether we can actually come to their homes and see the effect from their homes. And indeed, the landscape architect who wrote the LVIA did go to a number of these properties with the very kind permission of the owners, and was able to see for herself the effects that they see. And indeed, when I visit properties, I always say to the owner, don't worry about where I want to go. I'll go where I want to go later on with your permission. But first of all, take me to all the places that concern you the most and the views that concern you the most, and the ones that would have the greatest impact on your residential community. Show them to me so I can take them into consideration. And that's what my team also does, because I've instilled in with them that that's the way they must approach it.
It hasn't been done in this case, has it?
Well, it hasn't been done for the visits to specifically to these properties, because we felt that we had mitigated for those effects before we got to that stage.
So you formed a judgment without speaking to people.
Well, I didn't form a judgment, but the author of the LVIA formed a judgment on the basis of the assessment work that she had undertaken.
Is that person an employee of Pegasus?
Somebody who was an employee of Pegasus, yes.
Or, and you're
Now
a director. You're a director of Pegasus.
I am, yes.
Yeah. So you have, if I may put it this way, corporate responsibility for the work.
Well, I'm not a director in that sense, actually. I'm not a shareholding owner, but so I have director as a title, but not as an owner.
Are you a corporate official of Pegasus?
No, I'm not.
But you have authority.
I'm an employee. I'm an employee.
Yeah, but you lead a team, don't you?
I lead a team, but I'm an employee. I'm not a director as you would have it under the any of the acts relating to directors and being members of boards, etc. I'm an employee, just like the rest of my team.
All right. I'd like to turn now to the Garglen, please, and I would like you to look at one more document you'll be relieved to hear, and that's CD 456 in volume 4.
This is the visualization from Sanquhar.
That's right.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't find it now. We'll not bother about that. Just tell me, please, in the length of Scar Glen, how many turbines or parts of turbines will be visible?
I think it ranges between 4 to 5 and up to 7 from memory, but I'd have to check each individual visualization. But it's in that nature. I mean, there's, for example, there's 5 are visible from Sanquhar.
Right. I've got the document now. Sorry, I didn't have it there earlier on. If you could turn that up, please, CD 56, Volume 4, Appendix 7. You got that?
Yes, this is the Sanquhar visualization.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Just to help the reporter, what's the house that we can see in the view?
Oh, goodness me, I'll have to check the way in which they move along the valley. Is that looking towards Polgorn? I'd have to work my way along the ordnance survey map,
okay,
but
all
the
right.
angle of view, it's looking as though we're looking towards the White Polgorn property.
Polgorn, right.
Yeah, Polgorn, if I got the pronunciation wrong, but I'd have to do some checking on the OS and angle of view to clarify.
And looking at the montage, which is the third page, there are 4 turbines, 4 blades rather, and one part of one tower at the head of the valley. Is that correct?
Well, there's 3 hubs visible and two turbines visible only with blade tip.
2 blades, yeah.
Yeah.
So that is a view which you would get perhaps intermittently, but you'd get it for the whole length of driving up the valley.
You would get changes to that view because as you move, as the angle of view moves as you move along the road, some of those blade tips will go out of view. For example, that the blade tip just to the right to the 3 of the hubs would go out of view, but you might get a little bit more of the hub come into view on the others. It's a changing position as you move along the road. Okay. But yes, you're correct. There will be views of the turbines as you move along in different proportions.
Now, a couple of questions quickly about Shingle Head and Shingle Valley. I think you tell us you've been there and you've been there with Mr. Bell.
Yes. I've been there on many previous occasions as well.
Indeed. And you've concluded that the turbines that can be seen, how many can be seen from the house?
Oh, goodness me. Which property are we back on to again?
Shingle Head.
I'd have to look it up in the residential visual amenity study.
Well,
I know that there is There's a significant effect identified
Yes,
from
and
the turbines visible.
six
The
or
exact
seven
number is it? The exact number, I think it's 6 or 7 is in the RAS.
6 or 7, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't turned it up, but I know for a fact that it's a significant visual effect that's been recorded.
The nearest of those is 900 meters, which is closer, I think, than any other.
928, I think.
Yeah.
From memory.
How do you conclude that those turbines are not overbearing?
It's because of the nature of the view, where the turbine is located, the topography, and what can be seen of that turbine, which you can see in the information. But distance isn't the only factor. I mean, if a 200-meter turbine was 900 meters from a property on a flat level playing field with no intervening vegetation, I very well might come to the conclusion it might be overwhelming overbearing. But because of where the turbine is located and because of the landform and topography, and it being situated behind that steeply rising valley sides, then what is visible is does not have the same effect.
Mr. Denny, the turbines which are visible from Shingle Head are all on the ridge overlooking Shingle Head. And whilst it may not be possible to see all of every tower, it is possible to see all of every turbine in that number 6 or 7. I can't remember which it is.
Yes, and I think,
I struggle with your logic. Not only are they the nearest being 928 meters, but they are a couple of hundred meters higher than a flat level. And I would suggest to you that that can only be described as overbearing.
No, I don't agree. They're not seen as being in this landscape where I am. They're seen as being in that landscape over there. And that makes a big difference in terms of your perception. They're not marching down the hillside towards the property. They're not looming above the property in that sense. They're quite clearly seen being in the landscape beyond that visible horizon.
On the ridge, which is the horizon.
Well, some of the turbines appear just behind the ridge.
Right, let's look at volume 2, can we? The LVI figures, and find figure 6.23.
Do you have a core document number for that?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Right.
Let me just see if I can find it. It's in the original environmental statement.
Is it the July 20 or 2021 if you're saying the original statement?
It's 26 September 2018.
I don't have 2018 here. I have 2020 and 2021.
All right. In that case, I'll just leave it and we can take it from the witness later on. One further matter, I think the 20 Shilling Hill wind farm, there seems to be some dubiety in your evidence about whether or not it's in the regional. Is it in the regional park or not?
It's in the regional scenic area, yes.
Regional scenic area.
Yes.
Could you please look at the regional scenic area technical paper published by Dumfries and Galloway? You put your hand on that?
I can. Just let me take my headphones off a second. Sorry, I put it behind my laptop because I thought I'd finished with that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I have the Thornhill Uplands map.
Using a hard copy,
Yes.
Thornhill Uplands, it's on page 32, I think.
It is.
And can we see that the area colored green represents the regional scenic area?
Yes.
Isn't it the case that 20 Shilling Hill wind farm is located in the notch in the green area, which lies south of Mennock?
Well, I'd have to look at one of the wind farm plans. It sits closer down to the A76. So although part of the boundary of 20 shilling comes into that notch, then also a good part of 20 shilling also sits into the regional scenic area, because it sits just south of Mennock and comes across to the, and I'm looking at CD 4.002, which has the boundary of the other wind farm sites. So part of that application's boundary may go into the notch, but part of its boundary is also in the regional scenic area.
Looking at CD 402. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. I think there may be a mistake in that map. Anyway, we can.
I was only referring to the decision, the actual decision, rather than looking at the map.
Sorry, we can clear that up in submissions.
Yeah.
I'm obliged to you. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Mundell, before you begin, are there any particular documents that you would like us to have to hand?
There are, but I'll be honest, I'm sort of by the number of documents, but I've got them labelled as APP 001-008 and APP 001 and 00.004. The applicants, the two of the applicants' documents. One is a Fairer Greener Scotland, and the other is the onshore renewable prospectus. And I would refer to them principally in passing, and hopefully you'll see the connection to landscape issues as opposed to policy ones.
Okay, yeah. Well, we'll see where we go with it, and yeah, if we need to go through the documents, we can.
Yeah, I don't have those documents in front of me, but if you refer to them,
I think they're on the CMS.
Yeah, somebody
client.
Somebody's going to pass me the hard copies if and as when you refer to them, if that's okay.
Mr. Hardy.
Yes, I mean, the obvious point, of course, this is so Denny's the landscape witness, not the policy witness. So my antennae pricked up when I heard those two references. Clearly, some latitude to be given, but just want that policed a little bit, sir, if we may.
Certainly, yeah. I'm very conscious that we need to stay focused. I'm quite happy for Mr. Mundell to frame things in context of policy and ask questions.
Yes, and of course, if Mr. Mundell wants to ask questions, or if Mr. Bell, or deal with that in the hearing session, then that would be the appropriate time, seems to me, to raise those points.
I would strongly disagree, and I think from the line of questioning, it will be for the reporter to decide whether or not that there is a connection directly between policy and landscape issues.
Well, I'm grateful for that. I just raised the caveat. Obviously, Mr. Denny, it doesn't feel as though he's the right witness. Then he's experienced and will say so.
Yeah, I will.
Absolutely.
Let's see when we get to it, if that's okay.
We'll go with it, Mr. Mundell, and Mr. Denny will tell us if he's unable to answer a question, I'm sure. Thank you, Mr. Mundell. Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry if some of the questions appear a bit clunky. I'm obviously not as experienced. Whilst I ask questions on policy issues to ministers, I'm not as experienced with this particular process. The first thing I wanted to kind of ask about was Eskdalemuir. Obviously, in your evidence, you kind of introduced a narrative about that in relation to wider site selection. I just wondered how familiar with that area of Dumfries and Galloway you were.
I've done wind farm analysis and wind farm feasibility in and around that area. I've done a public inquiry for a scheme not at Eskdalemuir, but just to the northwest of Moffat, and then undertaking all of the landscape assessments, became familiar with some of that landscape. But I haven't promoted a wind farm in Eskdalemuir.
But you're aware that there's a significant number of consented and live consented schemes and live applications, and indeed a number of built schemes within a 50-kilometre radius of Eskdalemuir.
Yes, I do. What I said in my evidence wasn't that wind farms can't come forward in that area, but that there are other difficulties, other challenges that need to be overcome, which has an inhibiting.
You did suggest it. You did suggest that the council's advice that was the most suitable area couldn't be taken as an authoritative factor because these other considerations were insurmountable. That was what was suggested, was it not?
No. The Dumfries and Galloway Wind Farm landscape capacity study does actually say that the area with the greatest capacity, looking at this on a hierarchical basis, they consider the greatest capacity lies in the Eskdalemuir area, but that's only looking at landscape and visual factors, what I was saying. From a developer's point of view, you have to look at other factors as well as to the desirability or otherwise of bringing a scheme forward. So you might see from the Dumfries and Galloway study, well, here's an area where the council say in landscape and visual terms, we think there are greater opportunities, but there may be other factors to be taken into consideration. And I do know that, because I've been told by clients, that there are other difficulties they need to overcome in that area. But also, of course,
and you referred to the seismic station there.
Yes.
And specifically in relation to the noise budget. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't mention the noise budget. I did try and say that.
That's what you're referring to when you say there's
Yes.
issues with the seismic monitoring. It's
yes, but I don't want to sort of stray into the noise budget, because although I'm again familiar with hearing people mention that sort of thing, I couldn't tell you detail about it. That strays right outside of my area of expertise.
But you were able to offer a view that area was less attractive to developers because of other non-landscape, and that was what you principally were referring to.
I was just saying, yes, that when a developer's looking at where they might want to bring forward a site, they realise there's going to be other challenges and difficulties associated with Eskdalemuir.
And you're also aware that hasn't prevented other schemes from being taken forward in those areas?
But not in the same way that schemes have been taken forward in the less fettered environment of 19A and 19 in the Southern Uplands area.
Well, we'll just come to that in a second, but I just wondered if you were aware, and I know you're saying you've got limited knowledge on this point, but you've suggested several times in your evidence that policies have to be adapted over time, and in the Eskdalemuir area we've seen changes to noise budget and other things, so they shouldn't be seen as a direct block or a relevant factor when it comes to the landscape issues. Do you think that's fair? They're seen as they're part of a matrix, part of the puzzle, but they shouldn't be a definitive factor when it comes to the landscape. They need to be taking their own merits. Is that right?
I don't know the extent to which any of those situations have been resolved or are resolvable, or what the costs associated with resolving them may be. So I don't know how that affects viability. That's all outside my expertise. All I know is there are additional issues which need to be overcome, and there'll both be problems and costs associated with that, I presume. But I'd rather stick to what I know, which is landscape and visual.
Well, you've offered a commentary in your evidence suggesting that there were factors that meant that the landscape capacity study shouldn't be seen as authoritative when it comes to planning those, and now you're saying that you're not aware of those. So I just try to draw out that.
No. I was just saying the Dumfries Galloway landscape capacity study is in part hierarchical, which is right. It's how it should be in terms of relative sensitivity. It's indicating the relative sensitivity of the Eskdalemuir area in landscape and visual terms is where there is the greatest capacity. The next two areas where's the next greatest capacity are 19 and 19A over in the Southern Uplands area.
Yeah.
So if a developer isn't going to take forward a scheme, say in the Eskdalemuir area, because they aren't able to overcome those difficulties, or those difficulties may be problematic for them in various ways that I don't understand, then inevitably, as has been the case, drawn to 19A and 19, which is why so many wind farms have both come forward there and been permitted there, because those two areas also have the ability to accommodate wind farms, which we can see through the number that have been considered acceptable and consented. So it was more in that context that I was putting it.
Okay, so I guess then the question would be, are you aware that there are two 45 and 75 turbine schemes with blade tip heights of 200 and 250 metres submitted by your client within a 50-kilometre radius of Eskdalemuir?
Yeah, I am aware of that. I'm working on neither of them.
But does that not make your argument problematic when you suggest that this site has been selected because those sites would for other considerations not be attractive to a developer?
No.
Shouldn't the reporter when balancing the hierarchy that's set out by Dumfries and Galloway, take factors such as that into consideration, because it's quite clear, that your client doesn't consider those areas to be unacceptable for development.
No, all
So
I was saying
that's
is,
different to the commentary you offered.
no, all I was saying is that I was aware that there were other difficulties that needed to be overcome associated with bringing forward schemes in those areas. And I'm not working on those projects, so I don't know the details, but I know that my client quite clearly will need to be working to overcome those difficulties. And I don't know whether they're surmountable or insurmountable. I don't know. I just know that there's another level of difficulty associated with that area.
I would argue it's not another level of difficulty, it's a different difficulty. And that we should be looking at the landscape impact, as you've argued elsewhere. We should be taking the landscape impact separately into consideration. And there's nothing forcing your client to look exclusively at Dumfries and Galloway. And in thinking about site selection, you yourself have recognised that a number of the best sites around Scotland have probably already been developed, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other suitable sites for development either in Dumfries and Galloway or beyond. Is that correct?
Well, I'm sure there will be other sites deemed significant. Deemed suitable. Only for the fact that I know that they'll need to be deemed suitable if Scotland is going to meet any of its climate targets. So that's again that's straying into the planning balance. But I just know that there will be schemes which the Scottish ministers will deem suitable and will accept fairly significant degrees of landscape harm if their targets are to be met, because that's an inevitable consequence of meeting those targets. Now, that doesn't mean that every scheme in every location is going to be acceptable. I fully understand that. But I just do know that large topography turbines in some of Scotland's landscapes will come forward and in juxtaposition with those smaller topography turbines that have already been permitted in the past, because that's an inevitable consequence of the need to move forward to meeting the renewable energy targets. And where those appropriate host landscapes lie. Now I'm straying completely out of
and that's why I wanted to know, for someone who doesn't have expertise in that area and who wants to make a firm distinction between policy and landscape. You've returned to that argument at a number of points. When offering your views, in regards to the landscape, and I'll come back to that line of questioning.
Just doing it in a very general overview way based on what I see and what I hear.
That the reporter should know that you have no professional expertise in weighing up that balance. Is that correct?
No, that will be done by Mr. Bell, and I've saved my evidence. I defer to Mr. Bell in all of those matters. I was merely trying to be polite and answer your question.
Yeah, but a number of times yesterday and today, you've referred to that same point, that somehow large topography turbines are inevitable, that they're part of policy, and that therefore you have to find more capacity for them. You have to accept more disruption to the landscape. You've made that point. Is that correct?
Well, I suppose I have in a way. It's just what I've seen happening.
Okay.
But I would say to the reporter, I'm a landscape expert. I'm not an expert on planning, and I would defer to Mr. Bell on all of those matters.
Okay. Well, I'll come back to the connections between them in a minute, but I want to look further at the localised issues relating to landscape capacity. You've told us that you've worked for a number of years in the area, so you'd be very familiar with the 10-kilometre area around the scheme. Is that correct?
Yes, I've visited most of the locations at various times over the last 6 or 7 years. And
I think
again, I've visited locations across Scotland many times in 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
So.
And I think I'm right that you said yesterday that you didn't have a free hand in siting the turbines, and that you worked within the constraints set out by your client. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't asked to design the scheme from a blank piece of paper as a scheme developed just by a landscape architect. The client, who has a lot of expertise and has a lot of expertise within their team, developed the scheme using their knowledge and expertise.
And would you accept that your client also worked within constraints?
Well, they always have to work within constraints, yes.
Yeah. So the land available for development would be a constraint. Is that, you think that's fair?
Well, in one sense, there's no developer who's going to try and bring forward a development, whether it's for turbines or for housing, if they find the first thing they're not able to do is reach an agreement with the landowner to be able to do so. That's the same for every single piece of development in the UK.
No, that's helpful to my later line of questioning as well. So you would accept that there's a natural capacity or a natural limit to development, where there's something already there. There's a natural limit where it's either unattractive, or it becomes impossible to accommodate further development. Is that fair?
Well, I would agree that in certain landscapes you could reach a capacity, a physical capacity, where you couldn't place any more development because, for example, the only places left to develop were on deep peat in a national park, had issues to do with water or red-throated divers or whatever it may be. So there may be constraints in that way. But in terms of landscape capacity, I think I'd be at pains to say I've recognised. I used to think when I was a younger landscape architect that somehow I could be some arbiter as to what capacity a landscape had, and I realised very quickly that decision wasn't mine. My job was to report on landscape change, landscape mitigation, landscape enhancement, and how things would impact and react and relate with the landscape. But it was always going to be for decision makers and policy to decide where any capacity thresholds lay, and they've changed over time. They've changed dramatically over the time of my career as to things that would not have been acceptable even a number of years ago are now being permitted and are being acceptable, because as the policy drivers change, landscape capacity changes, and ultimately I understand now that the capacity of the landscape to accept any form of development, whether it's housing or wind turbines or anything, a new nuclear power station, will largely be dictated by our policy decision makers, yourself, not by me, the landscape architect.
And I'm going to come back to the connection between those two things just shortly, but I'll try the question another way for now. If you had a free hand and we're starting from the beginning in a planned and not an ad hoc way, and you were given access to the 10-kilometre area, an area you're very familiar with, do you think it would be fair to say that if you were just looking at the turbines within this scheme, there are other places within that area where they could be sited more sensitively to the landscape?
I haven't done that exercise, so I can't answer you definitively. And
Do you think it'd be fair to make that? Do you think it'd be fair to make that assumption?
I haven't undertaken the exercise. It may well be the case, but it may well be the case for a different scheme of a different form and a different nature. And it may well be then that both sites are acceptable. I don't know, because I've only looked at this site.
Recognising there are some problematic, there are some turbines that are placed in problematic positions within this scheme that I think, I'm trying to be straightforward. If you had a wider area to play with, you wouldn't choose to put turbines in those.
Well, I can't say that. I mean, I am working, and I am shortly to be the witness on another wind farm in the southern uplands over in the Ken Valley area, and Dumfries and Galloway consider that location, even though it has the upland characteristics, to be unacceptable. So that will be debated later. But if you knew where, sorry,
I'll just try and clarify the question. There are already consented schemes within this area, a large number of them. There's an identified cluster. Those have been deemed acceptable. So my working assumption would be, that there are other, there may well be other locations, where these turbines, if you were just looking at them in isolation, would be better placed. And the reason you're not placing them there, or looking at placing them there, or providing us with a view as to what the landscape impact would be if they were there, is because you can't, because there are already turbines in situ in those better locations. And in your earlier evidence today, you suggest there are some parts of Scotland or some landscapes that are better able to accommodate. So surely within the southern uplands, which is very diverse, there will be bits of it that are better able, and even within a 10-kilometre radius, there will be bits of it that are better able to.
I've lost your sound. I don't know whether I'm the only one.
Yeah, Mr. Mundell, just at the end, then your sound fell off. I don't know.
Is that better now?
Yes, I can hear that.
Sorry, I'm just saying, surely within an area as diverse as the southern uplands, even within a 10-kilometre radius, there will be some bits that are better able to accommodate turbines than others. And even within this scheme, there's a recognition that some turbines fit in better to the landscape than others. So I'm just wondering, if you'd had a different area, is it logical to think that there was a possibility they could have been less impact? Is that fair?
Well, clearly some parts of the landscape will give rise to less impact depending on how it sits in relation to the receptors. But as you say, some of those places already have turbines, but also depends on the size of the scheme. Some of the locations you're putting to me where already consented the turbines are smaller. If you put a larger scheme on them, you'd have to assess it on its merits as to what the impacts would have if you put a larger scheme there. There's also the constraints of cumulative assessment and whether that would fit, along with a lot of other constraints. I'm certain that if there was a site that could come forward and receive large topography turbines, someone either has or will be bringing forward a scheme on that site.
So when I talk about capacity and you dismiss that as a concern in your report, this is really what I'm referring to. I think there is a natural limit to how many turbines you can site and the areas you can look at, given the development that's already there, and given the processes that are in place. And I find it quite a strange argument to try and suggest that that's not a legitimate planning consideration.
Well, I agree with you that ultimately there will be a capacity threshold which will be deemed to have been reached, but that won't be a decision that will be made by me. That'll be a decision where policymakers decide that notwithstanding the benefits that may come forward from a scheme, they consider that now the effects are unacceptable for a whole host of reasons, including cumulative effects. That may be then seen to be cumulative capacity, but
you are there to
that's
help.
a different matter.
You are there to help guide them to that decision.
Well, I'm there to help guide the reporter to what would be the solus and the cumulative impacts of this scheme were he to decide to approve it on this site. So he would do so in the full knowledge of what the landscape effects would be. Now, that's not to do with me deciding that there's any capacity, but I ultimately understand that policymakers may decide in certain regards that they feel that particularly it wouldn't be in the sense of capacity. They just merely say that they thought the cumulative effects were so great they didn't outweigh the benefits. They wouldn't actually be setting a capacity threshold, but they'd just be deciding that they thought the cumulative effects had reached a level where the benefits couldn't outweigh them.
So, and I'm right in thinking, and I picked up correctly when you said that larger turbines and larger schemes can have less visual impact and provide greater benefits. You said that previously, is that correct?
No, larger turbines will give rise largely to greater visual and character effects because of their scale and the swept path. So as you increase the size of turbines, you are likely, dependent on the topography and the location of the site, you're likely to increase the level of landscape effects. But at the same time, you're increasing the power generation. So you go back to the planning balance.
Okay. And I think, before you suggested, and I think it's continued in this session, that larger schemes allow for more flexibility in the siting of turbines, and there's a point at which it's not viable to reduce the number down, and that you take these considerations into account when offering your advice. Is that right?
Well, no, I offer my advice, and then I have the client, okay, well, this is the consequences of what you're advising us to do, so that we, the client team, can weigh this in the balance. And as I said, I've had plenty of experience of working with design teams, and particularly with some of the technical experts, particularly those who deal with things like generating capacity and wind speeds. I've done that with people like E.ON and so on, where I realize the consequences of what I might think might be relatively minor changes in the scheme to accommodate what I might think would be improvements in the landscape and visual effects, only to find out that I've had very dramatic consequences for the power generation. And somebody says, well, I'll put this in an easy sort of shorthand, but because we're only talking here in a general sense rather than a specific scheme. But I might say, well, if you do what I say, I think we can reduce the landscape and visual impact by 3 widgets. And after a lot of consideration and technical research, they come back and say, well, if we did that, we'd reduce the power generation by 8 widgets. So is that a good idea? So
would it not be more likely, on a larger scheme or considering a larger topography, that if you came back with those landscape concerns, they would be more easily able to accommodate your advice, and you would be able to reduce, advise them on how to reduce down the landscape impact?
Well, we've done that. We have done that on this scheme. I mean, the number of turbines have been reduced.
But if you were dealing with a larger area still, you would have more scope to do that. Is that correct?
Well, each individual site and each individual project gives you both different opportunities and different constraints, and you have to look at them on an individual basis.
So you don't think it would therefore be fair to ask the reporter to consider the cluster as a whole, whether or not it could have been planned differently. You know, in terms of how the cumulative impacts, visual impacts, come to be realised.
Well, I think the reporter has the information in the environmental information to decide both what the solus and cumulative impacts of this scheme are. I don't think the reporter, and forgive me for speaking for you, sir, but I don't think the reporter is going to say in his report, well, actually, if this scheme was over there and half the size that it is, then I might have approved it, because the reporter's only going to look at the application that is before him and not second guess some hypothetical other application that may have come forward on another site nearby.
Well, I don't think we're talking about hypothetical applications. We're in fact talking about other applications from your client. Your client has already developed, extensively in this area, and I think it's legitimate from a point of view of local communities to ask whether that ad hoc, organic, planning process could have been followed differently to reduce the impact, and result in the same generation as we're seeing as we see with this scheme added. And I don't think I don't think that it's unreasonable to put that question out there, and that to really to ask you, whether or not there are some visually problematic turbines in this scheme that are just there to make up the numbers to achieve viability, that would have been able to be dropped had your client taken forward all their intended development activity in one go.
Clearly, in any wind farm, some turbines and some groups or relationships of turbines, when seen from particular vantage points within the landscape, will give rise to greater prominence and greater landscape visual effects than others. And we weigh all that up in looking at the scheme and advising on that. But each time you take some of those turbines away, as we've done, well, then another group of turbines will now become the candidates, which maybe give rise to a greater degree of threat from, and you can't keep stripping them away, because as I said, back to that point about me saying for me to minimize the environmental effects doesn't mean to make minimal, because I would just keep stripping turbines away each time I undertook that exercise until we had none. There must become a point at which it's considered that, notwithstanding the significant landscape and visual effects which will arise from a scheme, the client feels that it's now got the right balance between all the competing factors, of which landscape and visual is only one, and they consider that's the right scheme to take forward into planning, and they've made that judgment in relation to this scheme.
Yeah, but you don't think it would be unreasonable to pose the question, that the reporter look at the ad hoc organic development of this cluster, and ask whether your clients could have taken forward the totality of their activities in a less detrimental way, when it comes to the visual landscape. You think it's a legitimate question to ask?
Well, it's certainly a question that you seem to be posing to the reporter through me. My view would be, well, the reporter's going to look at the scheme on its merits, pure and simple.
But its merits should be considered in relation to other consented schemes in the area, particularly.
Yes, that's part of the
particularly ones that have been developed, by the same client. You think that would be a relevant consideration?
Well, the other schemes that have been developed by this client, for example, the Sanquhar scheme, they're part of the cumulative baseline of this scheme. So the relationship of the scheme to them and to the other schemes are part of the cumulative assessment.
Okay. Just moving on to the connection between landscape impact and policy. I think you've made it clear, and the applicants made it clear, that they see a distinction between wider policy and landscape impact. But do you accept that there are circumstances in which the landscape impact could be so unacceptable as an effect to override other considerations?
Well, that's called the planning balance. If the landscape and visual harms are so great that when considered properly in the planning balance against all those planning matters and the other matters which the reporter will have to weigh in the balance, then yes, that is the case. But that's why schemes very often are refused. I mean, some might be refused on the grounds of cultural heritage or ecology, or they might be part of the reason. But very often, because landscape is a very big issue in relation to wind farms, wind farms are refused permission on the basis that it is considered that the landscape and visual harms are so great that the benefits do not outweigh them.
Okay, and I ask that really because you've told Mr. Armstrong, you've told others, about the opportunities for generation, about you've made comments again today, about the need to increase the size of turbines. To me, those are straying into policy questions, around the planning balance. But I just wonder if the two are not so easily separated, and I think that's made clear at paragraph 2 on page 66 of the applicant's document 001-004, where which is a Fairer Greener Scotland document from the Scottish Government, which ties the need for greater renewable energy to some landscape considerations around biodiversity and the natural environment, and it identifies national parks and national scenic areas, and the sensitivity of other nationally important designated sites be respected, and it goes on to talk about unacceptable impacts. So there's a clear understanding at a policy level that the landscape sits alongside as a consideration.
Yes, absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's why my job is to inform the reporter as to the nature of the landscape and visual effects, so that the reporter can take those landscape and visual effects forward and make those judgments in that very context that you've just put out to me. And I fully understand it's not renewable energy generation at all cost, far from it.
Okay.
The appropriate balance does need to be struck, but where that balance lies
is a matter of
policy.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Yeah, that's helpful clarification. And then you've also kind of, I put it sort of gently, sort of made the assertion, that the natural, that the kind of natural policy direction or trajectory, is to have more, larger turbines, and that's how we'd meet our generation, targets. And you've mentioned those yourself.
Yes.
Again, despite telling us that you speak, exclusively on the landscape impact, but there is a crossover again that I think you've recognised where the two come together, where we have to consider, that there will be greater landscape impact if we have larger turbines.
Yes, that is the dilemma. I mean, I've discussed this, as I said, with members of the consenting unit, with members of SNH, and we know that there is this tension between, well, the way that the industry, the way that renewable industry is going, is to more efficient, larger turbines, particularly in the post-subsidy world. But we know that those turbines come with the potential for greater landscape and visual effects, and the two things need to be reconciled, and they need to be reconciled by policymakers, not by landscape architects.
But the two that's not a two-dimensional relationship, is it?
No.
Because there are other things that should be considered, and that's where I'd take you to one that's highlighted prominently in applicant document 001-008 at the bottom of page 8, and then there's a clearer discussion on page 28 at paragraph 2, which I can come to once we've noted the first bit.
So this is the onshore wind industry prospectus.
Yes. And it notes on page 8 that
I have to say I haven't read it.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I'm not trying to catch you out. It highlights that the need to look at repowering, and that not all development required to reach net zero has to be on new sites.
No, I've worked on, and I'm working on a number of repowering myself, but repowering is only just starting to come forward, because it'll only be when the older sites. I mean, in fact, I worked on Hagshaw Hill, which was Scotland's oldest wind farm, and worked on the scheme to repower that.
Well, politely, I can say that that's not entirely true, because Sandy now, in this cluster, having been consented, has looked to repower, with larger turbines and increase its generation capacity. So all I'm saying, you've suggested that there are limited sites for development, both in Dumfries and Galloway, and a reducing number of sites in Scotland. So if we wanted to reduce the visual impact or ensure that the cumulative visual impact didn't increase, there is the possibility to look at other measures, either repowering sites that have already been consented, or repowering some of these older sites that are no longer efficient. And that might come at cost. I'm not asking you to speculate on that, but
No,
in terms of the landscape impact, in terms of the visual landscape impact, very directly, there are other options available to policy and decision makers that could have less visual landscape impact than just creating an endless number of new sites with larger
yes,
turbines. Is that
I'm certain in my own mind that the generation needs of Scotland will be met by a combination of repowering, extensions, and new wind farm sites, where any one of those is considered appropriate. You can't just assume that because a site, albeit its permission may have been given on the basis of wind energy being in principle considered acceptable in perpetuity, but you might have a site, for example, that was granted permission some years ago for turbines of 110 meters in height, and they have no impact on a nearby national scenic area. You go to repower it with 200-meter turbines, and you suddenly find yourself
I understand that.
unacceptable effects on a national scenic area. So you have to look at each scheme on its merits.
I'm willing to accept that there are cases where you could repower a site and create increased. You could create increased disruption to the visual landscape, potentially move some schemes that were acceptable to being unacceptable.
Yes.
And what I'm asking you is the reverse true, where it's possible to increase power existing sites? Because you've suggested and brought forward a narrative, that there are limited sites to be developed, and that somehow, that this site where there are some sensitive views, it can. We have to overcome that because there isn't capacity elsewhere to meet the generation targets. But it's not quite as straightforward as that, is it?
No, I accept, and I firmly believe that as Scotland moves forward and meets its generation targets, it'll do so by a combination of repowering, extensions, and some new sites.
Okay, and you think it would be fair in this case, where there's already quite a heavily established cluster, for the reporter to consider whether the use of existing capacity, whether the use of existing capacity, is creating is creating a reason, for having to develop some less attractive sites, and that perhaps if some of the turbines that were there had a greater capacity, you could use the same 10-kilometer radius to generate more electricity, with the potential, and I'd say it's the potential, and with careful thought, knowing that some of the schemes you've mentioned earlier today are older. You've talked about smaller turbines, some that don't produce very much electricity. If there is a potential that if the area was looked at differently, you could have less landscape impact and, in fact, more power generation. Is that?
I think two things there. I think you're asking the reporter to undertake a strategic capacity analysis and basically decide on what should be the strategic forward planning for renewables in Dumfries and Galloway, which is clearly not going to do.
I would say that Dumfries and Galloway Council have already done that in their own capacity study, and that your client has chosen to set that to one side and take a look at it for themselves. So all I'm really asking you is, if you consider that wider area, would you reach the conclusion from your professional judgment and your professional expertise that there is at least a significant possibility that you could redesign the 10-kilometer radius such that you could have the same or more power generation and less impact, particularly on these sensitive views that are coming forward within this scheme?
I think you're asking me something that's way beyond my ability to answer, and I think what we're doing here is looking at the scheme on its merits. Yes, I'm certain that there are other sites.
You've dismissed.
If you let me finish. If you let me.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mundell. I'd quite like to hear Mr. Denny's answer in full. So no problem. Thank you.
I'm certain that there are other sites within this 10-kilometer radius which are suitable to receive a wind energy development, and possibly in the fullness of time will do so. I'm not saying that this is the only site, and it doesn't mean that because there might be another site that could come forward that this site shouldn't be where it is. This is the proposal by this developer on this site, and yes, I fully accept there may well be other opportunities for repowering or extensions or a combination of the both, or indeed possibility of another new site coming forward in 19 and 19A, which can also contribute to renewable energy generation if they're deemed acceptable.
But you accept that you've introduced a narrative that would suggest that there's somehow a limit on capacity for further generation.
No, I don't.
No,
Quite the contrary. I think I've done quite the opposite, haven't I?
Okay, so in selecting this site, you suggested that other sites in Scotland had already been taken.
No.
That we couldn't use some areas near Eskdale Muir, and you've accepted.
No, complete misunderstanding.
Okay.
I mean, I'm working on for clients who are promoting schemes across Scotland, and no, I think you've just misunderstood what I've said.
Okay, no, I'm happy to have misunderstood. I'm happy to accept that and move on. I wanted to ask about cumulative impact now, more specifically. I'm right that yesterday you said that people see different turbines from different views in different ways. Is that right?
Yes, as you move through the landscape, of whether you're say in the Ken Valley, or in the Scar Valley, or the Shingle Valley, or elsewhere within the Nith Valley, clearly as you move in and around the landscape, you will see these groups of consented turbines in different relationships to you and to one another. In some places you won't see them at all. Some places you'll see parts of them. Sometimes you'll see one in association with another. Then you move through the landscape, you'll see a different group of turbines in association, depending on where you are in that landscape. So it's all I was trying to express at the time is that looking at a sort of aerial view of where the wind farms lie doesn't tell you what you need to know about their relationship or how you perceive wind farm pattern.
Yeah, and I would accept that, and I believe that's very much the case. But do you accept on the flip side of that looking at single image, viewpoints, doesn't give you the full picture either?
No, I'd agree with you wholeheartedly.
Okay.
I made the point in relation to the viewpoint up at Lowther Hill. If you only look at the letterbox visualization, which is only in one direction, as I said, it hasn't got all the sky, it hasn't got all the foreground. It's a visualization, it's an aid memoir, but where it's best seen to help a decision is in the landscape. So, for example, if you're up at Lowther Hill, you've got a wholly different experience of being in that place and what you can see from that place, and therefore what degree of change the turbines would make to your perception from that place if you're there and seeing everything around you. And indeed, if you've walked up there from One Lock Head and you've come up the Southern Upland Way and you've experienced, that changes your perception. So yes, I'm an absolute advocate of making appropriate decisions in the landscape with the visualizations as an aid memoir to your decisions.
Okay, so in relation to viewpoint 3, I wasn't planning to mention that, but it's an area, a location I know well. I've been there with reporter Edwards, and both the decisions at Harryburn and at North Lowther reflected the fact that was a particularly special part of the Southern Uplands. So I again, that would be a factor to take into consideration. It's Scotland's highest village. It's a very frequently visited point. I know you've made reference to the concrete structure and the radar station. That people locally see as a golf ball. And it's a fondly considered point. But it's just that people have a different feeling, maybe about certain locations. And a different. They interact differently with the landscape at those points. Is that?
I'm not talking about different parts of the Lead Hills. I know.
No. I'm just saying in relation to that location, people might feel differently about that. To a summit somewhere else in the Southern Uplands, or the other side of the proposed development. People have emotional attachments and different feelings towards
of course they do. Of course they do, and I respect that. As I said earlier, I have to take a dispassionate view. Just as it puts you at ease, I mean, because the path over Lowther Hill is the Southern Upland Way, in the assessment it's been given high sensitivity. The receptors have been said to be high sensitivity receptors.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So when you say you take a dispassionate view,
I shouldn't be giving an emotional response to landscapes. I've got to try and be as objective as possible.
And is that not part of, is that not partly a landscape consideration? If people, if people have a certain expectation of a landscape, a certain attachment to it, a certain feeling, is that not something you can you can dispassionately recognise in your professional judgment as being something that's likely to give rise to sensitivities, as you have done in effect by designating the Southern Upland Way, as being sensitive?
Individual people have individual relationships and responses to landscapes which are personal to them. Everything from people who don't care to people who care very, very passionately indeed. And I think all of their views have to be respected. My job, though, is to try to step back from that and take an objective view, which is why we have GVLA 3 and an approach which tries to create as an objective an assessment from landscape architects as possible. Otherwise, I'd stray into that danger area of I really, really like the landscape of a particular part of the Yorkshire Dales near my home. So if a wind farm came forward there, I'd give it all barrels. And then there's a landscape somewhere else in the country that I don't know very much about and I don't really care about, and I'd say everything was fine. That would just be a completely inappropriate approach from a landscape architect. I have to look at each scheme on its merits and take an objective view of the effects and distance myself from those emotional responses.
Okay. And you recognising that they are experienced, differently by local people. You recognise there's a distinction between what example a passing traveller might experience whilst travelling up the A75 at an average of 45 miles an hour, or someone walking at 4 or 5 miles per hour, on the Southern Upland Way. Their experience of that landscape is going to be different. Even if in my view the turbines are almost continuously present already, that person's view is going to be different. It's going to be different from someone on the ground. Is that who's there all the time?
Yes, somebody.
Landscape.
Yes, the landscape methodology says, and it's taken from GVA3, somebody walking on a path like the Southern Upland Way, undertaking their leisure, are more likely to be stopping, pondering, enjoying the landscape. So that's why they're considered to be a high sensitivity receptor.
Yeah.
Somebody who's just driving from A to B on a fast A road may be considered to be, say, only a moderate or even moderate to low receptor. But there again, if that A road then becomes a tourist route, we might decide that people may be driving more slowly. They may have passengers with them who are enjoying the landscape as they pass through it. So then their sensitivity would rise again. The landscape assessment does try to properly judge the location of places and what the sensitivities may be there, and try to do that objectively.
So I guess I'm really wanting to know whether the methodology takes into account what it's like to live and work among the turbines, because my constituents, and I would ask the reporter to reflect on this, will be very much aware of the presence. They're already aware of the presence of this cluster, and its increasing dominance. They perhaps cannot, other than if they stand, at viewpoint 3 and they get what is a bird's eye view. It's not an aerial view, but a bird's eye view. If they stood there, they would see most of it at once. But most of the time they don't. But they are aware of the emerging wind farm pattern. And it has an increasing dominance in the landscape that they do move around in. And is that something you consider? It's something they see in their daily life from different points of view, and they start to join. Do they not start to join those different pictures together, those different images you talk about?
It's not for me to decide what the range of public responses may or may not be. The GVLA 3 tries to assess sensitivity receptors on an objective basis. I recognise that with any community, there are going to be people who will hate turbines with a vengeance and who will probably find it very upsetting.
Taking the emotional
or
language,
even people who,
and pose it just differently, taking the emotional language out of it, they will notice more frequently that these are a dominant feature on the landscape. Anyone would notice that they're a dominant feature in the landscape, and they would be more noticeable, and they become more noticeable as the cluster or the emerging pattern progresses.
Yes, they will, and as I said, but there will be a range of responses in any community to that, from those who find that difficult to. I took somebody who'd never seen wind turbines before to look at some wind turbines and asked them what they thought. And I was very surprised by the answer, because I thought they were going to say, goodness me, they look horrendous and look how they've spoiled the landscape. And I said, what do you think and what's your response? And they said, it makes me feel hope. And I said, what do you mean? They said, hope for the future. So everyone has a very, very wide range of responses, and it's not for the landscape architect to try and second guess those responses.
I'm not asking you to do that, but I think it's for the reporter and decision maker to look at the responses of the 5 community councils, the local authority, an elected representative, for the area, a number of householders, and I think they can draw their own conclusion from that. That these turbines are more noticeable and more worthy of comment than some of the schemes that have gone before, which haven't, which haven't, in some cases, have been actively supported by some of the community councils, who've raised concerns in relation to this. So I just testing out, really what the methodology looks at.
I'm certain that the report will take all the representations properly into account.
No, so am I. So I understand you disagree in the significance in light of the topography and landscape, but in general terms, would you recognise that the gaps or breaks between existing developments make it easier for those who are not experts to identify them as different schemes?
It depends on your degree of local knowledge or what interest you've taken in wind farms. My general experience of talking to members of the public, even those who live in areas where there are wind farms, they don't see them in the way that we debate at public inquiry. They don't see, here is Hare Hills and here is Hare Hills Extension and here is Corn Harrow. They just say, here are turbines. I can see wind farms in the landscape, and they respond to it in that way.
They do recognise that they're different schemes.
They can, yes, they can say, well, I can see a wind farm over there and I can see a wind farm over there, yes.
And organised.
Yes.
That's helpful, because again, I would suggest to you that in filling in the space between existing schemes, particularly from the viewpoints along the A75 and many of these most populated communities, and from viewpoint 3, when you're in that bird's eye position, what this scheme in effect does is change distinct schemes into one continuous block as the eye looks at it, and that does give rise to a different consideration for the reporter than just looking at the scheme in its solace. Do you think that's
yes?
fair?
The cumulative relationship between the sites and their interrelationship does form part of the cumulative impact assessment, and whether or not that gives rise to additional cumulative effects or additional effects on visual amenity, and that is in the assessment.
Okay. And then I've just got a very small number of just additional questions, which are a bit scattergun, and that was just to ask whether you consider that people are part of the landscape.
I think I don't see people as part of the landscape. It can be the case that when people are in the landscape and I'm assessing the landscape, then they're part of my consideration of that landscape. But no, I don't put people in there as receptors moving through the landscape and enjoying the landscape rather than them being part of the landscape.
So it wouldn't it wouldn't be a consideration for you, or inform the kind of future of a landscape, whether or not they were populated, whether people were.
Oh gosh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
The more populous an area, the more landscape and visual effects on amenity one is going to potentially give rise to.
And you talked earlier about the Lake District and the need to protect a certain way of life there, and that would be something that would be noted on the landscape. Would you accept that the same is true in terms of the population of some of these valleys? That for people in the evening, seeing a light on at a house, or observing people going about their day-to-day life and using that landscape, that would be something you would consider of value.
You would consider those people as receptors and how they're going to be impacted by the landscape. The bit the mention I meant was, I think, was to do with special qualities.
Mm-hmm.
I know, for example, the Lake District's now been made a World Heritage Site, and the translation of the special qualities into the citations within the World Heritage Site documentation. There, for example, there's areas of land with the Lake District now that have to be continued to be used for herdwick sheep because
Yeah.
that's now linked with
It's
its
a-
World Heritage status.
Yeah,
That was about a discussion about special qualities.
Okay, so I can try the question the other way around. Do you think that it's part of the landscape consideration to consider whether or not there might be a detrimental impact on the wider landscape for living and breathing human beings to depart, from certain parts of the countryside? Does that give rise to potential landscape change?
Well, yes, that landscape change and how it impacts upon those receptors is what landscape visual impact assessment is about. It's about how landscape character changes, but also how people in the landscape as receptors will view those changes. That's the visual amenity assessment.
But a landscape that's currently inhabited, and it is in a modern world in which people are gravitating towards cities, and where rural life is changing, an environment in which people live a more traditional rural existence is going to be diminished in its landscape quality, by the lack of continued residential presence. Do you think that's a possibility at least? I'm not.
Well, I fully accept that the deployment of wind energy in the landscape changes the character and, for many people, the quality of the landscapes in which they live. It's always been the case is when we needed to open up the coal fields, they were done where the coal was. When we needed to build coal-fired power stations, they were near the coal fields. When we needed to build nuclear power stations, they were in sparsely populated areas with good access to significant amounts of water. Now we need to deploy wind energy. That needs to be in places that are suitable for deploying wind energy. How that goes about is a matter for you policymakers.
But you do recognise there can be a landscape impact from removing people from the landscape. Is that? I don't think it's particularly difficult.
Well, say if you remove people from the landscape, if a wind farm,
the landscape's going to change. I'm not asking for you to say whether it's positive or benefit. If you remove people from the landscape's going to change. Yes,
but I'm not quite sure what you're putting to me about removing people from the landscape, because we're not removing anybody from the landscape.
Well, we know from Mr. Campbell's evidence earlier, that there are a number of properties that are no longer going to be intended for residential use if this scheme goes ahead. Yes, and clearly my constituents have a concern that that's going to change the character of where they live. And I'm asking you whether or not that's just social, or whether or not there's likely to be, whether or not that's likely to have a wider landscape impact over time, particularly if it was to, if it's to then result in further people, choosing not to live in those locations. Is that going to have an impact on the wider landscape?
Well, there's a whole raft of things outside the remit of this inquiry about how the landscape is changing to do with the way in which, but so I can't really comment on that.
I'm asking is in relation to this specific, in relation to a specific proposal in which your client, is encouraging people to move out of an area, whether or not, having looked at these valleys, that are already very sparsely populated, whether or not there's likely to be a change. I'm not asking you to say negative or positive or to weigh up the different balance. I'm just asking you to really recognise whether that represents a change to the landscape.
Well, a change to the landscape could come about. For example, you put it to me, if the properties were allowed to become derelict, then they would have a slightly different visual effect than if they were not derelict, for example. But that would only be a very minor effect in a very localized area. It wouldn't change the character of the landscape as a whole. It wouldn't change the character in terms of what we've been talking about in terms of 19A. I can accept if you're putting the.
I just had, so you wouldn't accept, for example, if a visitor was to come to some of these valleys, or local residents were to look there, that derelict or uninhabited properties would become a dominant landscape feature in addition to the turbines. It would become people notice derelict properties, do they not?
Yes, I mean you're putting things to me that I don't have. I don't know what's the future.
If you visited those particular valleys again, and those properties were uninhabited or derelict, you would notice that as an expert, wouldn't you? You would notice when you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're putting to me that I don't know what the future of those properties are, and I don't know what the change in their appearance and what level of maintenance or management the client is proposing. So you're asking me to speculate, but I would agree with you But if hypothetically the properties were allowed to become derelict, there would be a change in the localized character at the points close to or near those properties where one could perceive that.
Okay. I would just, I mean, I don't want to spend forever on this because I know other people have got important things to ask about. But I mean, you introduced your view as to what was happening with those properties now, and what was happening to them in the future, because you said that they weren't going to be residential properties.
Yes,
So,
and beyond that, I don't have any more information because all I needed to know was, were they residential properties for the purposes of the residential amenity study, or weren't they?
Yeah, but you didn't. You wouldn't consider them significant to the wider landscape questions, such that you would want to know what was going to happen to them.
No, because I think that the change in character would be very minor in relation to the character assessment in relation to this wind farm.
Okay. But you would accept that that was a matter of, that was a sort of, that's something that would figure into the planning balance question, then,
Well,
for somebody else to determine how significant that impact would be.
Well, I don't think the effects would be significant. Let's put it that way.
Okay. And I just wondered, really, in relation to the proximity to the Thornhill Uplands regional significant area. You said that the turbines don't overhang, don't overhang that.
Oversail.
Oversail. I'm not familiar with that term. I just want to understand exactly what that.
The blades turn so that if the tower sits close enough to the boundary, so that as the blades turned, at some point the blades would be above the boundary of the regional scenic area. All I know is that they're sufficiently within the site so that the blades don't oversail the boundary of the regional scenic area.
How close do the blades go? Do they go 200 meters, or do the blades actually go closer than that?
No, they won't be, because they're set back too far for them to be that
so
close.
The blades won't go within the 200 meters. The 200 meters is from the blade tip.
No. The towers are within that.
And how long are the blades?
The likelihood is to be in the region of these will be 117, so they'll be half the length of that.
Okay, so they would potentially come.
Again, I'm speculating, because of course that's prejudging what the final candidate turbine would be. But all I'm telling you is that the blade
is that something you would have advised the client on? Because you asked for some turbines within it to be removed, and we're now there's certainly the potential on the current plan, and yes, it can change the potential on the current plan. That the blades of those turbines are coming within 100 meters, and that's something that you told us in relation to distance wouldn't really be noticeable to someone who didn't know. So if I'm standing at
I was talking about
away, it's going to look very close to the that's the type of proximity we're talking about, isn't it? Where with the naked eye, as an uninformed expert from further away, I wouldn't be able to distinguish whether those turbines were in the regional scenic area or not, would I?
No, and indeed, as a layperson in the landscape, you wouldn't have been able to tell whether the two turbines that were in the RSA were in it or not. You'd have had to have looked on a plan and mapped them. That's not really the point.
So why did you remove them and not these?
Because if they're in the regional scenic area, they have a direct impact upon it. And
you don't think that being, I mean, I was interested in the kind of terminology around it, because we have one big, we have certainly for a handful of days a year in Dumfries and Galloway, and it probably is only a handful. We have one big shining light. So in effect, you'll have the shadow of these turbines, for part of the day, extending into the RSA. That's how close they are to it. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not. I mean, I've not given evidence on where the shadow of turbines may lie at a given point.
You gave one on proximity.
Because I understand the proximity. I don't understand the shadow issue, because I haven't done the research, and it's not part of my evidence.
So I would ask, maybe drawing on your professional experience, the considerable professional experience working across a whole range of projects across Scotland in this area and other areas. We're talking about turbine blades, that are potentially around the 100-meter mark from a regionally significant area. And we know that the sun does sometimes shine. We're talking that they are close enough you know, that's a possibility you couldn't just rule out. You know, as if you know. So I mean, they are very, very close.
Except the turbines lie to the north of the regional scenic area.
Sorry.
Except that the turbines lie to the north of the regional scenic area.
Well, whichever way round. Well, they'll go the other way. Okay.
Yeah. So the shadow will be in the other direction.
I'm happy to accept that, but they're close enough that you know that I mean they're right on top of it. That you would have to think about that before answering the question. No,
the turbines are not in the regional scenic area, and the scheme's been designed so there are no turbines in it, and neither do any of the blades oversail the road.
But they come they come within 100 meters.
The turbines are. I've said several times the turbines are close to the regional scenic area boundary, but they're not within it.
Okay, but you think it would be a fairer description to say that they're on the boundary?
They're outside. They're outside the boundary. They're not on.
Most lay people would recognise that they're on the boundary of it.
Yeah, the boundary is the boundary. They're not on the boundary. They're outside the boundary, but they lay close to it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and that's all I've got to ask. And thank you for your time and patience. And I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The questioning's not quite as it should be, but it's just a different format to what I'm used to. So I apologise if it's come across as rude at any point. And thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. I was entirely happy with your line of questioning, so no need to apologise from my perspective, certainly. Mr. Denny, I do have a few questions. Well, I had a lot of questions, and a lot of questions have been answered during the course of the last 2 days. But I do need to. There will be some questions that I would like to ask you. But if you could just give me a couple of moments, I don't want to repeat questions that have already been answered. Thank you. Be a good start to unmute myself. I shall try and keep this in some sort of logical order as I work things through. As I said, I had a lot to begin with. Okay, so just in terms of the actual kind of candidate turbine and the worst case kind of scenario that you're taking into account in the LVIA. So given that the hub heights of the turbines are not specified in the application, and so obviously possibly subject to change, how or in what way could the landscape and visual effects be altered by a higher hub height or a relative to a sort of larger swept path as an alternative?
Well, a higher hub height would give rise to a less swept path.
Yes.
And a greater tower height. You would get obviously the potential for some hubs within the scheme to become visible that might not be visible if the hub height raised. So, for example, where it's hidden just behind a ridge line, we do try to take into account that a hub may become visible. But the most likely thing, and what's being decided, I've asked a number of councils across Scotland when we've been doing assessments as what they consider the worst case can be, and they always consider the worst case is actually the largest swept path. Not.
And why is that?
They consider that. I was surprised because I actually did at one point venture to say, well, wouldn't sort of lollipop turbines with very, very high hub heights and relatively small swept path actually be more incongruous in the landscape? And I think it is because the chances of that coming forward are pretty slim, because they would actually reduce the power generation very significantly. So I think they know that what is most likely to come forward, and certainly what is the most likely, is the largest swept path. If there's a candidate turbine that can accommodate that. So we've always been asked, and always asked, for example, by a number of councils in relation to turbines recently, to take the largest swept path into account as the worst case. So what one would assume is that with a standard hub height of 80 meters, you potentially could go to a 120 blade swept path, 80 meter blades. I think the current candidate turbine, which a lot of developers are using, is with a 117 blade, so you'd have an 80 meter hub height with a 117. but we try to allow for those sort of slight variations in our judgment, so that we're not just saying, well, what we see on the visualization is it, but imagining in your mind's eye when you're standing there making the judgment, well, it could be a little bit bigger and the hub could be a little bit higher.
So is there scope for a lower or higher hub height, or a larger or smaller swept path? Can that alter the LVIA findings in any regard?
It has the potential to do so. So more if you went for a very high hub height with a very small swept path, but the likelihood of that coming forward is almost zero. So the assumptions are that we make is that a developer may go to the largest swept path that can be accommodated within the planning permission as our worst case.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So you've noted that the LVIA has assessed significant visual effects to occur within 10 kilometres. In your experience, would you say that was a fairly typical range, if there is such a thing as a typical range, in which significant visual effects would arise from a wind farm? I mean,
yes,
I
significant.
There's a lot of variables there.
There are so depending on the landscape. I mean, significant effects have and can, in my experience, extend up to 15 kilometres, and I've seen schemes where that has been the case. 7 to 10 kilometres is quite common for wind farms in a lot of Scottish landscapes. And indeed, the Lethen scheme just up the road in a not dissimilar landscape, the effects were assessed out to 7 kilometres, and the Scottish ministers agreed that they felt that was right, for example, and they are large turbines. So that's not an unusual distance for significant effects to be identified to. So 7 to 10 is quite common.
We've talked a little bit about the perception of kind of size differences between different size turbines, and I suppose I'm interested in practice, how perceptible is the size difference between, say, a 150 meter turbine and a 200 meter turbine if they're seen in isolation from each other? So obviously, if you've got two turbines next to one another which are of 50 meter difference in height, you'll be able to perceive that, I would assume. But where a 200 meter turbine is placed in the landscape, how is that height perceived in relative to the turbines that we might be used to in this area?
That's a very interesting point, sir. If you know the height of a hill, and you can see the turbine is bigger than the hill, then you'll have some way of gauging how big that turbine is. Quite often, though, what happens, because it can be confusing to people. People might think that turbine is just closer to them than it actually is, rather than thinking that it's bigger than it actually is. That happens a lot. I did a training seminar for E.ON for their staff in relation to large topography turbines in the landscape. And one of the things I did, and these are very experienced project managers who bring forward wind energy developments in Scotland, and I presented them with a whole series of images in which I had put large topography turbines in various Scottish landscapes and asked them to tell me what size those turbines were. And invariably, because just like you said, I'd placed turbines in isolation, they couldn't do so. But as soon as I gave them some way of being able to calibrate the height, then they could. So you can tell the size of turbines if you have some way of calibrating. But quite often people think that rather than the turbines being bigger, they sometimes just think that they're closer to them. That's certainly been the experience that I've seen when I've talked to people. It can be very difficult, and it can be even very difficult for professionals to tell the difference unless they have the material to allow them to make the judgments.
In terms of that calibration in this context, obviously there are
Sorry, I don't know whether you can hear me, but you're now buffering on my screen.
Folks, if we want to take a little break just now, so maybe 5 minutes, I'll see if I can get the reporter back online, if that's okay. So, say 10 to 1.
Right,
Is
certainly.
that okay for everybody?
Yeah.
5 minutes. All right. Cheers.
Hello?
Hi, Chris. I've just gave everybody a 5-minute break, just there
Ah.
till you fell off the
Yeah.
screen.
Yes.
What I'm going to do is remove you're on twice.
Yeah, I can
So
see that now. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to expel you from one of them. So hopefully it's the right one. And you're still
Yeah,
there.
I got a warning message on one of my screens saying it had crashed,
Right.
basically. So
It looks as though you're
thankfully I hadn't carried on too far before I noticed.
you're back up and running. I did say to everybody 10 to 1 to come back for.
No, that's fine. Sorry about that, everybody.
Get two reporters for the price of one.
Don't think we'd want that.
My identical twin, yes. I won't recommence until I can see that everybody is back with us, Mr. Hardy and Mr. Armstrong in particular. Mr. Mundell. Mr. Mundell, are you back with us? Whilst we're waiting for Mr. Mundell to rejoin us. So yeah, once again, apologies for the slight disruption there. Mr. Denny, I did catch the end of your question before I froze and disappeared. So I know where we're up to in terms of my questioning. Mr. Mundell, are you back with us? No, okay, we'll just give it a couple of minutes then, because I think you, as Graham said, you given 5 minutes whilst I restored my connection. Okay. Right, I think we're all back. So once again, apologies for that. So, Mr. Denny, you just answered me about the question in terms of how you perceive scale of a turbine, size and scale of a turbine. In terms of that kind of calibration point that you mentioned there, what effects would arise from scale comparisons with other wind farms, or the mix of turbine heights that are in the baseline, and how does that affect perspective within the landscape?
Well, it can appear, sir, from certain viewpoints. For example, if you've got a large scheme in the mid-ground and a previously consented much smaller scheme set behind it, sometimes your perception can actually be that rather than that you've got a big scheme in close proximity to a small scheme, it can make it look as though the small scheme is more recessive in the landscape, and you consider the small scheme is further away from you, for example. And I've had experience of seeing that. And then as you change your position in the landscape, sometimes those perceptions can change depending on reference points that you have.
So the opposite would presumably be true in some circumstances where you have smaller turbines in the foreground and larger turbines in the background.
Yes. I have seen, sir, a very interesting phenomenon.
Yes,
where moving along a bridleway in a landscape with a farmhouse, and obviously my brain knows how big a farmhouse is because we have experience of that so much through our lives. As my relationship between the farmhouse and the turbines changed, the turbine size in perceived scale to me seemed to change slightly, and that's because I was trying to make sense of the scale of the turbines against something I knew, which was the farmhouse. So you do perceive the turbines slightly differently as you move through the landscape, and that's true for all turbines and the relationship between all turbines.
So in terms of the Skywater Valley, you've concluded that the prominence of the turbines has been significantly reduced by the removal of the turbines 47 and 48. And you said yesterday, sorry.
So that's the use of the words. There's complex between saying something significantly reduced and then significant effects. I think in those contexts, it's been significantly reduced, but the effect remains significant. Makes sense.
Thanks. Yeah. Sorry, yes. I should have clarified that. Yes. No, thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. So you said yesterday that you advise, and today actually, that you advise the applicant to remove the turbines which were within the RSA.
Well,
what was the reason for that? Or sorry, clarify it if I've got.
I was just suggesting, sir, that because I was asked when I looked at the scheme to give comment and give my thoughts over, and I said, well, look, I think that one of the areas that we could improve the potential of consenting of this wind farm is that if we could move forward with a scheme that didn't have turbines in an RSA. Now, I know that it's perfectly possible for turbines to be permitted within regional scenic areas or special landscape areas within Scotland. I've seen it across, but nonetheless, it adds another layer of landscape effect and impact and character effect against reported sensitivities. And it was just part of my judgment saying, well, look, I think that we can improve the potential for the scheme to be consentable by not having any turbines in the RSA. In effect,
Mr. Mundell,
it's a good thing.
Sorry.
I'll just say, in effect, it's a good thing not to have turbines in the RSA if you can do that and your scheme is still viable and it all hangs together, which is what was agreed.
Mr. Mundell asked you about this in terms of the perception of essentially where the RSA boundary lies and whether a person in the landscape would perceive whether or not the wind farm was within or without with the RSA. Do you have anything further to say on that point? I mean, I suppose in terms of whilst it's outside of the RSA boundary, is that a more important factor than whether or not the wind farm is perceived as being within the RSA or affecting the RSA?
Well, if the turbines are in the RSA, sir, they have a direct impact on the RSA because they're in it physically in it with their access tracks and their crane hard standings and so on. So there's a direct change to character in the RSA physically. Yes, the LVI accepts there are still some significant effects in relation to the RSA because of those visual and character effects of the turbines being in close proximity to it. In terms of people maybe not being able to perceive that the turbines aren't in the RSA, of course, it cuts the other way. So most people wouldn't be able to tell you from a viewpoint out in the landscape where the RSA boundary was either. So they wouldn't know that the landscape adjacent to the turbines was also in the RSA unless they'd done some homework specifically to do that. And most people walking, say, the Southern Upland Way haven't done that homework, so they wouldn't necessarily know they were looking at an RSA boundary. This is more a matter for us at this inquiry, really, than for somebody walking the Southern Upland Way and understanding. They would merely see the turbines are in this landscape.
Thank you. That's helpful. So in terms of residential visual amenity, I think you've answered my first question around whether you'd had input or advice or given advice to the applicant that it would be beneficial to seek to gain control over the nearest properties. Can I just clarify, did you have any input into that decision?
No, I didn't input into whether they were going to gain control or not gain control. I gave input as to what I saw the effects were in relation to all the residential properties, and particularly those where there was the greatest level of effect. And one of the mitigations that the client chose to do in response to my range of advice, and that of the landscape architect who undertook the LVIA, was to drop 2 turbines in the RSA, to drop turbines in the views from Glen Afton, and to gain control of those properties. That was a decision of the client rather than me saying, I think you should gain control of those properties. The client said to me, well, I'm going to gain control of those properties, Brian, so you don't need to worry about some of those effects you've been talking to me about, because the properties will be coming out of residential use. And I said, well, okay, well, I now will carry on with my assessment on that basis. That's what you've informed me of.
And do you consider the visual impacts upon those 3 properties to be of a magnitude that would require the properties to not be occupied?
No, sir, I didn't advise at any point that, and it also relates to the properties in Glen Afton and the turbines that were there, that I would have to sit in this witness box and say to you today that they are definitely overwhelming, overbearing. But what I did say is that they were moving towards that area. I thought that they hadn't maybe quite reached that, but it would be perfectly possible, sir, for you to come to that conclusion, and therefore there was a consenting risk in that regard. I.e., there wasn't so much headroom as it was comfortable. If you understand what I mean by that.
Yes, no, I do understand. So concerns have been raised about the potential kind of landscape and visual impact of these properties being left without occupants for an extended period. We're talking about a 40-year consent in this case. You've answered Mr. Mundell in terms of the your view on what essentially the landscape and visual impact would be, and it would be localized and not significant in your view. Would it be? I suppose my question is that the case in terms of the overall experience of Scar Glen as you travel up towards Polskiot?
I still think so, sir, because the character of all of these glens, but that one in particular, is very, very much largely made up by its landscape and landsform, and the deeply incised valleys and the steep valley slopes and the hills above it, and that would all remain exactly the same. So the very substantial dominant characteristics of this landscape would remain intact. One small element of it will have changed, but the dominant characteristics of the landscape will have changed, will remain the same.
There's a question mark still there in terms of what the actual ultimate sort of final appearance, I suppose, of those properties would be, because we don't have clarity on that specifically in terms of, like, for example, would they be boarded up, would they be left to become derelict, or would they have some form of other use?
That I don't know, so I can't.
I appreciate it, yeah. So I'm not going to push you on that point.
No.
So we can tick off a couple of questions. So in your inquiry report, so with reference to, so I think it's 4.55 and 4.65 of your inquiry report, you make reference to Polskiot and Shiddlehead.
Yes.
You conclude that the development would not be overbearing to the extent that the property would become an unattractive place to live. Are you indicating that? I just want to ensure I've understood your conclusion properly. Are you indicating that there you consider the wind farm would be overbearing to some extent, but that it doesn't essentially cross a sort of notional threshold of affecting the overall level of amenity at that property?
No, what I'm saying, sir, is that there is a significant visual change for that property as outlined in the detail in the study, and that's different from certain rooms within the property and different from certain parts within the curtilage, but with an overall worst case significant change in their view. The judgment I then have to make is, do I think that that change is of a nature which would cross that sort of what I've referred to in the past as a public interest test, although I know no such test actually exists, but that's my terminology, that it wouldn't be in the public interest to have such an effect on a property that it would render it an undesirable place in which to live. Now, that's not an uninhabitable place in which to live. Most people in this country live in properties with far less residential amenity than these properties would have, even with all the turbines in place. So it's not a relative concept, but it is a concept as to, do I think that the nature and the effect of those turbines on this property would go beyond just being a significant change in the view to being something much more oppressive than that? And I think that's the decision that most inspectors and reporters have also turned their minds to, and have to make that judgment that as to whether that is a step beyond.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what your actual conclusion was there, so that's helpful. Yes. Okay, one final question, which is, it's not a residential visual amenity question, but yesterday I noted that you'd stressed the importance of careful siting of individual turbines to achieve a coherent design of wind farm overall. In that context, what's your view on the proposed 100-metre micrositing allowance and the potential implications of that for the design of the scheme?
There are always implications for the potential to increase, say, stacking or some other relationship between a viewpoint and the turbines within that. I'm afraid that's the case for all wind farms, always has been, even within the 50-metre micrositing distance. In most cases, the distance is not so great that gives rise to, particularly because the larger topography turbines, of course, has to be spaced much further apart, because the ellipses for making sure that they don't, in effect, steal each other's wind and you don't get turbulence within the wind farm, means that they are set further apart, which is why you can have a micrositing distance which is larger for the larger topography turbines than for the smaller ones. So in effect, a 100-metre micrositing distance for large topography turbines wouldn't give rise to any greater concerns for significantly changing the appearance of the scheme than, say, a 50-metre micrositing distance for a smaller scheme.
And in terms of that micrositing, are there any, want of a better term, any kind of red lines in terms of where you wouldn't want to be seeing micrositing in a particular direction? So, for example, I've seen reference in submissions about, in terms of moving turbines closer towards the nearest properties, for example. What's your view on the potential?
Yes,
for
so I have sometimes advised myself that it may be expedient to not microsite the turbines any closer to a residential property that already has a significant visual effect, so as not to exacerbate it.
And is that your view in this case?
I haven't analysed what the consequences of that micrositing would be, so I can't give you a definitive answer on that, so I have to leave that to your own judgment. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Denny. I don't have any further questions for you. I would propose that before I let Mr. Hardy carry out any re-examination, we would have our lunch break now. Mr. Hardy, is that okay for you if we have that break now? Yes, lovely. Okay. Well, it's 4 minutes past 1. So, Mr. Mundell, sorry.
I just wanted to just say, not in relation to lunch break, but I have an appointment with the BBC at 2 o'clock, and I'd be sort of grateful if I was able to do that. And I don't have an objection to Mr. Hardy starting his questioning, because I wouldn't want to delay others.
How long would you anticipate to be unavailable for, Mr. Mundell?
For 10 or 15 minutes.
Mr. Hardy, how, in terms of re-examination, how long would you anticipate requiring to need?
Well, I'm going to review my notes. I'm conscious of time. It's one of those situations where, yes, I could re-examine for an hour, but is that actually best use of time? I'm not sure. I think there are important things to get onto in cross-examination. So I'd like to look at my notes over lunch. Don't be surprised if I come back to say I could, but I'm not going to.
Okay, no, that's fine. Well, if So, Mr. Mundell, in terms of your availability, if we were to recommence at 2:15,
Yeah.
would that give you ample time to?
Yeah, I'd be confident of being back on for 2:15.
Okay, so that just gives us a hour and 10 minutes, but hopefully Mr. Hardy will have plenty of time to consider what re-examination is required in that period. So it might be beneficial.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
I'm just, I make a sort of general point really in terms of housekeeping about time. Obviously that'll take us to 2:15. And I don't know how much by way of evidence in chief there's going to be. It might just be helpful. Are you able to give us an indication, Mr. Chancellor?
As I think I indicated yesterday, it will be under half an hour.
Under half an hour. Okay, so that'll take us to about 2:45. Because of the need to get on, I'll try and limit questions so that we can finish by 5. But I've thought between 2 and 3 hours. So there is a risk that we're not going to get cross-examination finished today. So I'm probably on an amber. I'm on amber warning in relation to 3 days. I think we can get through everything, but it's I'm starting to notice the clock a little bit more, sir. That I hope that's that.
no, I'm conscious of it too, Mr. Hardy. Well, I don't think the 10 minutes additional lunch break
No,
is going to
absolutely
be a
not.
break.
No, nothing. It wasn't really in relation to that. It was more a general kind
It's
of
a wide point,
where are we? And my sense of sort of toes curling under the toe. It's on an amber warning at the moment. I think we're all right. Don't need to do anything, but I will try and curtail cross-examination so that we get Mr. Steele at least finished today.
Okay. Obviously, with Mr. Denny, there were more people asking questions of Mr. Denny than there
Yes,
will
of
be
course.
of
Yeah.
the subsequent witnesses. So
Yeah.
we should make swifter progress. I mean, in terms of, I don't know whether it's worth asking now, Mr. Hardy, but do you have a rough time estimate for Mr. Campbell's witnesses for Stop Sanquhar 2 at this stage? But I can't hear you, Mr. Hardy. I don't know if you're muted.
Cumulatively, I'd have thought a couple of hours in total.
And for Mr. Mundell, how long would you anticipate?
Not very long. So if I reserve 15 minutes, I may not use that at all. But
I'm not squirming in my chair too much about time right now,
Nope.
so I think we're still on track. But anyway, we shall break now. So, Mr. Denny, if you can refrain from speaking to Mr. Hardy and colleagues during the break, and we shall resume at 2:15, please. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Sorry? I've just turned my video on. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, fine.
Thanks for your text, Oliver. I think it's restarting now.
Yeah, no, I was just slightly worried. I was stuck outside and that everyone would be waiting for me.
Sorry, say
I
again.
made you wait over it. I was slightly worried everyone would be waiting for me and I would be
No, no.
stuck outside indefinitely, having made everyone wait.
Wouldn't be like the BBC to turn up on time.
They were early, so there we go.
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Seems
Afternoon.
that you're with us, so the timing's worked out okay for you, clearly, which is good. Mr. Hardy, do you have any re-examination for Mr. Denny?
So I'm going to stick to my position. I could, but I'm not going to. I think there's nothing that I need to do that I can't pick up later on in cross-examination. So no.
Okay, thank you. Well, if Mr. Denny's still on the call, thank you very much, Mr. Denny, for your contribution.
Thank you,
You've been
sir.
here quite a while, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Armstrong, when you're ready, would you like to call your witness, please?
Yes, sir. Our only witness for this session is Mr. Mark Steele. I think perhaps to sort of assist, Mr. Steele is going to refer to a couple of documents. So I think there's a bit of an echo there. So.
There is. Do you happen to have another computer which has got the audio on by any chance?
We do. I'll just put it. So hopefully that's better. No, it's not. I think it's Mr. Steele's.
You might.
If you speak, we can.
Sorry, can you put yours on? Yeah, I think yours is connected. Right, that's the echo.
Try that.
I think that might be better. Oh, no, that's still an echo. Are you still getting an echo as well? Or?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it's quite. Yeah, it's very echoey. Are you sat quite close to one another? I can't tell on the screen.
Not that close. It's the same position as before. I think something has happened. So
My mic's still.
could you mute yours? Is that? I think that might be. Is that better?
Yes, that is
Yes,
better.
much better.
So
Yes.
whatever you did then worked.
I think that. Can you hear me? Yes. Mr. Steele is going to refer to a couple of documents, and perhaps it might be helpful just for me to go through them in the order.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Douglas. There's a rumbling noise in the background which is making you inaudible. It's like a motorbike starting up or something. It's it now. No.
I can't do that. Right.
I wasn't getting any feedback on that. Was anybody else experiencing any audio difficulties?
Yes.
Yes, I'm getting feedback. There's a sort of looping. It's not as bad as it was sort of right at the start, but it's still there.
It's there. What I would suggest then, Mr. Armstrong, if you just turn your audio off and you off, well, perhaps Graham, I could ask you for your technical advice on this rather than me giving out technical advice. Would it be best to try leaving the meeting and rejoining it? Would that help?
I think it's because both gentlemen are quite close together and they've both got the speakers on and their mics on at the same time. So if one was able to reduce the volume, let's see, if they're both in the same room, they'll be able to hear each other. So if, well, Mr. Steele's actually buffering just now.
Yeah.
We've lost them there. But if Mr. Steele could virtually turn his speakers all the way down, so he would just be hearing in person, if you know what I mean, in the same room instead of through the laptop.
You do that. I think it was perhaps if one of us stays mute as well at each time, that helps. But if I think Mr. Steele has lost his connection.
Yes.
So if he can.
Still saying this.
He's back now. Okay, is that better? Can everybody hear?
I can. Mr. Campbell, are you okay? Yeah, Mr. Hardy, yeah, excellent.
And the rumbling noise is gone from Mr. Campbell. The documents that Mr. Steele will be referring to are CD4 02, CD3 141, CD3 128, CD4 26, CD4 24, CD3 97, CD4 59, and CD4 56. And sorry, I did propose to just take Mr. Steele's recognition and report as read, and I only have a couple of extra questions in light of yesterday's and today's discussion. Mr. Steele, in your recognition at paragraph 2.1.3, you set out that, in my opinion, the SI figures and visualizations demonstrate that the significant landscape and cumulative landscape effects anticipated by the DGW LCS would occur. I wonder if, just in the light of the discussion that we had yesterday with Mr. Denny, if you've got any further comments on that, and perhaps you take us to some of the documents that I've mentioned.
If we go to CD 004.002, that's the plan indicating the location of operational, consented and in-planning wind farms. So that's there for reference. If we then move to viewpoint 7, Colt Hill, which is CD 003.141. Now the point here is that the panoramic photograph at the top of the first image indicates the extent of existing wind farms within that landscape. And it can be seen that they're relatively sparse within that landscape. Now, in my evidence, I describe that as a landscape with wind farms because wind farms are present in the landscape, but they're not a dominant characteristic. If one then compares that with the wireline below, which shows the consented log wind farm and other consented wind farms, that number of wind farms increases within the landscape, but it's still a with wind farms landscape. But what happens is that the inclusion of the proposed development starts to link visually those existing and consented wind farms together to create, in my terms, or indeed SNH's terms, a wind farm landscape where the wind turbines are a dominant characteristic within that landscape. And the contrast between the panorama at the top and the wire lines below is quite stark. And it would appear from the evidence presented by Mr. Denny suggests that the argument is that there are existing wind farms in the landscape and therefore there wouldn't be a profound change. Now, SNH describe it in their consultation responses, and this is reiterated by Janet Swales in her memo, that there will be a step change in the landscape character, and I think this viewpoint perhaps expresses that most clearly. If we then move on to the next one, which is 003.128, this is a 360-degree wireline panorama from that same viewpoint. And one can see the contrast between the upper two wire lines and the lower two. The upper two have the proposed development within it, and there's quite a considerable influence from wind turbines within those two. And then that compares quite starkly with the lower two in that position. So therefore you would be sitting at viewpoint 7 on the edge of that wind farm landscape looking across it. And if one turned 180 degrees, you're looking into an area where the wind farms are present, but it's not a wind farm landscape. If we then go on to the next one, which is 004.026, we then have Yukon Head added to that as well. And now we have an even greater contrast between the existing situation as illustrated by the panoramic photograph at the top and the wireline below. So essentially Yukon Head would compound the creation of a wind farm landscape. Another viewpoint where similar sorts of effects are illustrated is viewpoint 5, which is the 004.024 core document. And again, one can see the interplay of the various different wind farms in that area, which all contribute in their various ways to the creation of a wind farm landscape. But the single biggest contributor is the proposed development in this particular view. If we then move on to the RSA, there was some discussion about the extent of the wind farm that's on the edge of the RSA, which is the 20 Shilling wind farm, which is described by Mr. Denny in his evidence as being within the RSA. Well, we've checked and I can confirm that only one of the turbines is actually within the RSA. If we look at that drawing there where it says Drumlandrig Castle, the turbines are located out with the RSA within to the left and the southwest of that area where which is out with the RSA. So it's only one turbine and that lies just within the RSA at that point. So therefore it doesn't create the precedent that's implied by Mr. Denny's evidence. One of the additional viewpoints that was requested by the council was this viewpoint here, which is at Collar Now, which is CD 004.059. And there was some discussion earlier today about how apparent the boundary would be. Well, this viewpoint actually sits on the edge of the RSA, and clearly the left-handmost turbines of the proposed development are situated just outside that boundary, so it runs basically across the valley and then across that uplands at that point. But it's not a hard and easily identified boundary within the landscape, and therefore the wind farm itself would lie within a transitional zone beyond that boundary. I would also draw your attention to the scale of the turbines relative to the scale of the hills on which they are mounted. I would also point out that to the left of here, one can see the Scar Valley, and indeed that particular viewpoint is where the glaciated valley is perhaps best appreciated. This next image I want you to look at is the figure 2.1, which I haven't given you a core document number for, but if we can take that up. We'll pass on that for a minute and I'll come back to it. The next one that's we've got a viewpoint from is CD 004.056, which is the view from Hauskur in Skur Valley. And there were comments about the fact that the the existing wind farms set a precedent, if you like, for further development because they've already made the change in the landscape. Well, in this particular view, that's not the case because these turbines will be introducing wind turbines into that view. And furthermore, because the boundary of the RSA is not apparent on the ground, it will be difficult to determine whether those turbines lay within the RSA or not. But what is certain is that they do have an effect upon the RSA at that point.
Okay, thanks very much. And you've got to mute. And just on, there's an echo. That's it. And just on the RSA, you heard yesterday there was a discussion on page 33 of the technical paper with Mr. Denny. Have you got any further comments on that page in the light of Mr. Denny's evidence yesterday?
Yes, the tone and the way that the description on page 33 is set out is something more than one might expect in a simple assessment of landscape characteristics. Perhaps an example is in the second paragraph, where the second part of the sentence says, and those parts of the southern uplands in the north and east where the characteristics of the landscape type are most strongly expressed. So what that's saying is that there are certain landscape characteristics, but this is where they're most strongly expressed. And indeed, that's why they're included within the regional scenic area. There are other cases within that, but it's the nature and tone of the way that the description is set out that suggests it's more than just simply a character assessment.
And finally, you heard the discussion yesterday in relation to the evidence that the applicant said they were going to produce in relation to the Ken unit of LCT4 and their letter of CD 349. And just in that context, you've also seen Mr. Denny's evidence where there's a suggestion that perhaps you could have done the work here. What's your position on that?
Well, there was an undertaking to produce the wire lines, and indeed Mr. Denny was at great pains to say how numerous were the wire lines that they referred to when undertaking their assessment. Now, clearly, we don't have access to those in terms of that particular landscape character area. I did drive the full length of the Kent Valley, and indeed I'm familiar with it from previous visits. But if I were to make an assessment of what the effects would be, it would basically have to be on the zone of theoretical visibility mapping, which suggests that there is visibility across much of that area, but you couldn't come to a firm view on it without more detailed information as to the degree that the turbines would actually be visible. So I disagree with him. I think it would be required to have wire lines set within the Ken Valley to determine what the extent and the likely level of effect would be and whether indeed those were significant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you. So what I've done is produced a schedule of documents that I'd like Mr. Steele to have available to him. If I could just ask for that to be emailed around, that I think is the quickest way of notifying everybody.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hardy. How long is the list? I just wonder whether it might be worth reading it out as well.
It's quite long. It's about 25 documents, and I've got the core document references, so I think it'd be useful to. Well, I'm trying to be helpful. I hope it will save time. You should have just got it.
I haven't got it yet.
Oh, it's on its way.
there will always be a slight delay, Mr. Hardy, in me receiving an email, because obviously I can't receive them directly. So you have
Yes.
to just bear with me. I've just contacted the case officer.
No, not at all. Have other people got it? I'm getting a nod from some people.
Yes, I've just got it now. Yeah.
Thank you. The important person really is Mr. Steele.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got it, Mr. Steele? Right,
Yes,
okay.
I've
Apparently you've just got it, have you?
Yeah, Mr. Steele, do you have it? Yes, is that right? Yeah, you're muted, but I think you nodded, so I'll take that as a yes. Mr. Hardy, I'm quite content for you to proceed, and I'll. Oh, Mr. Campbell, have you?
Yes, Mr. Campbell sent it.
Just assuming that I'm included in this round robin.
Ah, there's two Mr. Campbells.
Oh, sorry. Has John Campbell been sent the email, Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
Yes. And have you received it, Mr. Campbell?
I have not yet received it, but I'm sure it's on its way if Mr. Hardy says it is. I wouldn't want him to hold him back.
I haven't received it yet, Mr. Hardy, but I'm quite content for you to proceed, and I'll just access documents as you refer to them.
Yes, well, I hope that's helpful. I think it's become a sort of default in this inquiry. The idea with so many documents is to try and help you, so you've got a written record of what's going to be referred to. Just by way of some preliminary questions, Mr. Steele, when were you instructed on this job?
Mr. Steele, were you able to hear Mr. Hardy's question?
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Sure. Sorry, I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
I wasn't. That's
in
fine.
July 2021.
Thank you. Now it says
I
in
just had to
the
open.
no, absolutely. It said in the council's inquiry statement that reference was made to the consultation response from Janet Swales, and the way it's put in that document is that evidence will be given in support of that consultation response, and then you're named as the witness at the end. So do I take it that you looked at the work of Janet Swales and felt is comfortable in supporting that, or what was the process of your appointment?
Indeed, I was forwarded a copy of Janet Swales' memo, and I looked at that. I have a good working knowledge of the area because it's somewhere I've been to frequently. I have a reasonably good understanding of the lie of the land, and I felt it was a very comprehensive analysis of the effects, and felt confident that I could support it.
And I've not seen anywhere where there is a divergence of view between you and the written material of Mrs. Swales. Certainly not in anything that seems to me to be material. Is that right?
I expand on some points, like some wider assessment of viewpoints, for instance.
Yes. So there's amplification, but there's no divergence on what I'm going to call material points. It seems to me it's you are at one with what she says.
Well, there's large areas of agreement, yes.
Well, if I turn the question over the other way, is there anything that you would identify where you think you come to a different view, having applied your own independent assessment?
Only in terms of more detailed information in terms of the viewpoints that I've discussed.
But in terms of attitude towards the, say, the capacity study and guidance and so on, what she's written, you haven't chosen to correct or modify. So we can take it that you are at one with her on that.
Yeah, I haven't chosen to modify it, no.
Thank you. We'll come back to that in more detail. So I want to start with the questions that was answered by Mr. Denny this morning, and it's about capacity and it's about things changing over time. And that's the centre, it's the golden thread, isn't it, to Mr. Denny's evidence, really, that capacity is variable. That's different from impact analysis. I want to go right back to the start of the documents. It's not something we've looked at before, and that's the character guidance or the character appraisal for the area, which is at CD 12.011. So this is the, 1998 document.
All right.
I think there are two dates, aren't there? Because actually the underlying document is a 1995 assessment. That's from LUC, March 1995, on internal page 4. But the cover is the is headed Scottish Natural Heritage Review, and that is 1998.
That's correct.
Yeah. So the actual underlying work is now 26 years old.
Indeed.
One of the points made by Mr. Denny is, well, things change, policy changes, technology changes, and I'd like to look at what this document has to say. And changes in the landscape caused by wind farms are dealt with, or the potential for wind farms to cause those changes, dealt with in section 6.6, which is internal page 62.
I have that.
And just so we can orient ourselves, 6.6.1 background growing pressure for wind farm development in Dumfries and Galloway. And whilst wind farms are a novel and exciting means of, goodness how things have changed, but exciting means of generating clean electricity, many point to potential landscape and other environmental impacts. At that stage, it was looking forward, wasn't it, to
Indeed, yes.
The exciting new technology. Over the page 64, you can see changes in the landscape. 6.9, development of wind farms guided by three principal groups of factors: technical and economic, and then likely environmental effects. We can see that in 6.6.9. Then 6.6.11, it comes to this. The landscape impact of wind farms will in turn reflect a variety of factors. Most significant, perhaps, are the size of individual turbines, and then open brackets 30 to 35 meters high, with a rotor diameter of 30 to 35 meters, and their vertical model and industrial appearance and the movement that they introduce into the landscape. So, looking ahead into the future and the white heat of technology, what was envisaged were 30 to 35 meter tip height machines, weren't there?
Indeed.
And there's a number of general management considerations, which we don't need to spend too much time on, and they lead to a table. So areas of search, landscape types where wind farm development would be detrimental to the landscape character. That's on internal page 69.
Yep.
And then 72 is the relevant entry for the southern uplands.
I have that.
Dramatic topography, large scale of the landscape offers potential for the accommodation of wind turbines. There are, however, extensive areas of recognised scenic value. So, for example, the Lowther Hills, where awe-inspiring glacial geomorphology, wild character are widely appreciated. Potential for wind turbines should therefore be limited to the less dramatic landforms where access is available, sites allowing hillside backclothing, and avoiding disrupting views between peaks would be preferable. Relationship with mining areas, former industrial activity might also be appropriate. So some guidance there. And given the type of machine and the height of machine, one of the ideas was that turbines should be backclothed or backclothed behind behind hills and ridges, isn't it? You can see that sites allowing hillside back clothing or back clothing.
I think that's suggesting that they shouldn't breach, and given the scale that was envisaged at the time, that's, I think, seeking to avoid breaking the skyline.
Well, we'll come on to see whether that's right in a moment. But there's some guidance there on southern uplands. Southern uplands with forest, we can see beneath that. This landscape type holds greater potential for visually accommodating wind turbines and southern uplands, notwithstanding technical constraints related to proximity of forests. Many of the issues described for southern uplands are relevant. They may, however, be less likely to compromising wildland values. So that's the sort of summary table, isn't it? And then further on in the document, we can see each of the landscape types referred to. So landscape type 19, that starts on page 174. Do you have that?
I do.
And a sort of straightforward way that you'd expect a character appraisal to do, key characteristics identified on page 175. Not going to read them all out, but you can see that there are 6 key characteristics, aren't there?
Yes.
Key landscape issues beneath that. The main landscape issues that need to be considered are a loss of deterioration of heathermoor and large-scale forestry expansion, demands for wind farms and radio mast developments. And then it gives some strategic guidelines, strategies and guidelines below that to try and guide that to those types of development, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Yep, over the page then. So we don't need to worry about agriculture and forestry, but get to wind farms. This landscape type satisfies most of the technical requirements for wind power generation. The scale of relief may also allow wind turbines to be accommodated without significant visual impact. However, this is a very attractive and scenically valued landscape type requiring very careful guidance. The general principles for location within this type should be to avoid breaking the skyline, avoid locations which are most visible from the main valleys and their roads, and be sited so as to follow the contours where possible. The best locations are likely to be on cols or shoulders between the hill masses where turbines could be kept below the general horizon level.
There you go. That's as I suggested earlier.
As discussed above, under forestry, it would be inappropriate to site wind turbines within areas of recognised scenic value or where awe-inspiring glacial geomorphology is a dominant characteristic. Areas of blander landforms, especially those remote from settlements and popular recreation area routes, would be most appropriate. So that sort of guidance is only going to apply, or was written specifically, wasn't it, for turbines of, was envisaged at that stage, 30 to 35 metres to tip height.
Yeah.
And we can see similarly type 19A over the page. There's 3 key characteristics. Key landscape issues, we can see potential wind farm development as number 4. Same thing, strategies and guidelines. And then wind farms, page 180. Large scale topography of this landscape type should be able to accommodate the scale of wind turbines. So that's the 30 to 35 meters. This would, however, require siting below ridge and summit lines in positions which provide back clothing from main viewpoints. Locations within open ground and forest dominated areas should seek to utilize as far as possible any forestry and local access roads. The scale of the landscape might be able to accommodate large wind farms, approximately 20 turbines, but environmental assessment should seek to ensure that these are not intervisible and don't dominate consecutive view sheds. Now, this is going back in time, 26 years, and the landscape world has moved on significantly, and we're going to come to the split between capacity studies and sensitivity studies and character studies in a few moments. But if you were drawing guidance from this document in terms of what might be termed accommodation, the ability of landscape to accommodate, then you'd be looking, wouldn't you, to have turbines of no more than 35 meters high, back clothed against hills wherever possible.
Yes.
And that's a function of technology, because at that stage, those were the rudimentary turbines that were available. There are other factors, it said economic and environmental, but smaller turbines, that's where the line was drawn at that stage.
Indeed.
And one of the points Mr. Denny was making was all things move on. Policy moves on, questions of need moves on, technology moves on, the public opinion moves on, and so on. That's a good example, isn't it, of where if you were to draw a line in the sand regarding what is, to use your sort of language, acceptable, or that of Mrs. Swales, you wouldn't have any turbines over 35 meters which weren't back-clothed against hills, would you?
That's what was envisaged in 1998.
Yes, but it's more than that, because it took a long time for the capacity study to come forward. But if one was taking the council's view that, well, the sort of study is what sets the lines of acceptability, and that's the document, you wouldn't have expected to see, you wouldn't expect to, or the council to support schemes which are above 35 meters, which you could see above the skyline, would you?
No, and that's reflected in the capacity study that was prepared.
Yes, but the point is about capacity moving on, you see, in terms of technology. We're not dealing even with turbines that were envisaged at the time the capacity study was built. That's 150 meters plus. It doesn't deal, actually, does it, with specifically with 200 meters. Anything above 150 would be caught by that classification. The point is that
I think that a category of over 150 meters is perfectly reasonable.
Well, then, but it could be any turbine over that, couldn't it? It could be 200, 225, 250. Of course, it's a catch-all. But the point being that what the accommodation or the ability of landscape to accommodate turbines changes over time. Capacity it modulates. It's not fixed.
The issue of capacity relates to, or my reference to capacity relates to the documents that form part of the adopted local plan.
Yeah, well, we'll come to those, but in general terms, this is a good example, isn't it, of Mr. Denny's point. Capacity varies. If you'd asked the council what's the capacity of these areas back in 1995, or when SNH looked at this in 1998, the capacity of these hills to accommodate wind farms, it would have been that, wouldn't it? It would have been 35 meters and back clothing. That's what you'd have stuck to. You'd have gone to inquiries like this saying absolutely can't stand any more than that.
No, it's not saying that's not expressed. It doesn't use the term capacity, does it?
Well, what it says is that locations within requiring sighting, this would, however, require sighting below ridge and summit lines in positions which provide back clothing from main viewpoints. Of course, language changes. As I said, this is a fairly rudimentary stage in landscape in the landscape world, but that is close to saying that is what you need to do, isn't it, in order for there to be successful accommodation of this scale of wind turbine. So the second sentence, or the first and second sentence on page 180, the large scale topography of this landscape should be able to accommodate, but this would require sighting below ridge and summit lines in positions which provide back clothing. That's very close to saying that is what we say the limit is, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's a capacity study. It's just if you go to page 65 of that document, it describes, it says, there's a box at the bottom of that page. It says wind farm summary of key landscape issues. It's identifying a series of issues. It's not identifying capacity.
Well, that's the general part of this document. I referred you to the landscape type specific part of the document where you get the guidelines. And we can see that the guidelines I've referred to are called the strategies and guidelines for managing those difficult types of development.
Yeah, they're guidelines.
So, yes.
they're not say that's not a that doesn't have the degree of detail or analysis that's or indeed the assessments of sensitivity that exist within the currently adopted capacity study.
That's the point is that, and I made it already. Of course, this is much more rudimentary. That the division between character and visual effects and so on, much early stages, infancy. But nevertheless, taking this document as it was at that stage, the council, or the authors of this document, LOC, were saying to the council, look, this is where the line is, isn't it? In terms of what would be acceptable in terms of this landscape character type accommodating the scale of winter. This is what you need to do.
Yes, and this was produced for Scottish Natural Heritage, of course.
Sorry, this was produced before SNH, are you saying?
No, I was saying this was produced for Scottish Natural Heritage.
So what? What's the relevance of that?
Well, what you're comparing this with is you're comparing this with an adopted local plan document.
Yeah, what I'm saying, and you may be misunderstanding the point, it's not about development documents at all. It's about acceptability and it's about capacity. And the simple point or the golden thread that's been running through the applicant's case put by Mr. Denny is that capacity varies. It's a function of need, it's a function of national policy, economic factors and technology. And this is a very good example, isn't it, of that at this stage back in 95/98, this is where the line was being drawn by the council.
This is a document produced for Scottish Natural Heritage in 1998, and it provides a series of guidelines and identifies key issues that were anticipated at that time. Yeah.
Of course, this document hasn't been replaced, has it? So you may want to distance yourself from it in terms of its agedness, but actually this document was the building block for the capacity study, wasn't it?
Yes, the capacity study essentially updated it.
Well, it doesn't do that. We'll come to the exact word and what it says. In certain places it updates, but it adopts it pretty much wholesale as the building block, Mr. Steele, doesn't it?
Yes, it's the basis. The landscape character itself won't fundamentally have changed apart from where there's been extensive development. And wind farms are going to be part of that, and clearly that's what's addressed in the Dumfries and Galloway capacity study.
So it's not possible to, or the council isn't distancing itself from that character appraisal in terms of its agedness, is it? It's actually relied on that for the capacity study that it now has.
It's relied on the parts that are relevant or remain relevant in terms of the reduction of the capacity study.
Yeah. Let's have a look then at capacity studies a little bit more. And I want to take you to the two Nature Scott documents. So that is APP 001005 and then 006.
Sorry, can you give me those numbers again?
I can, yes, that is APP 001005 and the next in sequence 006. That's the two Nature Scott documents.
Right, I have those.
Thank you very much. And the first is a sort of press release, and turn on to the second page. Landscape sensitivity are defined context of spatial planning and land management, a measure of the resilience or robustness of a landscape to accommodate change arising from specified development types of land management practices. landscape sensitivity assessment provides an indication of this resilience. How to do it? Well, any landscape sensitivity studies based on a detailed landscape character assessment, and in this case, that's the LUC 1995 assessment, isn't it?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. 2019, Natural England published an approach to landscape sensitivity assessment.
Indeed.
Nature's got preparing separate guidance documents. The Scottish draft consulted on in the summer of 2020, and we'll come to that document in a minute. And hoping
That's
that
correct.
hoping that the final guidance will be produced in late autumn 2021. I don't think it has been produced yet. We're here in heading towards November. But
well, indeed, the consultation process hasn't been completed yet. So
exactly. So that's not come, but they were looking forward to do that. Right. Onshore wind energy landscape sensitivity studies, then page 3 of 4, worked with several planning authorities to produce landscape sensitivity studies. Strategic studies should help to inform site selection and the assessment of the landscape and visual aspects of individual planning applications. Showing a look at the landscape and visual aspects of wind energy development. And then this wind energy study should not be referred to as capacity studies, as no local or regional targets are available on which to determine the capacity for development. Landscape sensitivity assessment should reflect their purpose, which is to provide a strategic assessment of relative landscape and visual sensitivity to certain defined forms of development. That is not a change simply in title, is it? As was put to Mr. Denny, there is a substantive difference between those two types of documents.
well, if you look at the next paragraph, it says where studies are updated, and so it's not saying they should be updated necessarily, but where they are updated, and the name is changed to sensitivity assessment, it may be necessary to update references to the amended version where relevant.
Yeah, that we'll come on to what that means. This, of course, is the press release and what you're actually asked to do when you change. But the question remains, you accept, don't you, that a capacity study is a different creature to a sensitivity assessment? Or are you just saying, because your advocate put the point to Mr. Denny, well, look, it's a name change. If you change the front cover, you're all right. You don't agree with that, do you?
To a large extent, and certainly with the Dumfries and Galloway Council one, it is very much structured as a sensitivity assessment. And indeed, if you search for the word sensitivity, I think it's something like 1,400 references to the word sensitivity within the document. Mm-hmm. So I think it is very much structured around that. It does draw attention to the ambiguities around the term capacity study, but indeed the term capacity study itself is derived from SPP. So what we have in terms of the adopted local plan document, it fulfills all the relevant criteria that for its preparation.
Well, it doesn't, Mr. Still. And the question I put to you, which I haven't had an answer to, is that there is a difference, isn't there, between a capacity study and a sensitivity study. So the penultimate paragraph under the heading onshore wind energy landscape sensitivity studies in the press release, in those terms, there is a difference, isn't there, between what's envisaged?
Yes.
Yes, good, thank you. Well, let's look at what the difference is. Otherwise, if there wasn't a difference, all it would have said is change the name on the front, you'll be all right. It doesn't do that, and it doesn't do it for good reason. And we'll look at that reason now. So if you turn on to APP 006.
So we're looking at a draft document, of course.
Yes.
Which is still in the consultation process.
Yes, absolutely. But
so so what we're looking at is intent as it stands at present rather than the final document.
Yeah, absolutely. But what it does do, this is the document. You've just accepted there is a difference in between capacity
in terms of that previous document that we were looking at. In terms
yes,
of
absolutely. So we're now going to look at the document that it's referring to. So you've agreed there's a difference. Let's look at what that difference is. So the guidance, then you'll see page 3 on the introduction. Landscape sentence number 6.
Just a minute, where have we got to here? I don't have any paragraphs on my copy of this, unfortunately. So it's page 3 of 18 of page 3 of 18.
Yes, my version does, I don't know whether other people's versions have got numbers down the side, but it's paragraph 6.
What's the first few words of it?
Landscape sensitivity, it starts. So just before paragraph 4, it's under the subheading background. And then it starts landscape sensitivity is. Do you have that, sir?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong document.
Yeah,
I do apologise.
I wonder whether you've got the right document, Mr. Steele.
Yeah, no, I've
Right.
just realised
The digital version is 23 pages.
right.
So I assume the paper version is too.
Yeah, it's 23 pages, yeah.
So it's APP 001006.
Sorry, page 4, paragraph.
It's page 3, and then it was paragraph 6 that I was taking you to.
Starting landscapes. I have it. Sorry, I do apologise.
No, don't worry at all. Number of references. So landscape sensitivity is, I think it should be our measure, or as a measure of the ability of a landscape to accommodate change arising from specified development types of land management scenarios without undue negative effects on landscape and their value. Sensitivity assessments or studies provide an indication of this in a manner which is robust, repeatable, and capable of standing up to scrutiny. You agree with that?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Over the page then, links with related guidance. To date, assessment techniques have been broadly based on the LCA topic paper 6, SNH Research and Good Practice Resulting Toolkit on Commissioning these studies. There is no post SNH guidance character assessment, is there, in Dumfries and Galloway?
No.
So that it's out of date so far as SNH guidance is concerned. Correct? It's 1995. It predates, doesn't it, the SNH guidance on how to undertake a character assessment.
Sorry, what's 1995?
The Dumfries and Galloway character appraisal is 95. It's LUC, as we've seen. 98 is the date that the SNH review. That predates, doesn't it, the guidance?
Yes.
From SNH. Thank you. So it's out of date to that extent. I'm not saying it's worthless. I'm not, because of course.
Sorry, I thought you were saying that the original landscape assessment was out of date. Okay.
Well, hold on. That's exactly what I'm saying. And
right. Okay.
No. Let me just ask the question. The character appraisal that we looked at, the 95 LUC document, which is reviewed by SNH in 98, that predates, doesn't it, SNH guidance on how best practice in conducting character appraisals? It's 2002 is the guidance, isn't it?
Indeed. Yes, it predates that. Yes,
it's out
and
of date.
Many of them do. Yes.
Well, you say that. I'm only concerned by this one. It's not. It predates. There has been no replacement, has there?
No.
Post-dating the best practice guidance from SNH on how to undertake a character appraisal in D&G. It's not happened.
No.
Thank you. So that's a link with the related guidance. Then you get to this in paragraph 10, which wasn't put to Mr. Denny. Publication of this document provides planning authorities and other agencies with guidance to prepare or update their existing landscape assessments in line with current guidance and practices. Existing assessments provide useful evidence and understanding to inform spatial planning. However, updating may be required, particularly for wind farm studies, as development patterns and technology change, and/or to remove elements of capacity assessment where these exist. The assessment criteria are likely to remain relevant and can form the basis for updating a study. What that's saying is the bits which you need to excise from a document are those relating to statements of capacity, doesn't it? So you can keep the underlying character assessment, you can keep the underlying sensitivity references, but the bad bits, the bits you need to cut out, are those where you start to draw lines in the sand about capacity.
Yes, and quite conveniently, that's written under very large typeface saying draft.
Yes, of
But
course.
yes,
But
I take the point.
yes, but the reason we went to the briefing note first was that you agreed in the terms of that briefing note there was a difference between capacity study and sensitivity study. So we're looking at the document where that difference is drawn out.
In terms of the
Mr.
draft.
Steele, let me
yes.
ask the question. Let me ask the question. That in terms of that briefing note, there is a difference. We're looking at that difference, and you agree with me that the key thing that's drawn out there is the removal or the deletion of those parts, the offending parts relating to capacity. That's what, yes, this is a draft, but this is what Nature Scott are saying in their own terms, isn't it? Yes.
That's what they're saying in this
Yes.
draft document, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Well, what they're saying, we can take that to be their position. Whether it gets adopted or not, different matter, but just within the terms of these two documents.
Yes.
So what we should be looking to do, just if this document gets approved, just let's suspend disbelief a little bit. If this document gets approved, we would need to have a new landscape character assessment for D&G because it's not up to date. And also we would then need to excise those parts of the capacity study which are, in terms of this document, relevant to capacity, or to remove elements of the capacity assessment where they exist. You'd need to do that, wouldn't you, to be compliant with SNH's views?
It was my understanding that the capacity study did update the landscape character assessments and for the purposes of that document.
So a completely different point, as you know, Mr. Steele. And let's just take it in stages again, because we'll get the right get there in the end. So you have a character appraisal, don't you? That's one document.
Mm-hmm.
And the character appraisal we've agreed here in D&G is out of date. It's 1995-98, and what we're told, SNH, Natural England Guidance, was 2002, and D&G hasn't got a post best practice character appraisal. We've agreed that, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. What D&G then did was use that out of date character appraisal. It borrowed from that for its capacity study. There was some updating, but the bulk of the out-of-date character appraisal was taken forward, wasn't it?
Yes. It says updating may be required, I note in that paragraph. So it's couched in terms of
it's a completely different point. What I'm getting at, so that's the updating in terms of the capacity study over the pre-existing character appraisal. That was that bit of updating. What SNH is saying is actually capacity is the offending part of a sensitivity study, and what you need to do, in line with our views and in line with where we're going with this document, is to remove that from sensitivity studies that contain it. That's the updating that would be required post this report, isn't it?
Yes, it says what it says.
Yes, exactly. So I think the points then we can agree. We get to an out-of-date character appraisal. That's a building block for the sensitivity study.
Which was updated in the current capacity study.
Mr. Steele, we've been over this. There is a character appraisal which is pre-2002 guidance.
Indeed.
That. Yes. What then happens is that is taken forward with some updating, but the bulk of that character appraisal is then carried across into the capacity study, isn't it?
Yes, but you acknowledged it was updated, yeah.
There is some updating. Yeah. Well, there's some updating. We'll come on to the level of the updating, but there's some updating. But yes. The bulk of it, when you look at it, is the same. The third stage is you then have SNH telling you, well, actually, sensitivity studies shouldn't be wandering into questions of capacity, because that's something else. And that in order to have an up-to-date study, what you need to do is to remove, I'm just quoting from this document, elements of capacity assessment where they exist.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it? Yeah. So if D&G were to have an up-to-date assessment, that's what it would need to do. It would need to take out those offending parts of capacity assessment, wouldn't it?
If it says updating may be required, And if they were to update it, then they would have to address the final version of this document and what it recommended.
Well, the alternative is it sticks with an out-of-date document, and we come to inquiries like this and we say that the council hasn't got an up-to-date document. I mean, like, you could do that, and what we'll say in these sorts of inquiries is the offending part of the assessment are those elements of capacity assessment where they exist.
Yeah,
That's
it's not for me to say how the council will approach that, but no doubt the final version of this document will be taken on board, and the implications will be addressed, no doubt.
So can we agree that accepting this is a draft, accept that is a draft, but on the assumption that it is approved or something like it is approved, that the capacity assessment of the council would not be in compliance with it? Because it clearly contains elements of capacity, doesn't it? Where you say no capacity and the other references that are writ through it, they would all be excised or have to be excised in order to comply with this guidance, wouldn't they?
Well, essentially that comment would apply to all of the capacity studies, apart from those that have been prepared as part of the precursor to this particular document. So that
I don't understand, Mr. Steele. I mean, they may all just be wrong, you see, because landscape consultants have got into their heads that somehow there is an ultimate level of capacity, that there are lines you can't cross. And as Mr. Denny has said, the golden thread is absolutely, that's wrong. What you're here to do is look at relative sensitivity and pass that basket of significant effects onto the decision maker. That's the limit of the remit, isn't it?
Yeah.
It may all be wrong.
But the interesting thing is that none of this was identified as an issue within any of the SNH consultation responses. So they didn't flag it up as an issue when they were actively preparing this document.
I'm not talking for SNH, I'm talking about what is proper landscape methodology and analysis. And as you, Mr. Denny, very experienced as you know, being around quite a bit, Mr. Steele as well. And
haven't we all? Yes.
Yes, exactly. So there is a difference between the council and the applicant says that the D&G capacity study goes too far. And what I'm saying is that submission is entirely on all squares with paragraph 10 of this draft document, isn't it?
Yes, but the capacity study that was prepared was there was consultation with SNH at the time, and it was prepared in accordance with the guidance that was prevailed at the time. It was adopted by the local plan. It sits within policy within Dumfries and Galloway Council. The SNH consultation responses relating to this raised issues about the effects of this proposed development and didn't raise any issues regarding the existing capacity study, and certainly not in reference to the draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance.
So what, Mr. Steele? It may be that the author of that consultation response themselves didn't actually understand the difference between capacity and sensitivity. It's not for me to answer for the author of that document.
So you're suggesting that SNH's own staff aren't aware of their own draft documents and the relevance of those documents to any consultation response? Not
giving evidence, Mr. Steele. What I do say is that SNH's document here, this document, is very clear in saying that sensitivity studies can overstep the mark, and the offending part of that is where they wander into elements of capacity assessment. And that is
what you're saying is that this draft document, which SNH didn't feel the need to refer to or address in their consultation responses, is something that you're wishing to give weight to when it's a draft document that's still in the consultation stage.
So can I take it, and I'll move on, Mr. Steele, because the points that it made very clearly. Your argument in relation to this is you want to sideline this document because you say it's draft. Is that your point?
It's a draft. It is what it is. It's a draft document.
Right.
It hasn't been endorsed yet. It hasn't been published as a final document. Yeah. And as a consequence, it wasn't referred to in the SNH's consultation responses. So, it's for the reporter to decide what weight he gives the document.
Of course. So let's just go forward. It might be a few months before reports are written, decisions are made. Say this guidance is is adopted. We're told late autumn 2021. We find paragraph 10 in its current form is in that document. The capacity assessment that D&G relies on would be out of accord with what is then SNH bang up to date guidance, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be a matter for the reporter to decide upon.
Thank you. So that's a yes, and the
No,
weight.
that's a matter for the reporter to decide upon.
Well, the yes would be, it would be out of accordance with this guidance, wouldn't it? Because it would contain elements of capacity assessment which this guidance is saying you need to excise. So it would be out of accord with that. What you're saying the inspector's got to place weight on is the fact that this is a draft document and might never get adopted. That's the limit of it.
He's fully aware that it's a draft document, and it's a draft document that hasn't been referred to as being relevant in terms of the SNH's consultation responses to this particular development.
Very good. If that's your case, I'll happy to make submissions on that. Then the definitions, just to continue, you've got landscape character assessment. That's the starting point. This is paragraph 13. Probably don't need to take that much further. 14, landscape sensitivity. I think we looked at this, was picked up in the briefing note, defined as the measure of an ability of a landscape to accommodate change arising from specified development. You don't take issue with that as a definition?
No, that's correct. Ability to.
Landscape susceptibility then, for 15, you happy with that? Yeah.
I'm just reading it. The reference to without undue negative effect on landscape character and the visual resources, obviously.
Yeah.
Important.
You happy with that definition, general terms? Okay. Over the page then, how a landscape sensitivity assessment study is used. Well, primarily used as a strategic evidence base for planning and land management policy. Should never be used in isolation to determine the acceptability of a proposed development in landscape terms. That's a very clear statement, isn't it, from SNH about what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't find a statement in an appraisal which says that a development is unacceptable based on a sensitivity study.
Yes, in isolation is the key word there.
Yeah, well, you'd
have to support it with detailed assessment, obviously.
Well, it doesn't mean that at all. And Janet Swells, of course, and you've adopted what she's got to say this is an unacceptable form of development because it doesn't comply with the capacity study. Doesn't she and don't you? It's SNH saying you can't do that.
No, I quote Janet Swells in terms of acceptability. That's her term.
Okay, Janet Swells.
But the point is that was her conclusion following her very detailed assessment of the effects of this proposed development. So it wasn't used in isolation.
The capacity study then shouldn't say there is unacceptable forms of development or no-go areas. That must be true.
I'm not sure it uses the term no-go areas.
No, okay, but it says there's no capacity. Let's just not to be too pedantic about it. Is saying there's red lines, aren't there? However you want to put it.
Yes,
yes, it does, and that is what
defines capacity. Yeah. Okay.
And to that extent that it's relied on, Janet Swells is also using that document, isn't it, to determine the acceptability or otherwise of this development.
She's undertaken a detailed assessment which finds that the issues and concerns raised in the capacity study are borne out by the proposed development.
Well, we'll see whether she does that actually, when we go to the report. Relationship with landscape and visual impact assessments, paragraph 18, not used to assess likely landscape and visual effects of individual development proposals. That's exactly what Mr. Denny had to say, isn't it? You descend obviously to LVIA. That's what you need to do. Yeah?
No, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. Over the pages to page 10, we've almost finished. Paragraph 1.2, so this is defining the purpose and scope. So before commissioning a sensitivity study, so when D&G does its new document, if that's what it's going to do, it needs to define its purpose, 1.2 purpose of the landscape sensitivity study can vary. It can be in response to development pressures, which can in themselves be driven by policy or other considerations such as the climate emergency. That is Mr. Denny's point, isn't it?
Yes.
Or be more proactive in guiding development in the future, including the following: informing development plans, informing responses to individual multiple planning applications, informing cumulative effects of development, informing land use strategies, both regional or more local. So those are the four purposes, aren't they, if you're going to do that a council should have its mind or turn its mind to if it's going to draft a new style sensitivity study.
Yes, I can't speak for them on that, but
well,
again,
SNH's guidance,
what it says.
accepting your point that this is draft, that is what SNH is saying you should do, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then just one more. I'm not going to read points very, very, very clearly. I don't need to go through all of this. We go to the glossary. You see landscape capacity, page 22. So the meaning the amount of specified development or change which particular landscape and the associated visual resource is able to accommodate without undue negative effects on its character or qualities. Landscape sensitivity preferred more accurate description of most studies in Scotland. Landscape capacity studies tend to date more quickly. And then you can compare that with sensitivity over the page. Within the context of spatial planning, landscape sensitivity term applied to landscape character and associated visual resource combining judgment. Sensitivity may be regarded as a measure of the ability of a landscape to accommodate change arising from specified development types of land management practices without undue negative effects on the landscape and visual baseline and then value. Those two definitions neatly, don't they, encapsulate the difference which you agreed with me was written into the press release at document 005. That's the difference between a capacity study and a sensitivity study. And that is exactly what Mr. Denny has been portraying, hasn't it? The difference between capacity and sensitivity.
That was his evidence, yes.
Thank you. Well, can we agree this? You've heard his evidence. You've seen Mr. Denny from old. Mr. Denny's evidence in that regard, his approach is entirely in line, isn't it, with this, albeit draft, that's your point, but it's in line with that, with this current SNH articulation of policy. Everything that Mr. Denny has said, the golden thread is in line, isn't it, with this SNH guidance?
His evidence has attempted to follow this draft guidance.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful on that topic. So it's 3:30. So I mean, I've got actually, I'm not going to finish this afternoon. I'm confident, but I don't know whether it's a sensible time to take a 10-minute break. I'm about to change topics.
Yes, Mr. Hardy, if it is a convenient point, then let's take a 10-minute break, if that's okay. So
yes.
we come back at 3:40.
I think I'll just flag up. I'm not going to finish, I don't think, by 5. No, I think he's going to hang over till tomorrow. Yeah, thank you.
That's okay. Well, thank you. So the same applies, Mr. Steele. I should just say that please don't speak to Mr. Armstrong. I appreciate you in the same room, but you can take a break. Okay, it's 3:40. I was just going to say, is Mr. Armstrong back with us? There you are. Okay, Mr. Hardy, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then the next document I want us to look at is the SNH guidance on cumulative impact. There's two of those. So that's CD 012001, and then rather in the same way, there is the web-based update, which is the D01201A. Do you have that? You got that, Mr. Steele?
I have those, yes.
Thank you very much. You're familiar, no doubt, with the first of those at least. So March 2012, assessing the cumulative impact of onshore wind energy developments. And I'm not going to go through this in too much detail, so I can get to the point fairly quickly. Internal page 20, and it's paragraph 96. And we can see effects on landscape character. So this is how you assess them. So effects on landscape character, the cumulative, that is the additional effect of proposed development on existing landscape character should be described particularly in relation to key landscape characteristics. Likely that as more wind farms are developed, they begin to be perceived as a key landscape characteristic and therefore will change the landscape character. Should be objectively assessed in accordance with standard landscape character assessment guidance. And then actually there's a loop back, isn't there, to that 2002 guidance. And the key point there is that they are the additional effects. So over the baseline, that's what you're looking to identify.
In this version, yes.
In this version, thank you. And then we've got assessment of cumulative visual impacts, 98. And I don't need to go there. When will cumulative impacts on landscape lead to an SNH? Objection 101. Key consideration whether or not those impacts would raise issues of national importance. Probably don't need to go there. Right, let's go to the update then. So CD
before we leave this document, can we go to we go to paragraph 7 on page 4. It says cumulative impacts can be defined as the additional changes caused by a proposed development in conjunction with other similar developments, or as the combined effect of a set of developments taken together.
Yeah.
So
but what that
okay.
So that can be. That's the can be, but that's not how it's defined by SNH, and we'll come to what people again perhaps confusing things, what SNH want you to do. And how it should be is set out at the end of the document, isn't it? So in landscape.
Yes, but this is
additional effects.
This is right at the beginning of the document and defines what cumulative effects are. They're basically either the additional changes or as the combined effect.
No, Mr. Steele, that's they can be. And similarly, in practice, the terms effects and impacts are used interchangeably. Again, that doesn't make it right. Effects and impacts are actually different things. What we're told later on in the document, paragraph 98, is the effects on landscape character. This is the description of those cumulative. That is, i.e., the additional effect. That is how this document in paragraph 96 defines cumulative effects, isn't it?
Yes, and it does refer to, if you notice, it refers to an effects on landscape character. Right at the end of that first thing, it refers to GLVIA 2002, which has obviously been updated to 2013.
Well, we'll come on to GLVIA 3 in a moment, but let's move on. If there was any doubt, Mr. Steele, let's move on to the clarification that's been provided by Nature Scott in 001A. So that's internal page 16 of 18.
Yes, before we get there, let's start at the beginning again. Page 2 of 18,
Yep.
what are cumulative impacts? Cumulative impacts are the combined effect of a set of developments. The reference now to additional effects has been removed from that overarching definition.
So what?
So the emphasis now has moved to that.
No. We'll look at the document and what this means. So,
but also, just a minute, it also refers to the guidelines there, and we'll come on to that in terms of GLVI 3. Okay.
So we can read the paragraph beneath that, assessing cumulative impacts. So how do you understanding the impacts of a proposed wind farm development when it's seen alongside others in the area requires clear, transparent, detailed assessment process, needs to identify overall impacts which may arise in a group of projects, distinguish contribution of each individual project to these, and some examples are provided below. Okay, so that's introductory stuff. And then we get to describing and assessing cumulative impacts, which we can find on internal page 16 of 18.
Yes, but going back to what you've just read out, the process needs to identify the overall impacts which may arise from a group of projects and distinguish the contribution of each individual project to these. So therefore, it's you need to have an understanding of the combined effect before you can have an understanding of the contribution of any individual project to those combined effects.
Mr. Steele, let's look at what SNH say. So description and assessment of cumulative landscape impacts, page 16 of 18. You can see that they borrow the previous definition, which is carried across. So impacts on landscape character, the cumulative, i.e. that is specified as being the additional effect of proposed development on existing landscape characters should be described, particularly in relation to key landscape characters. Similar thing, same wording. More wind farms developed begin to be perceived as a key landscape characteristic. Therefore, change landscape character should be objectively assessed. We can read the rest of it. Consideration given to related impacts on sensor distance, scale, and all of those other things.
Yeah. So that what it's saying there is it's more likely that as more wind farms are developed, they will begin to be perceived as a key landscape characteristic and will therefore change the landscape character. These impacts, i.e. referring back to those, should be objectively assessed in accordance. So what it's trying to say there is that one has to have an understanding of the combined effect of the baseline before you can come to a view of the additional effect of the development that's before the inquiry.
No, Mr. Steele, what it's saying is you identify the baseline, which can include turbines, and as part of the baseline characteristics, and what you're looking for is the accretive, the additive, or the additional effects of the new turbines. That's what you're asked to do, isn't it?
Yes, but the addition to what? You have to have an understanding of what the effects of that baseline is before you can determine what the contribution of this individual project is.
Which is exactly what Mr. Denny does. Mr. Denny looks at all of those, looks at the underlying landscape character, looks at the existing wind farms, and then looks at any additional effects over and above those and identifies those as the cumulative effects.
Yes,
so
what it doesn't come to a view on what the combined effect is, and therefore what the additional effect is additional to.
That is not what SNH guidance asks you to do. And I mean, it's long been, I think I've debated with this here a number of inquiries, Mr. Steele. It's not what SNH asks you to do, is it? It's an accretive process. So what you're looking at is the additive effect, the additional effects of the new turbines over that which exists. That's what SNH want you to do, isn't it?
Well, we can look at this in terms of the GLVIA guidance in a moment. But essentially what
just in this document I'm interested in.
All right, okay, I'm sure you are. What you're suggesting is, and the argument being put forward by Mr. Denny is that essentially, and he says as much in his evidence, is that the more wind farms that you have in the baseline, the less the additional effect is likely to be. Okay, so therefore, the more turbines that exist, or indeed are proposed in terms of consented and in planning applications, the less the contribution of any individual wind farm is likely to be. Now, is that what people really want to have an understanding of? So what they want to know is what is the accretive effect? What is the overall effect of on the baseline in terms of landscape character or the visual resource? And what contribution is the particular project making to those?
Yeah, all very interesting, Mr. Steele. Got time, need to move on. It's not what SNH are asking for.
Sorry, it is. I disagree
Steele,
with you on that because
Mr.
it's
Steele,
quite clear on page 16.
Ask the question. It's not what SNH require, because the cumulative, i.e. the additional effect, additional to what? Additional to baseline, additional to that which is there before. That is what you are being asked to isolate, isn't it, as a cumulative effect in this document? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm not saying you shouldn't identify the additional effect. What I'm saying is that in order to be able to identify the additional effect, you have to have an understanding of what the combined effect is, and therefore what the relative contribution of the proposed development is. And it suggests as much in the description of impacts on landscape character.
There you go. No doubt your advocate can make submissions. Description and assessment of cumulative visual impacts over the page 17 then. So this is in relation to cumulative visual impacts. So range of visual receptors. When you get to impacts on views of the landscape, for each of the relevant receptors, consider if any additional impacts on visual amenity derive from the new turbines, and how this relates to whether wind farms visible from the same location.
Yes, well, there's the key thing in that latter part of the sentence, and how this relates to other wind farms visible from the same location. So, in order to understand what the contribution of the additional impacts associated with any individual development, one has to have an understanding of what the overall combined effect is of wind farms within the baseline.
Mr. Steele, what this guidance is asking you to do is to isolate those additional effects, both in character terms and visual amenity. It can't be clearer, can it, than on page 17, considering the any additional impacts on visual amenity deriving from the new turbines. That's what you may disagree with it. You may say you want to do something else, but that is what SNH guidance says, isn't it?
I'm not disagreeing with I agree that you should identify the additional effects, and that's what's asked for. But the means by which you identify those additional effects should be based upon an understanding of what the overall or combined effect of all of the wind farms in the baseline is. And that's what it asks you to do within the guidance. So
you'd agree that Mr. Denny's approach to cumulative impact assessment is SNH guidance compliant, wouldn't you? He's done what the two documents, the 2012 and the update, require him to do.
I think it's a rather narrow approach in actual fact. And again, when we come to GLVIA guidance, that will perhaps expand upon that.
Well, we can agree that so far as, even if you say it's a narrow requirement, Mr. Denny has fulfilled that. You then have a separate point which you want to say there's something more than that, and that's obviously up to you and your advocate. But so far as what you understand even that narrow ambit to be, Mr. Denny's work complies with that, doesn't it?
Yes, he's undertaken his view of what a cumulative assessment is, but he caveats he acknowledges that the irony or the consequence of having a large number of wind farms within the baseline is that the contribution of any individual wind farm in terms of its additional effects is likely to reduce.
It's not the question I asked, which was that your understanding, you can make a point about that it should be something else. Get that? So you can, advocate can make his point.
But this is the evidence put forward by Mr.
Steele, if I may ask the question.
Yeah.
I may ask the question.
Yeah.
Advocate can make that point. In terms of the ambit of what the SNH guidance says, okay, you think that's a narrow remit, but Mr. Denny complies with that, doesn't it? Mr. Denny's evidence and approach complies with that. You might not do the extra thing that you wanted. You might not do the extra thing that you...
he fully, that second, if we look at impacts on views of the landscape, we can say the second part of the first sentence, and how this relates to other wind farms visible from the same location. You need some detailed analysis to identify what the baseline is in terms of its effect and what the contribution of the individual project is.
Okay, it's quite clear. Mr. Denny's done that. Mr. Steele, got your answer. And again, just to make submissions on it. Let's turn to the GLVIA. You seem very keen to go there. And you have a point, don't you, about inconsistency? And you go, well, I don't quite understand why, in my view, an inconsistent view of threshold of significance is found. And it's right, isn't it, that the whole purpose or the big move, or one of the big moves, at least in GLVIA 3, was to move away from a formulaic matrix, sausage machine approach, however you want to term that, to a one based on more textual assessment, narrative, professional judgment approach. That's one of
Yes,
the
but
big things, isn't it?
that it has to stand up to scrutiny, as you're aware, and
course it
and
does.
if certain levels of sensitivity and certain levels of magnitude in one instance are found to be not significant, and then another combination of sensitivity and magnitude are found to be significant, but there's a contradiction because of the levels of either sensitivity or magnitude or one aren't consistent with the other. So you end up with inconsistencies, which is what I've identified in my inquiry report.
Well, Mr. Denny doesn't accept that, as you know, and provides full methodology and has given his evidence in that regard. But the point
I disagree with that. He doesn't provide a full methodology as to how he makes that judgment call in terms of the level of effect.
He was asked by your advocate, and he gave very clear evidence about professional judgment in the field. That's what you do.
Well, I'm talking about professional judgment, but he doesn't set it out in his methodology.
There you go. Professional judgment in the field, difficult to reduce to writing. But let's see how the Glivia says you should do it, and then the reporter can make an assessment of whether Mr. Denny or Pegasus have been remiss. Paragraph 327 of Glivia. But
before we go there, you did suggest that we were going to Glivia, and I would quite like to take you to paragraph 718, which relates to additional and combined effects.
Well, I'm going to go to paragraph 327, Mr. Steele. That's my question.
Okay, but we've moved on. You said we would go to GLVA.
I am going to Glivia. It's paragraph 327 of Glivia. So
yes,
it's
in the context of cumulative effects, but you're not allowing me to do that now.
I'm not asking you a question on that. I'm asking you a question.
You asked me a question before, and we said we would go to GLVA.
Mr. Steele, I'm going to ask you a question, if I may, to be re-examined or whatever you want, that you can do that. But I'm asking you a question on 327 of Glivia. So if we Glivia 3, so if you could go there, it's internal page 38. So assessing, this is under the heading of assessing the significance of effects. Do you have that?
Sorry, which paragraph?
This is 327, so internal page 38. It's under the heading.
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
Good. So we're looking at assessing significance. There's the box 3.1 EIA significance terminology on the previous page, and then we come to this assessing against agreed criteria 327. In assessing the identified effects against these criteria, two key principles should normally apply. Numerical scoring or weighting of criteria should be avoided, or at least treated with considerable caution, since it can suggest a spurious level of precision in the judgments and encourage inappropriate mathematical combining of scores.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, and then secondly, word scales, which ideally 3 or 4, but maximum 5 categories are preferred as the means of summarizing judgments for each of the contributing criteria. That's the move, isn't it, that I was indicating, a move towards
that, yes, and I agree with that, yes.
And step 3, this is really about, step 2 is combining the judgments, don't want to go there, but 3, judging the overall significance of the effects. The regulations require, that's the EIA regulations, of course, require that a final judgment is made about whether or not each effect is likely to be significant. There's no hard and fast rules about what effects should be deemed significant, but LVIA should always distinguish clearly between what are considered to be significant, non-significant. Some practitioners use the phrase not significant. It's not essential to establish then 333 series of thresholds for different levels of significance of landscape and visual effects, provided it's made clear whether or not they're considered significant. Final overall judgment of the likely significance of predicted landscape and visual effects is often summarized in a series of categories of significance. I'm not going to read the next couple of paragraphs, and we get to 3 bullet points. Reporting then, clear and accessible explanations, potential pitfalls, over-reliance on matrices, failure to distinguish between significance effects that are likely to influence eventual decision and those of lesser concern, so proportionality, losing sight of the most glaringly obvious significant effects. To overcome these potential problems, more emphasis on narrative text describing the landscape and visual effects, provided it's well written. It's likely to be most helpful to non-experts in aiding understanding of the issues. Good practice to include final statements. So all of that is the genesis, isn't it, for Mr. Denny's evidence about Pegasus having changed its methodology. It's moved away from the old style 16-box matrix or 12-box matrices that we used to see towards this sort of textual approach.
Indeed, and paragraph 3.29 states very clearly, combining judgments should be as transparent as possible. So therefore, rather than, yes, you determine a level of sensitivity, you determine a level of magnitude of effect, and you explain how you've arrived at that. But the combination of those two should be explained as well. And that's where I think the LVIA falls down. Yes,
well, it'd be a matter for the report as to whether he thinks Mr. Denny's done his job properly or not. You've got the explanation. Next document that I want to move to is the Residential Visual Amenity Assessment Technical Guidance Note. So that's at CD 012-010.
I have that.
Thank you. So I know this is probably more Mr. Campbell's bag, the number of questions on this, but the council does raise objections in relation to two properties. So I'm going to put these points to you. Long-standing debate about public interest tests and for downs and so on and so forth. We've looked at that just a little bit. This was an attempt, wasn't it, by the Landscape Institute to objectivize the approach toward residential visual amenity assessment. So RVAS or RASs as they're sometimes called.
Indeed.
Yep. And some helpful information in the document as to where this has come from and why it's here. Turning over to internal page 3, views and visual amenity in the planning process.
I haven't.
It's not uncommon. So 1.6. It's not uncommon for significant adverse effects on views and visual amenity to be experienced by people at their place of residence as a result of introducing a new development into the landscape. In itself, this doesn't necessarily cause particular planning concern. However, there are situations where the effect on the outlook visual amenity of a residential property is so great that it's not generally considered to be in the public interest to permit such conditions to occur where they didn't exist before. That Indeed. Is what Mr. Denny was saying, wasn't it? He was fairly articulating that as the reason why the planning system would be interested. Section 2, purpose of RVAA. The paragraph 2.2, let's just look at 2.1. The purpose of the RVAA is to provide an informed, well-reasoned answer to the question, is the effect of the proposed development on residential visual amenity of such nature and or magnitude that it potentially affects living conditions or residential amenity? And in this document, that's referred to as the RVA threshold. Yeah?
Yes.
Paragraph 2.2, middle of that paragraph, factors which might contribute to the threshold being reached may be different for different types of development. So, for example, one might use terms such as overwhelming, overbearing for tall structures, or overly intrusive for a development overlooking a garden or principal room. Determining whether the threshold has been reached requires informed professional judgment. So, like all other parts really of landscape assessment, professional judgment is at the heart.
Indeed.
It's not a robotic exercise, is it? It's not an equation.
No.
Okay. Undertaking then the study, number of steps to go through. Step 3, I'm particularly interested in the assessment of likely change to visual amenity. And what Mr. Denny said was, well, look, there's a list. It's not a closed list of factors. It rather depends. But then Mr. Campbell put some points to him, and bullet points here: distance of property, type and nature of available view, so whether they're panoramic, open, framed, enclosed, etc. Direction of view, extent to which development landscape changes would be visible from the property, from principal rooms, scale of change of views, degree of contrast. There's a long list there. That is a very similar list, isn't it, to the list of factors that Pegasus use when undertaking their RVASs?
Yes, there were several that Mr. Denny referred to.
I think Mr. Campbell put a few. He put a few, didn't he? Things like distance and.
Yeah, he mentioned how large is it in the view? Is it in an elevated location? What parts of the property was it visible from, with reference to compost heaps, etc.
Yes.
And the the reporter will draw his own conclusions on this, no doubt, when he visits the two properties in the accompanied site inspection.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to trouble you with the nuts and bolts. I may have to look at that with some of the residential occupiers. I'm just interested in principles at the moment. You'll be pleased to hear. But the list given by Mr. Denny, the list of, and we can go to the RAS, which is in Appendix 6 if you want to. But the list of factors taken into account by Mr. Denny and Pegasus is very similar to this list, isn't it? Of the sort of things you would take into account. There
are similarities. It's the conclusion that's arrived at, which is in dispute.
Yeah. So, and then forming the RVAA judgment, 418 over the page. You reach a conclusion with respect to magnitude, significance, change in visual amenity in this final step, and only for those properties where the largest magnitude of effect has been identified. A further judgment required. This concluding judgment should advise the decision maker whether the predicted effects on visual amenity and views at the property is such that it's reached the, and then that term, the residential visual amenity threshold, the RVAT, therefore potentially becoming a matter of residential amenity. That's the conclusion, isn't it? That's the exercise of professional judgment.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. And then over the page to section 5, the summary and conclusions. So 5.1, the purpose of carrying out a residential visual amenity assessment is to form a judgment to assist decision makers on whether a proposed development is likely to change the visual amenity of a residential property to such an extent that it becomes a matter of residential amenity. And then this potential effects on residential amenity are a planning matter and shouldn't be judged by landscape architects. So you can look at the impacts. You can, if you're following this guidance, form a view on whether that passes the residential visual threshold. But beyond that, it's not a matter for Mr. Denny, Pegasus, or indeed you. It's a matter, isn't it, for the planners?
Yes, because it has to take account of noise and shadow flicker and maybe other aspects.
And disturbance and livability and private water supplies and anything else that may come into it. So it's not it's a planning matter, isn't it? And the reason for that is going right back to the start of this document. What the planning system is trying to do is find the point at which the public interest is engaged. That is, you shouldn't be requiring people to live in such conditions. And that's a policy matter, isn't it? A planning policy matter, not a landscape matter.
Indeed.
Thank you. And then 5.3, finally, recommended approach to undertaking RVAA grounded in principles and process set out. And then it will culminate in a professional judgment as to whether the RV or the RVAT is likely to be reached or not. Can we agree that is what Mr. Denny and Pegasus have done? You might not agree with the results. Decision.
No, they've gone through the process, yes.
Gone through the process. So there's no criticism of the methodology. It's just you don't agree with the professional judgment at the end.
Indeed.
Okay. It's very helpful. Ultimately, the reporter will go and have a look at the properties and decide.
Indeed.
So can put away that document. Next documents. Completely different topic. There was a line of questions put to Mr. Denny about choice of site. You recall there was a long list, and what Mr. Denny said, well, it was I wasn't involved in the site selection process. It wasn't at that stage. Do you recall those questions and those answers?
Yes.
Yeah. And the suggestion was put that there's no, or certainly not a great deal of evidence manifest that the existing capacity study, you know what that is, was taken into account. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's look at some of the documents, if we may. And I want to go to the planning statement to start with. So that is APP. Just have a look.
So dated March 2019.
It is. Yeah, so that's my document. So I need documents 23, 24, and 25 on my schedule. So that's the planning statement, that's the design and access statement, that's the EIA site selection and evolution, although we might not need to go to that third one because it repeats really what's in the other documents. Do you have those?
I'm just trying to find the site selection.
Yes,
Site selection.
So that's part of the, that is part of the...
Site selection and evolution.
Yes, that's part of the EIA.
Yeah, I have that. And what was the next document?
So I said of the three, that's maybe the one that we don't actually need to go to. But so
I've got the design statement, I've got the planning statement.
Yes.
And I've got the site selection and evolution.
Good. Those are the three documents I need.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with the planning statement, if we may.
I have that.
And I mean, there's a large deal of repetition in these documents, but we'll start with paragraph 8.2. So that's internal page 12.
I have it.
So there's a little bit about CWL. 8.2, always on the lookout for sites, engaged in a continual search and assessment of potential wind farm sites throughout the UK. And then the selection criteria is as follows. And you'll see the fourth bullet point down. Preferred areas for wind farm development as identified in the local development plans.
Okay.
Local development plan includes the capacity study, doesn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, and the development plan itself doesn't have preferred areas. It's the capacity study that does that as part of the development plan.
Indeed.
Yeah, so that will be a reference to the capacity study, won't it?
It's not a detailed reference, it's a reference in passing. Yeah.
Of course. Well, hold on. It said the selection criteria is based on. It doesn't, nor does it set out the detail of the other documents either. You have aviation consultation and assessment. Of course, it doesn't go into the detail, but
no. But the point being made was in the landscape visual impact assessment chapter. One would have expected more references to the key points set out in the capacity study.
Well, no. We'll come back to that. But these were the points put about. The questions were about whether or not there'd been reference in the site selection. I mean, put it shortly. You say, well, it's been put in the wrong place. You haven't looked. This client hasn't put this wind farm in the right place in reference to the capacity study. Those are the questions, and I just want to chase that down. So
okay, it's worth just noting it. The following paragraph at 8.3, it says any site failing to meet the selection criteria or which conflicts with the criteria in a way that cannot be successfully resolved is removed from the site selection process.
Yeah, quite so. Well, this can,
Yeah.
and that's why we're here at this inquiry, Mr.
Right,
Steele.
okay.
So the Dumfries and Galloway local plan, just in case there was any doubt on the what that reference included, page 17. So paragraph 9.28. Tells us the LDP and the plan, the 929, the relevant supplementary planning guidance. You can see there's the Dumfries and Galloway's wind farm landscape capacity study.
Yes.
Yep. And of course, this is a summary of other documents. This is the planning, the portmanteau document. This brings together all of the other materials, doesn't it? But
It does indeed, yes.
That's the reference. Yeah, let's have a look then at the documents which kind of lie beneath that, on which it would have been based, and the design statement. So that's also March 2019. Do you have that?
I have that.
Thank you. And of course, as part of a planning application, it's requirement, isn't it, to set out. Well, actually, you don't need a planning statement. That's very often included. But what you do need is a DAS, don't you? You need a design and access statement. So this actually tells you more about the baseline design objectives. And if we turn to section 5 inside this document, so that's internal page 4.
I have that.
Mm-hmm. You can see design principles, and then at just above paragraph 5.5, you can see an appropriate location in the wider landscape.
Yep. And
you'll recall that we looked at the landscape character guidance early on. There were the key constraints, weren't there? And the descriptors for LCT 19 and 19A.
Yes.
We looked at that earlier on, didn't we? And if you look at the bullet points, factors that will fulfill a design principle, they include, it's not an exhaustive list, but turbines located within the interior areas rather than the outer fringe slopes, notably low slopes, the upland minimized, hills and ridgelines, etc., etc. They are references, aren't they, to the, they're not exactly the same words, but they are reference to the assessed characteristics of the LCTs 19 and 19A. It's not exhaustive. Yes, good. Thank you. So let's turn on.
There's no reference there to, I'm just trying to see whether there's a reference to existing wind farms in the baseline, but perhaps we're coming on that. Here we go.
Okay.
Relationship with baseline wind farm development. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all agreed. So we turn on in the document to page 13. And page 718 onwards. So there's consultation. And it's a two-way process, isn't it? You learn things, and then things are changed. So 718, several of the turbines moved slightly off the ridge, the overall heights, lower AOD, and so on. So there was a response from the developer. I hate the phrase iterative process, but it comes out every time, Mr. Steele. It's it was an iterative process, wasn't it? Where there were a number of design formats before there was a design freeze. There's a second word I don't like, but there you go. It was a process of change, wasn't it, of modification during the consultation process?
There was.
Yeah. Okay. 719 then. We get to some micrositing away from the edge. And then we get to this. As per the landscape capacity study, moving turbines away from the valleys and remaining within these landscapes minimizes the effect of the turbine scales, which is the overall intention with the micrositing of the turbines. And we then have a long run from 719 through to 725, dealing with the capacity study. You can see an express reference again at 723. Although the capacity study in the East Ayrshire Landscape Capacity Study states no capacity, and then it goes on to give an explanation of why it's been chosen. Rip through this application and the mandatory documents that are required justifying why or explaining why the site location is as it is are references to the capacity study, aren't there?
Yes, if we go back to 719, that's one very specific and minor change resulting from a reference to the capacity study.
Yeah, not talking about the changes. Not talking about the changes, Mr. Steele. Okay. The point was put that there's no evidence in terms of the site selection exercise.
But this was right. But this is in the section entitled Turbine Layout Evolution. So,
well, yes, but we've been over site selection. If we've already agreed that that's paragraph 5.5, an appropriate location in the wider landscape. Why it is where it is. The point I'm making is that what your advocate was suggesting to Mr. Denny, although Mr. Denny wasn't there as part of the process, that actually site selection hadn't had any reference to the capacity study or the existing documents is simply wrong, isn't it? It's ripped through these documents.
But it doesn't address the issue, all the issues raised by the capacity studies. In fact, 7.23 says, although the DGWLCS and East Ayrshire Landscape Capacity Study states that there is no capacity for 200 metre turbines within either the southern uplands and so on, and then just goes on to say, consideration needs to be made for the benefit of larger turbines.
Yeah, completely different point, Mr. Steele.
Okay.
I'm not going to get you to agree that this deals with all of the issues you have with the capacity study. Of course I'm not. The simple point is that the choice of site and the process, Mr. Denny couldn't speak to it because he wasn't involved in the process, but these documents that were, which form part of the application are laced through, aren't they, with an understanding and knowledge of the capacity study. That's what these paragraphs show, don't they? You might not agree with the solution, we know that, but in terms of reference and site selection, I'm right, aren't I?
I wouldn't describe it as laced through. There are references to it, but only, say, for instance, going back to 7.23, to be dismissive of the recommendations within it.
Again, you're getting into the sort of substance about whether or not your concerns are addressed. Simple point, are there references in the application documents in terms of site selection to the capacity study, knowledge of it, and where preferred areas was? The answer is yes, isn't it, Mr. Steele?
There are references,
Thank
yes, but limited.
That'll do. Thank you. That's all I need for my note. Evolution of the wind farm layout, then table 1, just to finish the point off. Table 1 on internal page 14. That is the demonstration of the changes of the process of learning and modification of the scheme, isn't it, as it went through its design life.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's set out in the EIA chapter. I said I might not need to go there. I don't, because it's repeated. There are some graphics, aren't there, in relation to what was changed and how the footprint was modified. Yeah, I don't need to take you there. Thank you very much. That's useful on that particular topic. Let's turn to appeal decisions next.
So can I get rid of, can I delete those three?
You can.
Okay. Are we looking at Larbrax?
We're looking at Larbrax, and then we're also looking at Cornharrow, because that was one that was, I think, floated by your advocate to Mr. Denny. So want to look at Larbrax first of all.
1.005. I have that one open.
Good. We're not going to go to, I mean, there's a lot of appeal decisions and reports in the papers, Mr. Steele, as you know. I think it's been referred to as appeal decision bingo before. We're not going to play that. Just two decisions will make this point in relation to the capacity study. This is a decision of reporter Bullier. It's not a report, it's a decision. These turbines were 100 meters high. You can see the decision date was the 21st of October 2016. See that?
Indeed.
And in terms of the location for these turbines, we can probably pick this up sufficiently at internal page 5. And paragraph 24. The council and SNH's concerns over harm to landscape character relate to effects on the RINS unit of the Peninsula Landscape Character Type and to the RINS Coast Regional Scenic Area. And then the RINS unit of the LCT described in the capacity study, sheltered interior. And there's some more description. Then halfway through that paragraph, however, there are stated to be very few, if any, more extensive upland areas which significantly limit scope for larger wind farm topologies. Indeed, the study finds there are no remaining sites within the peninsula on which to develop a wind farm that have the appropriate landscape attributes. Open extensive upland plateau as are found at the site. And the authority concludes the development would be out of scale and character with a small scale landscape of the appeal site, contrary to the capacity study. And we're about to move on after these appeal decisions to Janet Swales' view, and I'm going to suggest it's a fairly binary view in relation to the study. But the way it's reported, you fail the study, you're out of, you are unacceptable. That's the way it's written up, isn't it? Certainly in that paragraph.
Yeah, it's worth saying that I wasn't involved in this inquiry and do not have a detailed or any knowledge of the
That's very fair. It's very
process
fair.
behind this, and perhaps this would be better discussed during the planning hearing rather than.
Well, I'm not sure, because this is seems to me a matter that is within your field. If it's not, you just tell me, but I think it is. Paragraph 26. The capacity study is a useful indicator of the relative ease with which a particular landscape might accommodate a particular type of wind farm. It's no substitute for a site and proposal specific assessment of landscape and visual effects as being carried out by the appellant, or the development specific analysis that's being carried out in response to this proposal by the planning authority and SNH. The fact that the capacity study effectively rules out the possibility of developing a wind farm of the scale proposed anywhere within the RINS Peninsula is a material consideration, but it in no way obliges me to dismiss the appeal. So what the reporter is saying there, yeah, interesting, need to read that. That's at one level a material consideration, but that's not binding on me in terms of the acceptability in planning terms of this wind farm, is it? It's not any sort of straitjacket.
It says what it says, and I'm not, as I say, I know nothing of this particular application or its details.
Yeah, what we can see, even if you've not got knowledge of the site, we can all read paragraph 28. There's reference to a site visit, and paragraph 27, as stated in the capacity study, all these landscape characteristics tend to make the locality less capable of accommodating larger scale wind energy development. Well, that's broadly the same, isn't it? Certainly for LCT 19A, less capable. But the reporter says, look, ESA accepts major adverse effects that are caused with what he saw on site. And then the end of that statement, I've borne in mind the significant degree of harm that would be caused within the affected area and its particular importance to the landscape of the peninsula. So it's a case in which there was significant harm. You can read that.
Indeed, that's what it says, what it says, yes.
Yeah, over the page, 29, the majority of the site actually within the RSA. Yeah.
Yes, it says
And
that.
then paragraph 35, as the proposed development would significantly harm the landscape character and scenic quality of some parts of the RSA, and as it's also not been demonstrated that it couldn't take place elsewhere, it wouldn't accord with policy NE2. So that's a matter, obviously compliance with policy, a matter for others, but taking the landscape character harm, that led this reporter, didn't it, to find there was breach of that policy.
It says what it says.
Yeah, and overall, we know that the appeal was allowed, notwithstanding that finding of harm. We can see that, can't we, on the first page?
Indeed.
So the capacity study, there was findings of significant harm. You've got the council objecting. You've got the assessments of S&H and all of that. What the reporter is saying, yeah, but what I need to do is look at this on a site-specific basis, and I am not obliged to dismiss this in a binary way by reason of it conflicting with the capacity study. That's what we can take from that decision, isn't it?
That's what it says there.
Thank you. Let's look then at the Cornharrow decision, which in a sense is the mirror image of the...
Do you have a core document number for it?
I do. It's CD 0011.32.
I have it.
Thank you. Were you involved in this? It's a written reps case, energy contour.
No.
Okay. You can see it's 2019. And immediately you can see the reporter dismissed the appeal and refused planning permission. You can see that.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay. Just in the document. So this was for 11 turbines. You can see that 149.9 meter turbines in the rubric. It's the fifth bullet point down. So it's a smaller wind farm, but that doesn't matter. In the document, page 11. We can see the reporter went on a site visit. So at the top of that document, from my visit to Ben Brack, I find the Black Craig Hill turbines and Mockram Hill and Mockram Valley. So the reporter was clearly going to see other turbines in the landscape, and that took him to paragraph 55. He had a conclusion. I find the proposed turbines would be a major addition to the assemblage of turbines. To a notable degree, they'd increase the extent to which turbines pervade the ambience of the summit. Yeah,
correct. That's what it says.
That's what it says. There's a lot of reference here to the capacity study and various other things, but let's just turn on to the conclusions, which page 27. So from all of the foregoing, number of findings, and then proposal would substantially be in accordance with strategic landscape considerations, not having cumulative effect unacceptable, but would result in significant adverse cumulative visual impact in relation to Ben Brack, viewpoint 3, Cairnhead Cottage, significantly adverse effect on the landscape of the Strone Fregan locality, adverse effect on certain prominent skylines. So there was harm. And if we turn over the page to paragraph 176, bottom of that page, so paragraph 176, bottom of page 28, from this, I conclude overall the proposed development does not adequately address guidance in the capacity study. So it's a fail in that regard.
Correct.
And then overall conclusions, paragraph 192. I find the national policy gives strong support to proposals for additional wind energy. This support is not unconditional. Possible adverse effects must be taken into account. In the present case, I find the proposed development would generate a significant amount of electricity, but this would not outweigh the adverse effects that I've identified. So in the first one, you have, take the capacity study as a starting point, but it's not definitive. And I find that the reporter there found that it was acceptable. overall. In this case, took the same approach, didn't he, and found that it didn't. But the approach is not to as a binary, well, pass fail, capacity study says pass or go. Actually, the reason why the reporter refused consent at Cornharrow was actually as a result of his site visit and his own personal view in relation to what was happening at Ben Bragg.
I don't know enough detail to comment on that.
All right, then I can make my submissions, or Mr. Bell can deal with that if that's helpful to the reporter. Okay, completely different topic. And I want to turn now to the officer report to committee. So that's CD 05005. And
so this is the one dated 22nd of October 2020.
The report is dated the 16th of November 2020.
Right.
I've got that as the from
Sorry,
page.
it's just that my version of that wouldn't open. Sorry, can you, so what is the document, the first document?
I've got CD, it's the report to committee is what I'm after in the memo.
Oh, right, sorry, I've got Janet Swell's report.
But if I look at my document, it looks like that. It's the Dumfries and Galloway's document. So it may just be the way it's compiled for me, but it's CD 05005. That's the document I'm after.
I've got the committee report up.
And do you have the memo as well?
Yes, I have that separately, yeah.
Thank you very much. This is a very long document, Mr. Steele, and there are. Well, I've done a word search. There's lots of examples, but let's just pick up what Just cut to the chase. In the memo, so this is in the detailed consultation. Response. Yeah.
Do we have a page number?
Well, yes, although even pages don't have page numbers, interesting, and the odd ones do.
Yeah.
Page 52 is the document.
First words being landscapes.
Landscapes, that's it, yes. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a quote from the document. No scope was identified for large turbines in the Nithsdale unit LCT 19. And then we get this, it's not considered that the broad location of the Sanquhar 2 scheme is acceptable. Detailed siting and design measures would not make it more so, although might address individual localized effects. Now, as I said, I've done a word search. There are a load of references to acceptability. This document, there's a good one. That is not appropriate analysis, is it, for a landscape consultant? The idea of acceptability is not one for a landscape consultant properly advised.
Yes, I think Janet Swells has, I don't use the word acceptability because I'm aware that it can be contentious. She uses this in terms of landscape acceptability, which other landscape consultants, like Open, for instance, would profess that is perfectly reasonable to use. But I think in this instance, that is the way that she's intending it to be used. But
well,
I wouldn't use the word.
I don't mind about other consultants. I don't mind about other practices. I'm talking about this document. And actually, I was happy for you to say you wouldn't use that language. And the reason you wouldn't is because that's providing a sort of an overall thumbs up or thumbs down, isn't it? And that is not the role of a landscape consultant acting in compliance with what the Professional Institute says. If I put it bluntly, it is no part, is it, of guys, if you want to take me to anywhere in the landscaping, which tells you that a landscape consultant should come up with an overall view on acceptability of a wind farm, then please do. But I don't think you will, because I don't think you agree that that's the right thing to do, is it?
Well, she, as I said, my understanding, she uses it in with reference to landscape acceptability. I would avoid the term, and I've said this publicly in many inquiries, because in my understanding of acceptability, other people have different views, as I've said, but my understanding is that acceptability relates to the decision maker in the planning balance.
Yeah.
Now, other people might have a view, including Janet Swales, that acceptability can also relate to whether it's acceptable in landscape terms and a more narrow definition of what acceptability means. I would avoid it simply because of the confusion that can arise. Okay,
but that's suggesting that somehow there is a that it's okay for Janet Swales to use that even in her own defined terms. It isn't, because nowhere in the guidance and properly apprised will you find reference, will you, to a consultant's role or a landscape consultant's role advising on acceptability, as in it gets a pass or a fail. It's just not part of what you're asked to do, is it?
No, but this is, don't forget, this is also internal consultation. It's a memo.
What doesn't make any difference
to the planning officer to inform the committee report, and the committee report takes its own view on what isn't acceptable in planning terms.
Well, that doesn't necessarily follow. I do a lot of judicial review work, and one of the tests is whether or not somebody's misled. And actually, if the consultation is just followed by the officer, that has the potential to mislead. And here, the officer didn't make any changes, did he? Because the language of acceptability is in the report, and actually it's just borrowed straight from Janet Swales. So you actually have a report based, we can agree, because you agree with me that it's not language that she should have used, is it?
As I say, my understanding is that it relates to landscape acceptability rather than acceptability in terms of planning balance. So.
It's also part of the consultation response to the ECU, isn't it? So this idea, wrong if we agree it to be, that somehow there is a test that's been passed to fail, and that acceptability means that you should refuse planning permission. It isn't just an internal consultation response, nor is it just in the committee report, but it's also in the consultation response to the ECU. So that language which shouldn't be used, that approach which shouldn't be used, is actually has infected most of what the council does in this inquiry, hasn't it?
That's your view. I think, as I say, as far as I'm aware, that acceptability was used in the context of landscape acceptability.
Well, okay, but we can agree this, that well, we have agreed it. It shouldn't have been used, and therefore there is a degree of risk. All right, there's a degree of risk of something that shouldn't be happening, a dynamic that shouldn't be happening because language which shouldn't be used is being used. Can we agree that? If a member put it another way, let me put a question the other way. If a member gets told, goodness me, our landscape consultants tells us that this is unacceptable, that creates a rather different impression, doesn't it, to a review of sensitivity, which is actually there's relative degrees of sensitivity, and these are the characteristics and so on, and it's a matter for you. Elected members are not specialists, they get told it's unacceptable, that's probably going to land home with them, isn't it?
As I say, all I can say is what my understanding is, and that's what it is.
All right, well, then that's a matter for submissions, probably. Then, Mr. Steele, in relation to there's other language which we could pick up on, and we could see this in the officer report it's got no page numbers, but it does have paragraph numbers. So paragraph 4, again, there's lots of examples, but paragraph 440, let's take that as an example. So in terms of cumulative issues, the capacity study notes now operational wind farms, but the key cumulative issues that may arise are likely to include overwhelming effects on views from the A76 settlement and footpaths in Upper Nithsdale as a combination of the operation and consented large wind turbines. Over the page, build-up of wind turbines extending along much of the skylines formed by the southern uplands and either side of the Upper Nithsdale, potentially creating an oppressive and cluttered effect. That's colorable, that's colored language, isn't it? That's language which goes beyond an objective assessment of effects, and as we're told in the EIA regulations and in the GLVIA document about discerning what's significant and not significant. It goes beyond that, doesn't it?
So I'm just reading it in detail just to say.
Sure.
Can you repeat the question to me again so that I can understand what the point you're trying to make?
The point is this: so what Mr. Denny has been at pains to point out is a dispassionate, non-emotional approach, was his words. So looking at using objective language, identifying effects, and the purpose in the EIA regulations, the reason that's done is to distinguish between impacts which are significant and non-significant. It's not the job of a landscape consultant acting within their responsibilities to use pejorative, coloured language, loaded language to describe things in the way, and this is just an example. There's lots of others, but paragraph 440 does. Is it? It's not that you don't need to do that to comply with your Landscape Institute obligations.
I don't. I think that's just that. Obviously, I didn't draft this, and I'm not author of it, and therefore I might have expressed it differently. But these are the professional opinions of a qualified landscape architect.
Yes, but if they're not expressed in the way that's objective and non-emotional and dispassionate, the point is.
I wouldn't describe them as emotional. Right.
So where you have creating oppressive and cluttered effects and so on, that sort of language, you said you wouldn't use it, Mr. Steele. Presumably you wouldn't use it because you don't think it is sufficiently objective.
But it's used frequently. My point, as I say, we all have our own vocabulary, and the terms overwhelming, oppressive, cluttered are all terms that come up frequently in terms of description of landscape effects in my experience.
Yeah. So the point is this: it's a general picture, isn't it? That what you have is a landscape consultation response based on we've been through all of the capacity study points, but you know, inappropriately drawing a line and saying no more, but then looked at in that sort of binary way of well, pass or fail, and written by a landscape consultee, written up by an officer, who are then using non-objective language, emotion-laden language, which is put before members. That's the.
I wouldn't describe it as that at all. I think, okay, as I say, it's not necessarily phrased in the way that I would phrase it, but it's not infrequent to come across these terms and descriptions of landscape effects.
Well, I'm happy with your not phrased as I would have done it. Thank you. Conclusions on acceptability.
But I did say, if you recall, in terms of not phrase, because we all have our own vocabulary in terms of describing effects. And
yes, lots of landscape consultants get it wrong, Mr. Steele, and they do it. They aren't acting in accordance with the Institute guidelines. So just saying, well, other people do it really doesn't save much.
So you're saying somewhere in the Institute, the GRVA3, that one shouldn't use terms like overwhelming or cluttered or.
No. What I'm saying is that it's not the job of a landscape consultant to delve into what is acceptable and form a personal view on whether something is acceptable or not. That's not the remit.
You can have a personal, you can have a professional opinion and express that professional opinion. That's what as far as I can see, that's what I see here.
No, it's a different point. What you're not entitled to do with respect to acting properly is to come to a view on acceptability, recommending something is acceptable or not. That's a matter for a planning decision maker. What you are doing under the Institute guidance is an impact analysis based against SNH and Natural England guidance in relation to character and visual amenity, and it's that basket of effects is then put into the planning balance, which is for others. Just as the capacity study oversteps the mark, that's exactly what this report and indeed the officer have done, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think you're kind of painting a picture here that it somewhat exaggerates the use of the language here. I think, as I said, my understanding was that acceptability was used in terms of landscape acceptability. You can discuss whether that's right or wrong. I think the terminology that's used here, I would express it differently because I'm a different landscape architect, and I have a methodology that has certain words that it use to describe effects, and I would stick to those normally.
Yeah.
But I accept that other professional landscape architects use different terminology, and none of these terms are new to me in terms of being used in expressing landscape effects. So,
well, we can demonstrate why you're wrong very quickly by looking at paragraph 496. So I was pleased to hear you indicate that, because it's not right. Paragraph 496, you'll see that conclusions aren't limited to acceptability on landscape matters. Conclusions are also on acceptability related to visual impacts as well. So my point's a good one. I'm afraid it isn't limited to landscape impacts at all, is it? What the conclusions are doing is picking up on what the work that Janet Swells has done. Is picking up on it, not just on landscape character, but also on visual matters.
Well, that's fine. It's acceptability. Well, it says it there in the title. Conclusions on acceptability of landscape and visual impacts.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically in landscape and visual terms. That's the way she's expressed it. And
yeah, and what I'm saying and putting to you that properly undertaken, it's no part, whether it's in landscape character terms or visual terms, it's no part of the landscape consultant's remit to form a view on acceptability.
Well, as I say,
right,
there are professional landscape architects out there who would hold a different view to you on that.
Well, I'd be cross-examining them in the way that I've cross-examined you, Mr. Steele, no doubt. Right, it is 5:02, and that's before I move to another topic, so probably a sensible time to break for today.
That sounds wise, Mr. Hardy. How long, no pressure, how long would you anticipate to require?
Well, I'll consolidate things, but probably 45 minutes. So I think it's sensible to break now. We're just about to move on to a topic. So
perfect. Yes, thank you. Okay. In which case, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much. Two things. I got the answer to my first question about 45 minutes.
I can't hear you, Mr. Campbell. I don't know whether other people are having the...
I can hear you faintly. I can hear what you're saying, but I have to listen carefully. So if you've got your microphone nearby, that would be preferable.
Sorry, just bear with me, please.
No, you're fine.
Technology's letting me down. I've got the answer to my first question, which is 45 minutes. So after this afternoon's marathon, we'll hold you to that. I asked the question because I'd like to know when to have my people available. And that seems to be about 10 o'clock. Does it? 10:15? Would that be
That
safe?
sounds, yeah, that sounds reasonable. I think if we said, yeah, certainly 10:15, it wouldn't need to be earlier than that.
Yeah.
Because we'll have questions from Mr. Steele. Yeah.
Thank you. The other thing that's happened today is that the United Kingdom government has published its net zero strategy with an appendix. This is an important policy document. It's very long, 368 pages. I have written to those instructing both my learned friends to ask them if they will lodge it for this inquiry, because I dare say that it will be important for Thursday morning. Whether it'll affect the course of Thursday morning, I can't say at the moment because I haven't had time to study it. But I just put you on notice so that I'm going to ask you to admit that into the inquiry paperwork once my learned friends have considered it.
Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Campbell, and I'll certainly look at that in due course as it comes through to me. Thank you. And
If you suffer from insomnia, sir, it's an excellent cure, I believe.
It's helpful to know it's coming, and it would be helpful to have others' views on whether that should be admitted as evidence at this stage, as well as soon as is possible. But it sounds like something we could potentially look at on Thursday.
I think the answer from our side, we're very briefly, is yes. I don't really see how you could avoid putting it in, so we're content that it goes in.
I'm obliged.
On that basis, I mean, it sounds eminently appropriate to have it submitted as evidence, Mr. Campbell. I can't imagine it's going to.
Yeah, I'm not sure that a third party should be submitting a public policy document of that kind. But
well, we can.
I mean,
if it helps, we're happy to do it. I think it ought to be in the inquiry. I'll also say I mean, it's coming thick and fast, I think, ahead of the conference, but there is also another document coming, which is the government's 6 overarching steps to achieving zero carbon, and that's due middle part of this week. So that is looking at energy and a number of other things. So that may well be another document that needs to come in.
Well, I think if you look at this, you'll find it's 10 steps, and it's been published already. But
it may be the same document. It's another document that was referred to, but it was in a newspaper report that we picked up. So it may or may not be the same thing.
Right.
I don't mind how it reaches us, as long as it does reach us. I think it would be beneficial. So thank you.
If Mr. Keith Campbell could deal with that, I'd be very much obliged. I think it's more appropriate coming from an applicant than from me.
Yeah, we'll do that, Mr. Campbell. Thank you.
I'm obliged. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Campbell?
No, sir. Thank you.
No? Okay, thank you. Are there any other matters arising or any questions before we close for today? No? Okay. So, Mr. Steele, if you're still with us, or Mr. Armstrong, if you could pass it on.
Yeah.
If you cannot confer with Mr. Armstrong or any colleagues overnight, I'm afraid.
No problem.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. So we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow. We've obviously got a busy day tomorrow in terms of the number of witnesses, but I'm still confident, based on the time estimates I've been given, that we've got ample time without rushing through. So we'll take the time that we need to. Have a restful evening, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.